The English Gypsies and Their Language by Charles G. Leland, first published in 1873. This ebook edition was created and published by Global Gray in 2019, and updated on the 12th of March, 2023. The artwork for the cover is three gypsies painted by Pongrox Ferenc. You can download this book on the site globalgraybooks.com/English Gypsies and Their Language ebook.html. Global Gray 2023 globalgraybooks.com. 5. Gypsy letters. 6. Gypsy words which have passed into English slang. 7. Proverbs and chants phrases. 8. Indications of the Indian origin of the Gypsies. 9. Miscellanea. 10. Gypsies in Egypt. Romani Gudli, or Gypsy Stories and Fables. Preface. As author of this book, I beg leave to observe that all which is stated in it relative to the customs or peculiarities of gypsies was gathered directly from gypsies themselves, and that every word of their language here given, whether in conversations, stories, or sayings, was taken from gypsy mouths. While entertaining the highest respect for the labors of Mr. George Borrow in this field, I have carefully avoided repeating him in the least detail. Neither have I taken anything from Simpson, Hoyland, or any other writer on the Romani race in England. Whatever the demerits of the work may be, it can at least claim to be an original collection of material fresh from nature, and not a reproduction from books. There are, it is true, 2 German gypsy letters from other works, but these may be excused as illustrative of an English one. I may here in all sincerity speak kindly and gratefully of every true gypsy I have ever met, and of the cheerfulness with which they have invariably assisted me in my labor to the extent of their humble abilities. Other writers have had much to say of their incredible distrust of Gorgias, and unwillingness to impart their language, but I have always found them obliging and communicative. I have never had occasion to complain of rapacity or greediness among them. On the contrary, I have often wondered to see how the great one of such very poor people was generally kept in check by their natural politeness, which always manifests itself when they are treated properly. In fact, the first effort which I ever made to acquire a knowledge of English Romani originated in a voluntary offer from an intelligent old dame to teach me the old Egyptian language, and as she also suggested that I should set forth the knowledge which I might acquire from her and her relatives in a book, referring to Mr. Borrow's having done so, I may hold myself fully acquitted from the charge of having acquired and published anything which my gypsy friends would not have had made known to the public. Mr. Borrow has very well and truly said that it is not by passing a few hours among gypsies that one can acquire a knowledge of their characteristics, and I think that this book presents abundant evidence that its contents were not gathered by slight and superficial intercourse with the Romani. It is only by entering gradually and sympathetically, without any parade of patronage, into a familiar knowledge of the circumstances of the common life of humble people, be they gypsies, Indians, or whites, that one can surprise unawares those little inner traits which constitute the characteristic. However this may be, the reader will readily enough understand, on perusing these pages, possibly much better than I do myself, how it was I was able to collect whatever they contain that is new. The book contains some remarks on that great curious center and secret of all the nomadic and vagabond life in England, the Romani, with comments on the fact that of the many novel or story writers who have described the travelers of the roads, very few have penetrated the real nature of their life. It gives several incidents illustrating the character of the gypsy, and some information of a very curious nature in reference to the respect of the English gypsies for their dead, and the strange manner in which they testify it. I believe that this will be found to be fully and distinctly illustrated by anecdotes, and a narrative in the original gypsy language, with a translation. There is also a chapter containing in Romani and English, a very characteristic letter from a full-blood gypsy to a relative, which was dictated to me, and which gives a sketch of the leading incidents of gypsy life, trading in horses, fortune telling, and cock-shying. I have also given accounts of conversations with gypsies, introducing in their language and in English their own remarks, noted down by me, on certain curious customs, among others, on one which indicates that many of them profess among themselves a certain regard for our Savior, because his birth and life appear to them to be like that of the Romani. There is a collection of a number of words now current in vulgar English, which were probably derived from Gypsy, such as row, shindig, pal, trash, bosh, and niggling, and finally a number of Gudly or short stories. These Gudly have been regarded by my literary friends as interesting and curious, since they are nearly all specimens of a form of original narrative occupying a middle ground between the anecdote and fable, and abounding in gypsy traits. Some of them are given word for word as they are current among gypsies, and others owe their existence almost entirely either to the vivid imagination and childlike fancies of an old gypsy assistant, or were developed from some hint or imperfect saying or story. But all are thoroughly and truly Romani, for every one, after being brought into shape, passed through a purely unsophisticated gypsy mind, and was finally declared to be tacho, or sound, by real Romanas. The truth is that it is a difficult matter to hear a story among English gypsies, which is not mangled or marred in the telling, so that to print it, restitution and invention become inevitable. But with a man who lived in a tent among the gorse and fern, and who intermitted his earnest conversation with a little wooden bear to point out to me the gentleman on horseback riding over the two beautiful little girls and the flowers on the carpet, such fables as I have given sprang up of themselves, owing nothing to books, though they often required the influence of a better disciplined mind to guide them to a consistent termination. The Romani English vocabulary which I propose shall follow this work is many times over more extensive than any ever before published, and it will also be found interesting to all philologists by its establishing the very curious fact that this last wave of the primitive Aryan Indian Ocean, which spread over Europe, though it has lost the original form in its subsidence and degradation, consists of the same substance, or, in other words, that although the grammar has well nigh disappeared, the words are almost without exception the same as those used in India, Germany, Hungary, or Turkey. It is generally believed that English gypsy is a mere jargon of the cant and slang of all nations, that of England predominating. But a very slight examination of the vocabulary will show that during more than 300 years in England, the Romani have not admitted a single English word to what they correctly call their language. I mean, of course, so far as my own knowledge of Romani extends. To this at least I can testify, that the gypsy to whom I was principally indebted for words, though he often used slang, invariably discriminated correctly between it and Romani, and I have often admired the extraordinary pride in their language, which has induced the gypsies for so many generations to teach their children this difference. Almost every word which my assistant declared to be gypsy I have found either in Hindustani, or in the works of Pad, Libich, or Pashpati. On this subject I would remark, by the way, that many words which appear to have been taken by the gypsies from modern languages, are in reality Indian, and as I have honestly done what I could to give the English reader fresh material on the gypsies, and not a rewarming of that which was gathered by others, I sincerely trust that I may not be held to sharp account, as the authors of such books very often are, for not having given more or done it better than was really in my power. Gypsies in England are passing away as rapidly as Indians in North America. They keep among themselves the most singular fragments of their Oriental origin. They abound in quaint characteristics, and yet almost nothing is done to preserve what another generation will deeply regret the loss of. There are complete dictionaries of the Dakota and many other American Indian languages, and every detail of the rude life of those savages has been carefully recorded, while the autobiographic romances of Mr. Barrow and Mr. Simpson's history contain nearly all the information of any value extant relative to the English gypsies. Yet of these two writers, Mr. Barrow is the only one who had, so to speak, an inside view of his subject, or was a philologist. In conclusion, I would remark that if I have not, like many writers on the poor gypsies, abused them for certain proverbial faults, it has been because they never troubled me with anything very serious of the kind, or brought it to my notice, and I certainly never took the pains to hunt it up to the discredit of people who always behaved decently to me. I have found them more cheerful, polite, and grateful than the lower orders of other races in Europe or America, and I believe that where their respect and sympathy are secured, they are quite as upright. Like all people who are regarded as outcasts, they are very proud of being trusted, and under this influence will commit the most daring acts of honesty, and with this I commend my book to the public. Should it be favorably received, I will add fresh reading to it. In any case, I shall at least have the satisfaction of knowing that I did my best to collect material illustrating a very curious and greatly neglected subject. It is merely as a collection of material that I offer it. Let those who can use it do what they will with it. If I have not given in this book a sketch of the history of the Gypsies, or statistics of their numbers, or accounts of their social condition in different countries, it is because nearly everything of the kind may be found in the works of George Borrow and Walter Simpson, which are in all respectable libraries, and may be obtained from any bookseller. I would remark to any impatient reader for mere entertainment, who may find fault with the abundance of Romani or Gypsy language in the following pages, that the principal object of the author was to collect and preserve such specimens of a rapidly vanishing language, and that the title page itself indirectly indicates such an object. I have, however, invariably given with the Gypsy a translation immediately following the text in plain English, at times very plain, in order that the little meaning of words may be readily apprehended. I call especial attention to this fact, so that no one may accuse me of encumbering my pages with Romani. While writing this book, or in fact after the whole of the first part was written, I passed a winter in Egypt, and as that country is still supposed by many people to be the fatherland of the Gypsies, and as very little is known relative to the Romani there, I have taken the liberty of communicating what I could learn on the subject, though it does not refer directly to the Gypsies of England. Those who are interested in the latter will readily pardon the addition. There are now in existence about 300 works on the Gypsies, but of the entire number comparatively few contain fresh material gathered from the Romani themselves. Of late years the first philologists of Europe have taken a great interest in their language, which is now included in Die Sprachen Europas, as the only Indian tongue spoken in this quarter of the world, and I believe that English Gypsy is really the only strongly distinct Romani dialect, which has never as yet been illustrated by copious specimens, or a vocabulary of any extent. I therefore trust that the critical reader will make due allowances for the very great difficulties under which I have labored, and not blame me for not having done better that which, so far as I can ascertain, would possibly not have been done at all. Within the memory of man the popular Romani of this country was really grammatical, that which is now spoken, and from which I gathered the material for the following pages, is, as the reader will observe, almost entirely English as to its structure, although it still abounds in Hindu words to a far greater extent than has been hitherto supposed. 1. Introductory. The Romani of the Roads, the secret of vagabond life in England, its peculiar and thoroughly hidden nature, Gypsy character and the causes which formed it, moral results of hungry marauding, Gypsy ideas of religion, the scripture story of the 7 Whistlers, the baker's daughter, difficulties of acquiring Romani, the fable of the cat, the Chinese, the American Indian, and the wandering Gypsy. Although the valuable and curious works of Mr. George Borrow have been in part for more than 20 years before the British public, it may still be doubted whether many, even of our scholars, are aware of the remarkable social and philological facts which are connected with an immense proportion of our out-of-door population. There are, indeed, very few people who know that every time we look from the window into a crowded street, the chances are greatly in favor of the assertion that we shall see at least one man who bears in his memory some hundreds of Sanskrit roots, and that man English-born, though it was probably in the open air, and English-bred, albeit his breeding was of the roads. For go where you will, though you may not know it, you encounter at every step, in one form or the other, the Romani. True, the dwellers in tents are becoming few and far between, because the close cultivation of the present generation, which has enclosed nearly all the waste land in England, has left no spot in many a day's journey, where the travelers, as they call themselves, can light the fire and boil the kettle undisturbed. There is almost no tan to hatch or place to stay in. So it has come to pass that those among them who cannot settle down like unto the Gentiles, have gone across the great water to America, which is their true Canaan, where they flourish mightily, the more enterprising making a good thing of it, by plastering grass or running horses, or trading in them, while the idler or more moral ones pick up their living as easily as a mouse in a cheese, on the endless roads and in the forests. And so many of them have gone there, that I am sure the child is now born, to whom the sight of a real old-fashioned gypsy will be as rare in England as a Sioux or Pawnee warrior in the streets of New York or Philadelphia. But there is a modified and yet real Romany dom, which lives and will live with great vigor, so long as a regularly organized nomadic class exists on our roads. And it is the true nature and inner life of this class which has remained for ages an impenetrable mystery to the world at large. A member of it may be a tramp and a beggar, the proprietor of some valuable traveling show, a horse dealer, or a tinker. He may be eloquent as a cheap jack, noisy as a punch, or musical with a fiddle at fairs. He may peddle pottery, make and sell skewers and clothes pegs, or vend baskets in a caravan. He may keep cockshies and aunt sallies at races. But whatever he may be, depend upon it, reader, that among those who follow these and similar callings which he represents, are literally many thousands who, unsuspected by the gorgeous, are known to one another, and who still speak among themselves, more or less, that curious old tongue which the researches of the greatest living philologists have indicated, is in all probability not merely allied to Sanskrit, but perhaps in point of age, an elder though vagabond sister or cousin of that ancient language. For the Romany is the characteristic leaven of all the real tramp life and nomadic callings of Great Britain, and by this word I mean not the language alone, which is regarded, however, as a test of superior knowledge of the roads, but a curious inner life and freemasonry of secret intelligence, ties of blood and information, useful to a class who have much in common with one another, and very little in common with the settled tradesman or worthy citizen, the hawker whom you meet, and whose blue eyes and light hair indicate no trace of Oriental blood, may not be a Cerdo, or PA with Macron Trat, or half-blood, or half-scrag, as a full gypsy might contemptuously term him, but he may be, of his kind, a quadroon or octoroon, or he may have gypsified, by marrying a gypsy wife, and by the way be it said, such women make by far the best wives to be found among English itinerants, and the best suited for a traveler, but in any case he has taken pains to pick up all the gypsy he can. If he is a tinker, he knows Kennick, or cant, or thief slang by nature, but the Romany, which has very few words in common with the former, is the true language of the mysteries. In fact, it has with them become, strangely enough, what it was originally, a sort of sacred Sanskrit, known only to the Brahmins of the roads, compared to which the other language is only commonplace Prakrit, which anybody may acquire. He is proud of his knowledge, he makes of it a deep mystery, and if you, a gentleman, ask him about it, he will probably deny that he ever heard of its existence. Should he be very thirsty, and your manners frank and assuring, it is, however, not impossible that after draining a pot of beer at your expense, he may recall, with a grin, the fact that he has heard that the gypsies have a queer kind of language of their own, and then, if you have any Romany yourself at command, he will perhaps rack a Romanus with greater or less fluency. Mr. Simeon, in his History of the Gypsies, asserts that there is not a tinker or scissors grinder in Great Britain who cannot talk this language, and my own experience agrees with his declaration, to this extent, that they all have some knowledge of it, or claim to have it, however slight it may be. So rare is a knowledge of Romany among those who are not connected in some way with gypsies, that the slightest indication of it is invariably taken as an irrefutable proof of relationship with them. It is but a few weeks since, as I was walking along the Marine Parade in Brighton, I overtook a tinker. Wishing him to sharpen some tools for me, I directed him to proceed to my home, and en route spoke to him in gypsy. As he was quite fair in complexion, I casually remarked, "I should have never supposed you could speak Romany. You don't look like it." To which he replied, very gravely, in a tone as of gentle reproach, "You don't look a gypsy yourself, sir, but you know you are one. You talk like one." Truly, the secret of the Romany has been well kept in England. It seems so to me when I reflect that, with the exception of Lavengro and the Romany Rye, I cannot recall a single novel, in our language, in which the writer has shown familiarity with the real life, habits, or language of the vast majority of that very large class, the itinerants of the roads. Mr. Dickens has set before us cheap jacks, and a number of men who were, in their very face, of the class of which I speak, but I cannot recall in his writings any indication that he knew that these men had a singular secret life with their confreres, or that they could speak a strange language, for we may well call that language strange, which is, in the main, Sanskrit, with many Persian words intermingled. Mr. Dickens, however, did not pretend, as some have done, to specially treat of gypsies, and he made no affectation of a knowledge of any mysteries. He simply reflected popular life as he saw it. But there are many novels and tales, old and new, devoted to setting forth Romany life and conversation, which are as much like the originals as a Pastor Fido is like a common shepherd. One novel which I once read is so full of the dark blood that it might almost be called a gypsy novel. The hero is a gypsy, he lives among his kind, the book is full of them, and yet, with all due respect to its author, who is one of the most gifted and best informed romance writers of the century, I must declare that, from beginning to end, there is not in the novel the slightest indication of any real and familiar knowledge of gypsies. Again, to put thieves' slang into the mouths of gypsies, as their natural and habitual language, has been so much the custom, from Sir Walter Scott to the present day, that readers are sometimes gravely assured in good faith that this jargon is pure Romany. But this is an old error in England, since the vocabulary of cant appended to the English Rogue, published in 1680, was long believed to be gypsy, and Captain Gross, the antiquary, who should have known better, speaks with the same ignorance. It is, indeed, strange to see learned and shrewd writers, who pride themselves on truthfully depicting every element of European life, and every type of every society, so ignorant of the habits, manners, and language of thousands of really strange people who swarm on the highways and byways. We have had the squire and the governess, my lord and all Bohemia, artistic and literary, but where are of res Bohemians, out of Lavengro and Romany Rye, nowhere. Yet there is to be found among the children of Rom, or the descendants of the worshippers of Rama, or the Doms or Coptic Romi, whatever their ancestors may have been, more that is quaint and adapted to the purposes of the novelist, than is to be found in any other class of the inhabitants of England. You may not detect a trace of it on the roads, but once become truly acquainted with a fair average specimen of a gypsy, pass many days in conversation with him, and above all acquire his confidence and respect, and you will wonder that such a being, so entirely different from yourself, could exist in Europe in the 19th century. It is said that those who can converse with Irish peasants in their own native tongue, form far higher opinions of their appreciation of the beautiful, and of the elements of humor and pathos in their hearts, than do those who know their thoughts only through the medium of English. I know from my own observation that this is quite the case with the Indians of North America, and it is unquestionably so with the gypsy. When you know a true specimen to the depths of his soul, you will find a character so entirely strange, so utterly at variance with your ordinary conceptions of humanity, that it is no exaggeration whatever to declare that it would be a very difficult task for the best writer to convey to the most intelligent reader an idea of his subject's nature. You have in him, to begin with, a being whose every condition of life is in direct contradiction to what you suppose every man's life in England must be. I was born in the open air, said a gypsy to me a few days since, and put me down anywhere, in the fields or woods, I can always support myself. Understand me? He did not mean by pilfering, since it was of America that we were speaking, and of the living in the lonely forests. We pity with tears many of the poor among us, whose life is one of luxury compared to that which the gypsy, who despises them, enjoys with a zest worth more than riches. What a country America must be, quoth Piragro, the walker, to me, on the occasion just referred to. Why, my pal, who's just welled up a plea from Davotem, my brother, who has just returned from that country, tells me that when a cow or anything dies there, they just chuck it away, and nobody asks a word for any of it. What would you do? He continued, if you were in the fields and had nothing to eat, I replied, that if any could be found, I should hunt for fern roots. I could do better than that, he said. I should hunt for a hachurichi, a hedgehog, and I should be sure to find one. There's no better eating. Whereupon, assuming his left hand to be an imaginary hedgehog, he proceeded to score and turn and dress it for ideal cooking with a case knife. And what had you for dinner today? I inquired. Some cock's heads. They're very fine indeed. Now it is curious but true that there is no person in the world more particular as to what he eats than the half-starved English or Irish peasant, whose sufferings have so often been set forth for our condolence. We may be equally foolish, you and I. In fact, chemistry proves it, when we are disgusted at the idea of feeding on many things which mere association and superstition render revolting. But the old-fashioned gypsy has none of these qualms. He is haunted by no ghost of society, save the policeman. He knows none of its terrors. Whatever is edible he eats, except horse meat. Wherever there is an empty spot he sleeps, and the man who can do this devoid of shame, without caring a pin for what the world says, nay, without even knowing that he does not care, or that he is peculiar, is independent to a degree which of itself confers a character which is not easy to understand. I grew up as a young man with great contempt for Helvetius, de Holbach, and all the French philosophers of the last century, whose ideal man was a perfect savage. But I must confess that since I have studied gypsy nature, my contempt has changed into wonder, where they ever learned in their salons and libraries enough of humanity to theorize so boldly, and with such likeness to truth, as they did. It is not merely in the absolute out-of-doors independence of the old-fashioned gypsy, freer than any wild beast from care for food, that his resemblance to a philosopher consists, or rather to the ideal man, free from imaginary cares. For more than this, be it for good or for evil, the real gypsy has, unlike all other men, unlike the lowest savage, positively no religion, no tie to a spiritual world, no fear of the future, nothing but a few trifling superstitions and legends, which in themselves indicate no faith whatever in anything deeply seated. It would be difficult, I think, for any highly civilized man, who had not studied thought deeply, and in a liberal spirit, to approach in the least to a rational comprehension of a real gypsy mind. During my life it has been my fortune to become intimate with men who were absolutely or positively free thinkers, men who had, by long study and mere logic, completely freed themselves from any mental tie whatever. Such men are rare. It requires an enormous amount of intellectual culture, an unlimited expenditure of pains in the metaphysical hotbed, and tremendous self-confidence to produce them. I mean the real article. Among the most thorough of these, a man on whom utter and entire freedom of thought sat easily and unconsciously, was a certain German doctor of philosophy named P. and God, and all things were simply ideas of development. The last remark which I can recall from him was ja. We advanced Hegelians agree exactly on the whole with the materialists. Now, to my mind, nothing seems more natural than that, when sitting entire days talking with an old gypsy, no one rises so frequently from the past before me as Mr. P. To him all religion represented a portion of the vast mass of frozen, petrified developments, which simply impede the march of intelligent minds. To my Romani friend, it is one of the thousand inventions of gorgio life, which, like policemen, are simply obstacles to gypsies in the search of a living. And could he have grasped the circumstances of the case, he would doubtless have replied avidly, we gypsies agree on the whole exactly with Mr. P. Extremes meet. One Sunday an old gypsy was assuring me, with a great appearance of piety, that on that day she neither told fortunes nor worked at any kind of labor. In fact, she kept it altogether correctly. Avidly, I replied. Do you know what the gypsies in Germany say became of their church? Heck, answered the old lady. No, what is it? They say that the gypsies' church was made of pork, and the dogs ate it. Long, loud, and joyously affirmative was the peal of laughter with which the gypsies welcomed this characteristic story. So far as research and the analogy of living tribes of the same race can establish a fact, it would seem that the gypsies were, previous to their quitting India, not people of high caste, but wandering pariahs, outcasts, foes to the Brahmins, and unbelievers. All the pariahs are not free thinkers, but in India, the Church, as in Italy, loses no time in making of all detected free thinkers pariahs. Thus we are told, in the introduction to the English translation of that very curious book, The Tales of the Guru Simple, which should be read by every scholar, that all the true literature of the country, that which has life, and freedom, and humor, comes from the pariahs. And was it different in those days, when Rabelais, and Von Houten, and Giordano Bruno were, in their wise, pariahs and gypsies, roving from city to city, often wanting bread and dreading fire, but asking for nothing but freedom? The more I have conversed intimately with gypsies, the more have I been struck by the fact that my mingled experiences of European education, and of life in the far west of America, have given me a basis of mutual intelligence, which had otherwise been utterly wanting. I, myself, have known in a wild country what it is to be half-starved for many days, to feel that all my thoughts and intellectual exertions, hour by hour, were all becoming centered on one subject: how to get something to eat. I felt what it was to be wolfish and even ravening, and I noted, step by step, in myself, how a strange sagacity grew within me, an art of detecting food. It was during the American War, and there were thousands of us pitifully starved. When we came near some log hut, I began at once to surmise, if I saw a flour sack lying about, that there was a mill not far distant, perhaps flour or bread in the house, while the dwellers in the hut were closely scanned to judge from their appearance, if they were well fed, and of a charitable disposition. It is a melancholy thing to recall, but it is absolutely necessary for a thinker to have once lived such a life, that he may be able to understand what is the intellectual status of those fellow beings, whose whole life is simply a hunt for enough food to sustain life, and enough beer to cheer it. I have spoken of the gypsy fondness for the hedgehog. Richard Leibich, in his book, Die Zigeuner in ihrem Wessenort in ihrer Sprache, tells his readers that the only indication of a belief in a future state which he ever detected in an old gypsy woman, was that she once dreamed she was in heaven. It appeared to her as a large garden, full of fine fat hedgehogs. This is, says Mr. Leibich, unquestionably very earthly, and dreamed very sensuously, reminding us of Mahomet's paradise, which in like manner was directed to the animal and not to the spiritual nature, only that here were hedgehogs and their houris, 6 or 7,000 years of hungry marauding, and by establishing strange points of difference between the mind of a gypsy and a well-to-do citizen, it has starved God out of the former. He inherited unbelief from his half-fed pariah ancestors, and often retains it, even in England, to this day, with many other unmistakable signs of his Eastern Jackal origin. And strange as it may seem to you, reader, his intercourse with Christians has all over Europe been so limited, that he seldom really knows what religion is. The same Mr. Leibich tells us that one day he overheard a gypsy disputing with his wife, as to what was the true character of the belief of the Gentiles. Both admitted that there was a great elder grown-up god, the Baro Puro Dual, and a smaller younger god, the Tik Notar No Dual, but the wife maintained, appealing to Mr. Leibich for confirmation, that the great god no longer reigned, having abdicated in favor of the son, while the husband declared that the great older god died long ago, and that the world was now governed by the little god who was, however, not the son of his predecessor, but of a poor carpenter. I have never heard of any such nonsense among the English wandering gypsies with regard to Christianity, but at the same time I must admit that their ideas of what the Bible contains are extremely vague. One day I was sitting with an old gypsy, discussing Romani matters, when he suddenly asked me what the word was in the Waver Temani Jib, or foreign gypsy, for the 7 stars. That would be, I said, the Eftecerni. I suppose your name for it is the Heftapens. There is a story that once they were 7 sisters, but one of them was lost, and so they are called 7 to this day, though there are only 6, and their right name is the Pleiades. That Gudlo, that story, replied the gypsy, is like the one of the 7 whistlers, which you know is in the scriptures, but at least they told me so, that the 7 whistlers are 7 spirits of ladies who fly by night, high in the air, like birds. And it says in the Bible that once on a time one got lost and never came back again, and now the 6 whistles to find her. But people calls them the 7 whistlers, though there are only 6, exactly the same as in your story of the stars. It's queer, resumed my gypsy, after a pause, how they always tells these here stories by 7s. Were you ever on Salisbury Plain? No, there are great stones there, Worry bars, and many a night I've slept there in the moonlight, in the open air, when I was a boy, and listened to my father telling me about the baker. For there's 7 great stories, and they say that hundreds of years ago a baker used to come with loaves of bread, and wasted all a-trying to make 7 loaves remain at the same place, 1 on each stone. But one Alice fell off, and to this here day he's never yet been able to get all 7 on the 7 stones. I think that my gypsy told this story in connection with that of the whistlers, because he was under the impression that it also was of scriptural origin. It is, however, really curious that the gypsy term for an owlet is the Maramangros Chavi, or baker's daughter, and that they are all familiar with the monkish legend which declares that Jesus, in a baker's shop, once asked for bread. The mistress was about to give him a large cake, when her daughter declared it was too much, and diminished the gift by 1/2. He nothing said, but by the fire laid down the bread, when lo, as when a blossom blows, to a vast loaf the manchet rose, in angry wonder. Standing by, the girl sent forth a wild, rude cry, and, feathering fast into a fowl, flew to the woods a wailing owl, according to Eilert Sund, who devoted his life to studying the Fanten and Tattaren, or vagabonds and gypsies of Sweden and Norway. There is a horrible and ghastly semblance among them of something like a religion, current in Scandinavia. Once a year, by night, the gypsies of that country assemble for the purpose of unbaptizing all of their children whom they have, during the year, suffered to be baptized for the sake of gifts by the Gorgias. On this occasion, amid wild orgies, they worship a small idol, which is preserved until the next meeting with the greatest secrecy and care by their captain. I must declare that this story seems very doubtful to me. I have devoted this chapter to illustrating from different points the fact that there lives in England a race which has given its impress to a vast proportion of our vagabond population, and which is more curious and more radically distinct in all its characteristics than our writers, with 1 or 2 exceptions, have ever understood. One extraordinary difference still remains to be pointed out, as it has, in fact, already been, with great acumen, by Mr. George Borrow, in his Gypsies in Spain, and by Dr. Alexander Pashpati, in his Etudes sur l'Echangenes Bohemians de l'Empire Ottoman Constantinople, 1870, also by Mr. Bright, in his Hungary, and by Mr. Simpson. It is this, that in every part of the world it is extremely difficult to get Romani words, even from intelligent gypsies, although they may be willing with all their heart to communicate them. It may seem simple enough to the reader to ask a man, "How do you call to carry in your language?" But can the reader understand that a man, who is possibly very much shrewder than himself in reading at a glance many phases of character, and in countless trickeries, should be literally unable to answer such a question? And yet I have met with many such. The truth is, that there are people in this world who never had such a thing as an abstract idea, let us say even of an apple, plumped suddenly at them, not once in all their lives, and, when it came, the unphilosophical mind could no more grasp it, than the gentleman mentioned by G.H. Lewis, History of Philosophy, could grasp the idea of substance without attribute as presented by Berkeley. The real gypsy could talk about apples all day, but the sudden demand for the unconnected word staggers him, at least, until he has had some practice in this, to him, new process. And it is so with other races. Professor Max Muller once told me in conversation, as nearly as I can recollect, that the Mohawk Indian language is extremely rich in declension, every noun having some 16 or 17 inflections of case, but no nominative. One can express one's relations to a father to a most extraordinary extent, among the dilapidated descendants of that once powerful tribe. But such a thing as the abstract idea of a father, or a father per simple, never entered the Mohawk mind, and this is very like the gypsies. When a rather wild gypsy once gives you a word, it must be promptly recorded, for a demand for its repetition at once confuses him. On Deutsche Serli Moachpa una maid. A nepal obliger a gravely repete. Carly changerous and so, fasten, says Pashpati. Unused to abstract efforts of memory, all that he can retain is the sense of his last remark, and very often this is changed with a fleeting second by some associated thought, which materially modifies it. It is always difficult, in consequence, to take down a story in the exact terms which a philologist desires. There are two words for bad in English: gypsy, wafro and visavo, and I think it must have taken me 10 minutes one day to learn, from a by no means dull gypsy, whether the latter word was known to him, or if it were used at all. He got himself into a hopeless tangle in trying to explain the difference between wafro and naflo, or ill, until his mind finally refused to act on visavo at all, and spasmodically rejected it. With all the patience of Job, and the meekness of Moses, I awaited my time, and finally obtained my information. The impatience of such minds in narrative is amusing. Let us suppose that I am asking some Anglo-Romani chal for a version of Aesop's fable of the youth and the cat. He is sitting comfortably by the fire, and good ale has put him into a storytelling humor. I begin, "Now then, tell me this Anglo-Romanes, in Gypsy. Once upon a time there was a young man who had a cat. Gypsy, Yakoras, Prayekcheras, a Raklo Lelda Machka." While I am writing this down, and long before it is half done, the professor of Romani, becoming interested in the subject, continues volubly, "And the Machka yexaladicta chiliko aprea ruck, and the cat one morning saw a bird in a tree." Stop, Hatchawunjish, that is not it. Now go on. The young man loved this cat so much, Gypsy, fluently, in Romani, that he thought her skin would make a nice pair of gloves. Confound your gloves. Now do begin again, Gypsy, with an air of grief and injury. I'm sure I was telling the story for you the best way I knew how, yet this man was far from being a fool. What was it, then? Simply and solely, a lack of education, of that mental training which even those who never entered a schoolhouse receive more or less of, when they so much as wait patiently for a month behind a chair, or tug for 6 months at a plow, or in short, acquire the civilized virtue of Christian patience. That is it. We often hear in this world that a little education goes a great way, but to get some idea of the immense value of a very little education indeed, and the incredible effect it may have upon character, one should study with gentleness and patience a real gypsy. Probably the most universal error in the world is the belief that all men, to allowance being made for greater or less knowledge, or talents of minds like our own, are endowed with the same moral perception, and see things on the whole very much as we do. Now the truth is that a Chinese, whose mind is formed, not by religion as we understand it, but simply by the intense pressure of old custom, which we do not understand, thinks in a different manner from an European. Moralists accuse him of moral obliquity, but in reality it is a moral difference. Docility of mind, the patriarchal principle, and the very perfection of innumerable wise and moral precepts have, by the practice of thousands of years, produced in him their natural result. Whenever he attempts to think, his mind runs at once into some broad and open path, beautifully bordered with dry artificial flowers, and the result has been the inability to comprehend any new idea, a state to which the Church of the Middle Ages, or any too rigidly established system, would in a few thousand years have reduced humanity. Under the action of widely different causes, the gypsy has also a different cast of mind from our own, and a radical moral difference. A very few years ago, when I was on the plains of western Kansas, Old Black Kettle, a famous Indian chief, said in a speech, "I am not a white man, I am a wolf. I was born like a wolf on the prairies. I have lived like a wolf, and I shall die like one." Such is the wild gypsy, ever poor and hungry. Theft seems to him, in the trifling easy manner in which he practices it, simply a necessity. The moral aspects of petty crime he never considers at all, nor does he, in fact, reflect upon anything as it is reflected on by the humblest peasant who goes to church. or who in any way feels himself connected as an integral part of that great body corporate society. 2. A gypsy cottage. The old fortune teller and her brother, the pattern, or gypsy's road mark, the Christian cross, named by continental gypsies Trashel, after the trident of Siva, curious English, gypsy term for the cross, ashwood fires on Christmas Day. Our Savior regarded with affection by the Romani because he was like themselves and poor. Strange ideas of the Bible. The oak. Lizards renew their lives. Snails, slugs, tobacco pipes as old as the world. Duvelist, Ivo. Mandy's cat ired my pattern. A dustacher uses where a drum jowls at the waver, which means in English, God bless you. Yes, many a time I have marked my sign where the roads cross. I was seated in the cottage of an old gypsy mother, one of the most noted fortune tellers in England, when I heard this from her brother, himself an ancient wanderer, who loves far better to hear the lark sing than the mouse cheep when he wakes of a morning. It was a very small but clean cottage, of the kind quite peculiar to the English laborer, and therefore attractive to everyone who has felt the true spirit of the most original poetry and art which this country has produced. For look high or low, dear reader, you will find that nothing has ever been better done in England than the pictures of rural life, and over nothing have its gifted minds cast a deeper charm. There were the little rough porcelain figures of which the English peasantry are so fond, and which, cheap as they are, indicate that the taste of your friend's lady, for Worcester porcelain or the Duchess of, for Majolica, has its roots among far humbler folk. In fact, there were perhaps 20 things which no English reader would have supposed were peculiar, yet which were something more than peculiar to me. The master of the house was an Anglo-Saxon, Gorjo, and his wife, by some magic or other, the oracle before mentioned. And I, answering, said, "So you all call it pattern?" "No, very few of us know that name. We do it without calling it anything." Then I took my stick and marked on the floor the following sign. "There," I said, "is the oldest pattern, first of all, which the gypsies use today in foreign lands. In Germany, when one band of gypsies goes by a crossroad, they draw it deep in the dust, with the end of the longest line pointing in the direction in which they have gone. Then, the next who come by see the mark, and, if they choose, follow it." "We make it differently," said the gypsy. "This is our sign, the Trinbongo drums, or cross," and he drew his pattern thus. "The long end points the way," he added, "just as in your sign, you call a cross," I remarked, "Trinbongo drums, or the three crooked roads. Do you know any such word as Trashel for it?" "No, Trashilo is thirsty, and Trushni means a faggot, and also a basket." "I shouldn't wonder if a faggot once got the old Romani word for cross," I said, "because in it every stick is crossed by the wooden withy which binds it, and in a basket, every wooden strip crosses the other." I did not, however, think it worthwhile to explain to the gypsies that when their ancestors, centuries ago, left India, it was with the memory that Shiva, the destroyer, wore a trident, the Trisala in Sanskrit, the Trisal of Mahadeva in Hindustani, and that in coming to Europe the resemblance of its shape to that of the cross impressed them, so that they gave to the Christian symbol the name of the sacred triple spear. For if you turn up a little the two arms of a cross, you change the emblem of suffering and innocence at once into one of murder. Just as ever so little a deviation from goodness will lead you, my dear boy, into any amount of devilry, and that the unfailing lucid flash of humor may not be wanting, there lightens on my mind the memory of the mysterious pitchfork, a German satirical play which made a sensation in its time, and Herr Lawson in his romance of Der letzte Borat, which helped George Sand amazingly in Consuelo, makes a gypsy chieftain appear in a wonderfully puzzling light by brandishing, in fierce midnight dignity, this agricultural parody on Neptune's weapon, which brings me nicely around to my gypsies again. If I said nothing to the inmates of the cottage of all that the trushel or cross trident suggested, still less did I vex their souls with the mystic possible meaning of the antique pattern or sign which I had drawn. For it has, I opine, a deep meaning, which as one who knew Cruiser of old, I have a right to set forth. Briefly, then, and without encumbering my book with masses of authority, let me state that in all early lore, The road is a symbol of life, Christ himself having used it in this sense. Crossroads were peculiarly meaningful as indicating the meet of life with life, of good with evil. A faith of which abundant traces are preserved in the fact that until the present generation suicides were buried at them, and magical rites and diabolic incantations are supposed to be most successful when practiced in such places. The English path, the Gypsy pattern, the Romani Hindu pat, a foot, and the Hindu panth, a road, all meet in the Sanskrit path, which was the original parting of the ways. Now the pattern which I have drawn, like the cow of the Chinese or the mystical swastika of the Buddhists, embraces the long line of life, or of the infinite and the short, or broken lines of the finite, and, therefore, as an ancient magical Eastern sign, would be most appropriately inscribed as a sigar, pasquero dramescro, or hand post, to show the wandering Romani how to proceed on their way of life. That the ordinary Christian cross should be called by the English gypsies, a trin-bongo drum, or the three crossroads, is not remarkable when we consider that their only association with it is that of a way shower, as Germans would call it. To you, reader, it may be that it points the way of eternal life. To the benighted Romani English Hindu, it indicates nothing more than the same old weary track of daily travel, of wafer and warfare with the world, seeking food and too often finding none, living for petty joys and driven by dire need, lying down with poverty and rising with hunger, ignorant in his very wretchedness of 1,000 things which he ought to want, and not knowing enough to miss them, just as the reader 1,000, or perhaps only 100, years hence, should a copy of this work be then extant, may pity the writer of these lines for his ignorance of the charming comforts, as yet unborn, which will render his physical condition so delightful. To thee, O future reader, I am what the gypsy is to me. Wait, my dear boy of the future, wait till you get to heaven, which is a long way off from the gypsies. Let us return. We had spoken of pattern, or of crosses by the wayside, and this led naturally enough to speaking of him who died on the cross, and of wandering. And I must confess that it was with great interest I learned that the gypsies, from a very singular and Romani point of view, respect, and even pay him, in common with the peasantry in some parts of England, a peculiar honor. For this reason I bade the gypsy carefully repeat his words, and wrote them down accurately. I give them in the original, with a translation. Let me first state that my informant was not quite clear in his mind, as to whether the Boro Divus, or Great Day, was Christmas or New Year's, nor was he by any means certain on which Christ was born, but he knew very well that when it came, the gypsies took great pains to burn an ash wood fire. Avli, a dostajirasive had to jald eui or trinmes of a Boro Divasig in the sala, to lel ash wood for the yak. That was when I was a biddy chavo, for my goddess always would care of it, and we cares it because Foki pens our savior. The Tikno Duval was born apre the Boro Divas, pray the Puv, Avri in the Tem, like we Romanus, and he was brought pray passion ash yag. Why you can dictavo adre the scriptures. The ivy and holly and pine rocks never puckered a level when our savior was gathering of his cacaro, and so they tools their jivaban sar, the wen, and Dixel no saw the besh, but the ash, like the sorello rock, puckered at him, where he was gathering, so they have to hatch mulo adre the wen. And so we Romani chals always hatchers and ash yag saw the Boro diffuses, for the Tikno Duval was chivde grave wadras pray the puvius like a Romani chal, and kister dapran mila like a Romani, and gelled pale the tm amang in his moro like a Rom, and he was always a pulvery show mush, like we, till he was nashered by the Gorgias, and he kister dapra a mila, avali, your chorus he putchered the pash grey if he might kister her, but she puckered him keck. So because the pash grey wouldn't ricker him, she was saw held against as never to be a dire leltickness. So she never lelled keck, nor any cross either. Then he putchered the mila to ricker him, and she penned, avali, so he ped across apra lackeys dumo, and to the divus the mila has a train bongo drum and latter's tickness, but the pash grey has keck, so the milas longs of the Romanus, translation, yes. Many a time I've had to go 2 or 3 miles of a great day, Christmas, early in the morning, to get ash wood for the fire. That was when I was a small boy, for my father always would do it. And we do it because people say our Savior, the small God, was born on the great day, in the field, out in the country, like we Romanists, and he was brought up by an ash fire. Here a sudden sensation of doubt or astonishment at my ignorance seemed to occur to my informant, for he said, "Why, you can see that in the scriptures," to which I answered, "But the Gypsies have scripture stories different from those of the Gorgias, and different ideas about religion. Go on with your story. Why do you burn ash wood?" The ivy, and holly, and pine trees, never told a word where our Savior was hiding himself, and so they keep alive all the winter, and look green all the year. But the ash, like the oak, lit, strong tree, told of him, lit, a cross, against him, where he was hiding, so they have to remain dead through the winter, and so we Gypsies always burn an ash fire every great day. For the Savior was born in the open field like a gypsy, and rode on an ass like one, and went round the land a-begging his bread like Ram. And he was always a poor wretched man like us, till he was destroyed by the Gentiles. And he rode on an ass, yes. Once he asked the mule if he might ride her, but she told him no. So because the mule would not carry him, she was cursed never to be a mother or have children, so she never had any, nor any cross either. Then he asked the ass to carry him, and she said yes, so he put a cross upon her back. And to this day the ass has a cross and bears young, but the mule has none. So the asses belong to, are peculiar to, the Gypsies. There was a pause, when I remarked, "That is a fino gudlo, a fine story, and all of it about an ash tree. Can you tell me anything about the Sorello rock, the strong tree, the oak?" "Only what I've often heard our people say about its life." "And what is that?" "Du 100 besh a hatchin, du 100 besh nasher in his chucko, du 100 besh pray he molars, and then he nasher sar his rat in his kikumi kushto." "That is good, too. There are a great many men who would like to live as long, Tacho, true, but an old coat can hold out better than a man. If a man gets a hole in him he dies, but his chucko, colt, can be toofered and sieved that way, mended and sewed up, forever. So, unless a man could get a new life every year, as they say the Hepids, the little lizards do, he needn't hope to live like an oak. Do the lizards get a new life every year, Avali? A Hepid only lives 1 year, and then he begins life over again. Do snails live as long as lizards? Not when I find 'em, Ria. If I am hungry, snails are good eating. You can find plenty on the hedges. When they're going about in the fields or are found underwood, they are not good eating. The best are those which are kept, or live through, literally sleep, the winter. Take 'em and wash 'em and throw 'em into the kettle, with water and a little salt. The broth's good for the yellow jaundice, so you call a snail a beris, said the old fortune teller. Beris. The Hungarian gypsies call it a boro, but in Germany the Romanists say stargily. I wonder why a snail should be a stargily. I know, cried the brother, eagerly. When you put a snail on the fire, it cries out and squeaks just like a little child. Stargily means 4 cries. I had my doubts as to the accuracy of this startling derivation, but said nothing. The same gypsy on a subsequent occasion, being asked what he would call a roan horse in Romani, replied promptly, a matno gray, a fish horse. Why a matno gray? Because a fish has a roan, i.e., roe, hasn't it? Leastways I can't come no nearer to it, if it ain't that, but he did better when I was puzzling my brain, as the learned Pod and Zibble had done before me, over the possible origin of churro or churro, a ball, or anything round, when he suggested, Raya, I should say that as a churro is round, and a churro or cup is round, and they both sound alike and look alike. It must be all very much the same thing. Can you tell me anything more about snails? I asked, reverting to a topic which, by the way, I have observed is like that of the hedgehog, a favorite one with gypsies. Yes, you can cure warts with the big black kind that have no shells. You mean slugs. I never knew they were fit to cure anything. Why, that's one of the things that everybody knows. When you get a wart on your hands, you go onto the road or into the field till you find a slug, one of the large kind with no shell. literally, with no house upon him, and stick it on the thorn of a blackthorn in a hedge, and as the snail dies, one day after the other, for 4 or 5 days, the wart will die away. Many a time I've told that to Gorgias, and Gorgias have done it, and the warts have gone away, literally, cleaned away, from their hands. Here the gypsy began to inquire very politely if smoking were offensive to me, and as I assured him that it was not, he took out his pipe, and knowing by experience that nothing is more conducive to sociability, be it among Chippeways or gypsies, than that smoking which is among our Indians, literally a burnt offering, I produced a small clay pipe of the time of Charles II, given to me by a gentleman who has the amiable taste to collect such curiosities, and give them to his friends under the express condition that they shall be smoked, and not laid away as relics of the past. If you move in etching circles, dear readers, you will at once know to whom I refer. The quick eye of the gypsy at once observed my pipe. "That is a crow swaggler, a crow pipe," he remarked. "Why a crow pipe, I don't know. Some gypsies call them moles swagglers, or dead men's pipes, because those who made 'em were dead long ago. There are places in England where you can find 'em by dozens in the fields. I never saw one with so long a stem to it as yours. And they rolled, very old. What is it you call it before everything?" Here he seemed puzzled for a word. "When the world was a-making, the creation. Avally, that's it, the creation. Well, them crosswogglers was carried at the same time. They're hundreds, avally, thousands of precious years old, and sometimes we call the bay devil a swaggler, or we calls a swaggler the bay. Why? Because the devil lives in smoke." 3. The gypsy tinker. Difficulty of coming to an understanding with gypsies. The cabman, Romani for French. Wanderlust, gypsy politeness, the tinker and the painting, secrets of bat catching, the piper of Hamelin, and the tinker's opinion of the story, the Walloon tinker of Spa, Argot. One summer day in London, in 1871, I was seated alone in an artist's studio. Suddenly I heard without, beneath the window, the murmur of 2 voices, and the sleepy, hissing, grating sound of a scissors grinder's wheel. By me lay a few tools, one of which, a chisel, was broken. I took it, went softly to the window, and looked down. There was the wheel, including all the apparatus of a traveling tinker. I looked to see if I could discover in the 2 men who stood by it, any trace of the Romani. One, a fat, short, mind his own business, ragged son of the roads, who looked, however, as if a sturdy drinker might be hidden in his shell, was evidently not my affair. He seemed to be the company of the firm, but by him, and officiating at the wheeling smithy, stood a taller figure, the face to me invisible, which I scrutinized more nearly, and the instant I observed his head I said to myself, "This looks like it." For dilapidated, worn, wretched as that hat was, there was in it an attempt, though indescribably humble, to be something melodramatic, foreign, bohemian, and poetic. It was the mere blind, dull, dead germ of an effort, not even life, only the silly airy movement of an antecedent embryo, and yet it had got beyond Anglo-Saxondom. No costermonger, or common cad, or true Englishman, ever yet had that indefinable touch of the opera supernumerary in the streets. It was a sombrero. "That's the man for me," I said. So I called him, and gave him the chisel, and after a while went down. He was grinding away, and touched his hat respectfully as I approached. Now the reader is possibly aware that of all difficult tasks one of the most difficult is to induce a disguised gypsy, or even a professed one, to utter a word of Romani to a man not of the blood. Of this all writers on the subject have much to say, for it is so black swanish, I may say so centenarian in unfrequency, for a gentleman to speak gypsy, that the Zingaro thus addressed is at once subjected to morbid astonishment and nervous fears, which under his calm countenance and infinite cheek are indeed concealed, but which speedily reduce themselves to 2 categories. 1. That Romani is the language of men at war with the law, therefore you are either a detective who has acquired it for no healthy purpose, or else you yourself are a scamp so high up in the profession that it behooves all the little fish about bottom to beware of you too. Or else, what is quite as much to be dreaded, you are indeed a gentleman, but one seeking to make fun of him, and possibly able to do so. At any rate, your knowledge of Romani is a most alarming coin of vantage. Certainly, reader, you know that a regular London streeter, say a cabman, would rather go to jail than be beaten in a chaffing match. I nearly drove a hansom into sheer convulsions one night, about the time this chapter happened, by a very light puzzler indeed. I had hesitated between him and another. "You don't know your own mind," said the disappointed candidate to me. "Mind your own business," I replied. It was a poor palindrome, reader, hardly worth telling, yet it settled him. But he swore. Oh, of course he did. He swore beautifully. Therefore, being moved to caution, I approached calmly and gazed earnestly on the revolving wheel. "Do you know," I said, "I think a great deal of your business, and take a great interest in it?" "Yes, sir, I can tell you all the names of your tools in French. You'd like to hear them, wouldn't you?" "Very much indeed, sir." So I took up the chisel. "This," I said, "is a churi, sometimes called a chinamastro." "That's the French for it, is it, sir?" replied the tinker, gravely. Not a muscle of his face moved. "The coals," I added, "are hangers or wonders, sometimes called collis." "Never heard the words before in my life," quoth the sedate tinker. "The bellows is a putamengro. Some call it a pishoda." "Very fine language, sir, is French," rejoined the tinker. In every instance he repeated the words after me, and pronounced them correctly, which I had not invariably done. "Very fine language, but it's quite new to me." "You wouldn't think now," I said, affably, "that I had ever been on the roads." The tinker looked at me from my hat to my boots, and solemnly replied, "I should say it was very likely." "From your language, sir, very likely indeed." I gazed as gravely back as if I had not been at that instant the worst-souled man in London, and asked, "Can you racker Romanus, i.e., speak Gypsy?" And he said he could. Then we conversed. He spoke English intermingled with Gypsy, stopping from time to time to explain to his assistant, or to teach him a word. This portly person appeared to be about as well up in the English Gypsy as myself, that is, he knew it quite as imperfectly. I learned that the master had been in America, and made New York and Brooklyn glad by his presence, while Philadelphia, my native city, had been benefited as to its scissors and morals by him. "And as I suppose you made money there, why didn't you remain?" I inquired. The gypsy, for he was really a gypsy, and not a half-scrag, looked at me wistfully, and apparently a little surprised that I should ask him such a question. "Why, sir, you know that we can't keep still. Something kept telling me to move on, and keep a movin'. Some day I'll go back again." Suddenly, I suppose because a doubt of my perfect Freemasonry had been aroused by my absurd question, he said, holding up a kettle, "What do you call this here in Romanus?" "I call it a kekavi or a kavi," I said, "but it isn't right Romani. It's Greek, which the Romanicals picked up on their way here, and here I would remark, by the way, that I have seldom spoken to a gypsy in England, who did not try me on the word for kettle." "And what do you call a face?" he added. "I call a face a moi," I said, "and a nose a knack, and as for moi, I call Rickertero moi. Hold your jaw, that is German Romani." The tinker gazed at me admiringly, and then said, "You're deep gypsy." "I see, sir, that's what you are. Mo ravaja, mo racker so draven," I answered. "Don't talk so loud. Do you think I want all the gorgeous around here to know I talk gypsy?" "Come in, Jaladre the cur and Piaker Oliviner." The tinker entered. As with most gypsies, there was really, despite the want of education, a real politeness, a singular intuitive refinement pervading all his actions, which indicated, through many centuries of brutalization, that fountain, source of all politeness, the Oriental. Many a time I have found among gypsies whose life, and food, and dress, and abject ignorance, and dreadful poverty were far below that of most paupers and prisoners, a delicacy in speaking to and acting before ladies, and a tact in little things, utterly foreign to the great majority of poor Anglo-Saxons, and not by any means too common in even higher classes. For example, there was a basket of cakes on the table, which cakes were made like soldiers in platoons. Now Mr. Katsimangro, or Cicerman, as I call him, not being familiar with the anatomy of such delicate and winsome marrow, or bread, was startled to find, when he picked up one biscuit terrines, that he had taken a row. Instantly he darted at me an astonished and piteous glance, which said, I cannot, with my black tinker fingers, break off and put the cakes back again. I do not want to take all, it looks greedy, so I said, put them in your pocket, and he did so, quietly. I have never seen anything done with a better grace. On the easel hung an unfinished picture, representing the piper of Hamelin surrounded by rats without number. The gypsy appeared to be much interested in it. I used to be a rat catcher myself, he said. I learned the business under Oldley, who was the greatest rat catcher in England. I suppose you know, of course, sir, how to draw rats. Certainly, I replied. Oil of rhodium. I have known a house to be entirely cleared by it. There were just 36 rats in the house, and they had a trap which held exactly 12. For 3 nights they caught a dozen, and that finished the congregation. Aniseed is better, replied the gypsy, solemnly. By the way, another and an older gypsy afterwards told me that he used caraway oil, and the heads of dried herrings, and if you've got a rat, sir, anywhere in this here house, I'll bring it to you in 5 minutes. He did, in fact, subsequently bring the artist as models for the picture 2 very pretty rats, which he had quite tamed while catching them. But what does the picture mean, sir? He inquired with curiosity. Once upon a time, I replied, there was a city in Germany which was overrun with rats. They teased the dogs and worried the cats, and bit the babies in the cradle, and licked the soup from the cook's own ladle. There must have been an uncommon lot of them, sir, replied the tinker, gravely. There was. Millions of them. Now in those days there were no Romanicals, and consequently no rat catchers. Tain't so nowadays, replied the gypsy, gloomily. The business is quite spiled, and not to get a living by, avo. And by the time the people had almost gone crazy, one day there came a man, a gypsy, the first gypsy who had ever been seen in Davotiam, or that country, and he agreed for 1,000 crowns to clear all the rats away. So he blew on a pipe, and the rats all followed him out of town. What did he blow on a pipe for? Just for Hockerben, to humbug them. I suppose he had oils rubbed on his heels, but when he had drawn the rats away and asked for his money, they would not give it to him. So then, what do you think he did, I suppose? Ah, I see, said the gypsy, with a shrewd look. He went and drew them all back again. No, he went, and this time piped all the children away. They all went after him, all except one little lame boy, and that was the last of it. The gypsy looked earnestly at me, and then, as if I puzzled, but with an expression of perfect faith, he asked, and is that all, Tacho? All a fact, or is it made up, you know? Well, I think it is partly one and partly the other. You see, that in those days gypsies were very scarce, and people were very much astonished at rat drawing, and so they made a queer story of it. But how about the children? Well, I answered, I suppose you have heard occasionally that gypsies used to draw Gorgias Chavis, steal people's children. Very grave indeed was the assent yielded to this explanation. He had heard it among other things. My dear Mr. Robert Browning, I little thought, when I suggested to the artist your poem of the Piper, that I should ever retell the story in Romany to a tinker. But who knows with whom he may associate in this life, or whither he may drift on the great white rolling sea of humanity? Did not Lord Lytton, unless the preface to Palomar, himself once tarry in the tents of the Egyptians? And did not Christopher North also wander with them, and sing, oh, little did my mother think, the day she cradled me, the land that I should travel in, or the death that I should die, or gyre often about weeting clearloons, and sick like company? You know, sir, said the gypsy, that we have 2 languages, for besides the Romany, there's the regular cant, which all tinkers talk. Cannock you mean? Yes, sir, that's the Romany for it. A dolly mort is Cannock, but it's Juva or Rockly in Romanus. It's a girl, or a Romschi. You say rom sometimes, and then rum. There's rums and rums, sir. The rum is a gypsy, and a rom is a husband. That's your English way of calling it. All the rest of the world over there is only one word among gypsies, and that is rom. Now, the allusion to canic or can't by a tinker recalls an incident which, though not strictly gypsy in its nature, I will nevertheless narrate. In the summer of 1870 I spent several weeks at Spa in the Ardennes. One day while walking I saw by the roadside a picturesque old tinker, looking neither better nor worse than the grinder made immortal by tenures. I was anxious to know if all of his craft in Belgium could speak gypsy, and addressed him in that language, giving him at the same time my knife to grind. He replied politely in French that he did not speak Romani, and only understood French and Walloon, yet he seemed to understand perfectly the drift of my question, and to know what gypsy was, and its nature, since after a pause he added, with a significant smile, "But to tell the truth, monsieur, though I cannot talk Romani, I know another secret language. I can speak Argot fluently now. I retain in my memory, from reading the memoirs of Vidic 30 years ago, one or two phrases of this French thief's slang, and I at once replied that I knew a few words of it myself, adding, 'Tu sais Jaspiner and Bighorn, you can talk Argot.' 'Oui, monsieur, et tu vas ralent à Vernon Verigna, and you go about from town to town?' Grave and keen, and with a queer smile, the tinker replied, very slowly, 'Monsieur knows the gypsies?' Here he shook his head, and monsieur speaks Argot very well. A shrug. Perhaps he knows more than he credits himself with. Perhaps, and here his wink was diabolical, perhaps monsieur knows the entire tongue. Spot is full not only of gamblers, but of numbers of well-dressed Parisian sharpers who certainly know the entire tongue. I hastened to pay my tinker, and went my way homewards. Ross Brown was accused in Syria of having burgled onions, and the pursuit of philology has twice subjected me to be suspected by tinkers as a flourishing member of the dangerous classes. But to return to my rat catcher, as I quoted a verse of German gypsy song, he manifested an interest in it, and put me several questions with regard to the race in other lands. I wish I was a rich gentleman. I would like to travel like you, sir, and have nothing to do but go about from land to land, looking after a Romani people as you do, and learning everything Romani. Is it true, sir, we come from Egypt? No, I think not. There are gypsies in Egypt, but there is less Romani in their gyp language than in any other gypsy tribe in the world. The gypsies came from India, and don't you think, sir, that we're of the children of the lost 10 tribes? I am quite sure that you never had a drop of blood in common with them. Tell me, do you know any gypsy jillas, any songs? Only a bit of a one, sir. Most of it isn't fit to sing, but it begins, and here he sang, "Jaldre the cur my honey, and you shall be my rom." And chanting this, after thanking me, he departed, gratified with his gratuity, rejoiced at his reception, and most undoubtedly benefited by the beer with which I had encouraged his palaver. A word, by the way, which is not inappropriate, since it contains in itself the very word of words, the lav, which means a word, and is most antiquely and excellently gypsy. Pahlavi is Old Persian, and Tipenlavi is Romani all the world over to speak words. 4. Gypsy respect for the dead. Gypsies and Comtists identical as to religion, singular manner of mourning for the dead, as practiced by gypsies, illustrations from life, Gypsy Job and the Cigars, odes by the dead, universal gypsy custom of never mentioning the names of the dead, burying valuable objects with the dead, gypsies, Comtists, Hegelians, and Jews. The Reverend James Crabb, Comte, the author of the Positivist philosophy, never felt the need of religion until he had fallen in love, and at the present day, his faith appears to consist in a worship of the great and wise and good among the dead. I have already spoken of many gypsies reminding me, by their entirely unconscious ungodliness, of thorough Hegelians. I may now add, that, like the positivists, they seem to correct their irreligion through the influence of love, and by a strange custom, which is, in spirit and fact, nothing less than adoring the departed and offering to the dead a singular sacrifice. He who has no house finds a home in family and friends, whence it results that the gypsy, despite his ferocious quarrels in the clan, and his sharp practice even with near relations, is, all things considered, perhaps the most devoted to kith and kin of anyone in the world. His very name, Rum, a husband, indicates it. His children, as almost every writer on him, from Grellman down to the present day, has observed, are more thoroughly indulged and spoiled than any non-gypsy can conceive, and despite all the apparent contradictions caused by the selfishness born of poverty, irritable Eastern blood, and the eccentricity of semi-civilization, I doubt if any man, on the whole, in the world, is more attached to his own. It was only 3 or 4 hours ago, as I write, on the 5th day of February, 1872, that a gypsy said to me, "It is 9 years since my wife died, and I would give all Angleterre to have her again." That the real religion of the gypsies, as I have already observed, consists like that of the Comtists, in devotion to the dead, is indicated by a very extraordinary custom, which, notwithstanding the very general decay, of late years, of all their old habits, still prevails universally. This is the refraining from some usage or indulgence in honor of the departed, a sacrifice, as it were, to their manes, and I believe that, by inquiring, it will be found to exist among all gypsies in all parts of the world. In England it is shown by observances which are maintained at great personal inconvenience, sometime for years, or during life. Thus, there are many gypsies who, because a deceased brother was fond of spirits, have refrained, after his departure, from tasting them, or who have given up their favorite pursuits, for the reason that they were last indulged in company with the lost and loved one. As a further illustration, I will give in the original gypsy language, as I myself took it down rapidly, but literally, the comments of a full-blooded gypsy on this custom, the translation being annexed. I should state that the narrative which precedes his comments was a reply to my question, why he invariably declined my offer of cigars. "No, I never tuve cigarettes, keck. I never tuve some kenna since my pal's chavo job mullered, and I'll poker toot how it welled." It was at the Boro Will Goro where the greyest prasters, I was carin' the payas of the costers, and Mandy Dick de Ryan pokered him for a droppy laviner. "Avali," he penned, "I'll del you laviner and a cushto to valo too." "Piraco," says I. "Rya so he del Mandy the laviner and a dozen cigarettes. I pet adre my pochi and jail dapre the purge and latch.oe my pal's chavo." And he poot the Mandy. "Where you jallin' to, Caco?" And I penned, "Job, I've lelled some covis for toot, Tacho," says he, so I del him the cigarettes. "Penty, where de toot latcher em, a ride del him Mandy." So he pet adre his pochi, and puckered Mandy. "What'll to lell to pie, a droppy laviner?" So we pen Powley the Grace Prasters. "I'll jall it at the Puvius and Dick toot, 8 or 9 deviews is Powley, at the K. Alice's gav." His pal well to Mandy and puckered me job sus naflo. And I pent, "Anything dush, worse nor davo what is the covo?" Says Yuv. "Mandy comes toot to jal to my pal. Don't spare the gry, muck her jal." So he del me a fino gray, and I kissed her ape me so sick that I thought I'd mort her, and I pet her dre the stanaya, and I jal the lay in the puv and although I dick job, "Thank me duval, panty, caco use well dake, and if Mandy gets opre this boonye, for 'twas the boonye he'd lelled, I'll del to the cushdist cry that you'll be tar the Romney chells," but he mullered, and he pens as he was mullerin', "Caco, 2 gins the cigaris you della Mandy." "Avali," I says he, "I've got a mackay in my pochi." Mandy and my pens was by him, but his Romney was avery. Adre the borrowed tan, beginning covis, for she'd never lelled the boonye, nor his chavis. So they couldn't well a dickin, for we wouldn't muck 'em, and so he mullered. And when Yuv's mullo I pet my westedre his pochi and their Mandy lastered the cigarettes, and from Davo Cheras, Raya, Mandy never tuved a cigar. "Avali, there's a duster Romney chulls that cares Davo." And when my juval mullered, "Mandy never lelled Nakengro Kikumi, some jer uses in her jivabin, she'd lell a biddy Nakengro avri my mocto." And when I'd pen, "Dearie Juvo, what do you care Davo for?" she pucker Mandy. "It's cushty for my shero." And so when she mullered Mandy never lelled she senses. Some mushes want ha mass because the pal or pin at mullard was come up into it. Some want pile of ener for pant or ten bash. Some want ha the camaban match o that the chavo had. Some want ha pew vangros or pitude, or ha pabis, and sar, for the molas. Some won't care wardis or kill the basha mangro, that's mantis poro chavos jilly, and some won't kill. No, I can't kill. The last time I killed was with mantis poor juvo that's been mullo this sturbash. Come pal. Let's jalan have a drabby laviner, the basha mangris autoly, kek, pal, kikumi. I never pied a drabby laviner since my BB's gelled. Kushto. Lel some tu valo pal. Kek. Mandy never tuved since Minno Juvo pelled a lay in the panny. And never gelled every kikumia jivaban. Well, let's jalan care payas with the costers. We I'll play you dui for a pint o laviner. Kek. I never cared the payas of the coster since my goddess mullard. The last cheris I ever played was with him. And Lena, the juva of my pal's chavo, job, never had plums at her ram mullard. Translation: no, I never smoke cigars. No, I never smoked them now since my brother's son Job died, and I'll tell you how it came. It was at the great fair where the horses run, i.e., the races. I was keeping a cockshy, and I saw a gentleman, and asked him for a drop of ale. Yes, he said, I'll give you ale, and a good smoke too. Thank you, says I, sir. So he gave me the ale, and a dozen cigars. I put them in my pocket, and went on the road and found there my brother's son, and he asked me, where are you going, uncle? And I said, Job, I have something for you. Good, says he. So I gave him the cigars. He said, where did you find them? A gentleman gave them to me. So he put them in his pocket, and asked me what'll you take to drink? A drop of ale. So he said, after the horses have run I'll go across the field and see you. 8 or 9 days after, at Hampton Court, his pal came to me and told me then Job was ill, and I said, anything wrong, worse nor that? What is the affair? Said he, I want you to go to my pal. Don't spare the horse. Let her go. So he gave me a fine horse, and I rode 8 miles so fast that I thought I'd killed her. And I put her in the stable, and I went down into the field, and there I saw Job. Thank God, said he, Uncle, you've come here, and if I get over this smallpox, for 'twas the smallpox he'd caught, I'll give you the best horse that you'll beat all the gypsies. But he died, and he says as he was dying, Uncle, you know the cigars you gave me? Yes, says he, I've got 'em here in my pocket. I and my sisters were by him, but his wife was outside in the great tent, selling things, for she never had the smallpox, nor his children, so they couldn't come to see, for we wouldn't let them, and so he died, and when he was dead, I put my hand in his pocket, and there I found the cigars. And from that time, sir, I never smoked a cigar. Yes, there are plenty of gypsies who do that, and when my wife died, I never took snuff again. Sometimes in her life she'd take a bit of snuff out, from my box, and when I'd say, dear wife, but do you do that for? She'd tell me, it's good for my head. And so when she died I never took any, none, since. Some men won't eat meat because the brother or sister that died was fond of, it. Some won't drink ale for 5 or 10 years. Some won't eat the favorite fish that the child ate. Some won't eat potatoes, or drink milk, or eat apples, and all for the dead. Some won't play cards or the fiddle, that's my poor boy's tune, and some won't dance. No, I can't dance. The last time I danced was with my poor wife, or girl, that's been dead this 4 years. Come, brother, let's go and have a drop of ale. The fiddler is there. No, brother, I never drank a drop of ale since my aunt died. Well, take some tobacco, brother. No, I have not smoked since my wife fell in the water and never came out again alive. Well, let's go and play at cockshy. We two will play you two for a pint of ale. No, I never played at cockshy since my father died. The last time I played was with him, and Lena, the wife of my nephew Job, never ate plums after her husband died. This is a strange manner of mourning. but it is more effective than the mere wearing of black, since it is often a long, sustained and trying tribute to the dead. Its Oriental Indian origin is apparent enough, but among the German Gypsies, who, I am firmly convinced, represent in language and customs their English brethren as the latter were 3 centuries ago, this reverence for the departed assumes an even deeper and more serious character. Mr. Richard Liebig, Die Zigeuner, Leipzig, 1863, tells us that in his country their most sacred oath is Abimulend, by the dead, and with it may be classed the equally patriarchal imprecation, by my father's hand, since writing the foregoing sentence a very remarkable confirmation of the existence of this oath among English gypsies, and the sacredness with which it is observed, came under my own observation. An elderly gypsy, during the course of a family difficulty, declared to his sister that he would leave the house. She did not believe he would until he swore by his dead wife, by his Mullo Juvo, and when he had said this, his sister promptly remarked, "Now you have sworn by her, I know you will do it." He narrated this to me the next day, adding that he was going to put a tent up about a mile away and live there. I asked him if he ever swore by his dead father, to which he said, "Always, until my wife died." This poor man was almost entirely ignorant of what was in the Bible, as I found by questioning him, but I doubt whether I know any Christian on whom a Bible oath would be more binding than was to him his own by the dead. To me there was something deeply moving in the simple earnestness and strangeness of this adjuration. The German, like the older English gypsies, carefully burned the clothes and bed of the deceased, and, indeed, most objects closely connected with them, and what is more extraordinary, evince their respect by carefully avoiding mentioning their names, even when they are borne by other persons or are characteristic of certain things, so that when a gypsy maiden named Forla once died, her entire nation, among whom the trout had always been known only by its German designation, Forel, at once changed the name, and, to this day it is called by the Mullo Macho, the dead fish, or at times Lolo Macho, the red fish. This is also the case among the English gypsies. Wishing to have the exact words and views of a real Romani on this subject, I made inquiry, and noted down his reply, which was literally as follows: Avali, when Romani chals or Juvis are mullahs, their pals don't call to shoon their nafs pali, it cares them to bongo, so they're purabin to waver nafs, so don't care it, kek, but pashtu, kenna. My chavos nav was horfer or horferus, but the biddy chavis pent him whacker. Well, yek divis pray the wilgoro o the grayest prasters, my juvo dicta boro daladre some have of a budica and pend, davo oddity dicks just like moro whacker, so we penned him wackerdle, but a term my juvo muller die rackerd him whacker again, because wackerdle pet mandy in camabeno my poor juvo, in English, yes, when gypsy men or women die, their friends don't care to hear their names again, it makes them too sad. So they are changed to other names. All don't do it, no, but half of them do so still. My boy's name was Horfor or Horferus, Orpheus, but the children called him Whacker. Well, one day at the great fair of the races, my wife saw a large doll in some window of a shop, and said, "That looks just like our Whacker." So we called him a Curdle, but after my wife died I called him Whacker again. Because Wackerdle put me in mind of my poor wife. When further interrogated on the same subject, he said, "A tear my juva molard. If I dict a waver rackly with Lakisnev, and Mandy was a racker in lackey, Mandied penajal waver juries nav, and rackerder by a waver nav, dalvos to penide lel some bongan sars polyorsuki, and it was the sarkava with my dades nav. If I dict a mush with a nav that simp leskers, Mandied racker him by a waver nav, for twold care any mush wafro to shoon the navias of the mull as it were camaban to him. Or in English, after my wife died, if I saw another girl with her name, and I was talking to her, I'd speak another woman's name, and call her by another name, that's to say, I'd take some nickname, such as Polly or Suki. And it was the same thing with my father's name. If I saw a man with a name that was the same as his literally, that saint his, I'd call him by another name, for 'twold make any man grieve, lit, bait, to hear the names of the dead that were dear to him, I suppose that there are very few persons, not of gypsy blood, in England, to whom the information will not be new, that there are to be found everywhere among us, people who mourn for their lost friends in this strange and touching manner. Another form of respect for the departed among gypsies is shown by their frequently burying some object of value with the corpse, as is, however, done by most wild races. On questioning the same gypsy last alluded to, he spoke as follows on this subject, I taking down his words. When Job mullered and was chived adre the puv, there was a nevi kush to dick and ui chakis packard adre the mullo mocto, dighton pendamandi the waver divus, that 10,000 bars was gathered posh yakko the chilkits, and I've shundo some Stanleys were buried with sonike wungashis aprelonji wastas. Dusar the Romani Charles Caradavo, Kek, some chips covas pa with macron sh the mullas adre the puv, and Buddha dosta don't, in English. When Job died and was buried, there was a new beautiful pair of shoes put in the coffinlet. Corpse box. Dighton told me the other day that 3,000 pounds were hidden with one of the Chilkits, and I have heard of some Stanleys who were buried with gold rings on their fingers. Do all the gypsies do that? No, some put things with the dead in the earth, and many do not. Mr. Liebich further declares that while there is really nothing in it to sustain the belief, this extraordinary reverence and regard for the dead is the only fact at all indicating an idea of the immortality of the soul which he has ever found among the gypsies. But, as he admits, it proves nothing. To me, however, it is grimly grotesque when I return to the disciples of Kant, the positivists, the most highly cultivated scholars of the most refined form of philosophy in its latest stage, and find that their ultimate and practical manifestation of law religion is quite the same as that of those unaffected and natural positivists, the gypsies. With these, as with the others, our fathers find their immortality in our short-lived memories, and if among either, someone moved by deep love, as August was by the eyes of Clotilda, has yearned for immortality with the dear one, and cursed in agony annihilation, he falls upon the faith founded in ancient India, that only that soul lives forever which has done so much good on earth, as to leave behind it in humanity ineffaceable traces of its elevation. Verily, the poor gypsies would seem, to a humorist, to have been created by the devil, whose name they almost use for God, a living parody and satanic burlesque of all that human faith, doubt, or wisdom have ever accomplished in their highest forms, even to the weakest-minded and most uninformed manufacturers of grim and deluded pamphlets on the gypsies. Their parallel to the Jews is most apparent. All over the world this black and God-wanting shadow dances behind the solid theism of the people, affording proof that if the latter can be preserved, even in the wildest wanderings, to illustrate Holy Writ, so can gypsydom, for no apparent purpose whatever. How often have we heard that the preservation of the Jews is a phenomenon without equal, and yet they both live, the sad and sober Jew, the gay and tipsy gypsy, Shamite and Aryan, the one so ridiculously like and unlike the other, that we may almost wonder whether humor does not enter into the divine purpose, and have its place in the destiny of man. For my own part, I shall always believe that the heathen mythology shows a superiority to any other, in one conception, that of Loki, who into the tremendous upturnings of the universe always inspires a grim grotesqueness, a laughter either diabolic or divine. Judaism, which is preeminently the principle of religious belief, the metaphysical emancipation and enlightenment of Germany, and the materialistic positivism of France, are then, as I have indicated, nowhere so practically and yet laughably illustrated as by the gypsy, free from all the trammels of faith, and, to the last degree, indifferent and rationalistic. He satisfies the demands of Feuerbach, devoted to the positive and to the memory of the dead. He is the ideal of the greatest French philosophy, while as a wanderer on the face of the earth, not neglectful of picking up things en route, he is the rather blurred facsimile of the Hebrew. The main difference in the latter parallel being that while the Jews are God's chosen people, the poor gypsies seem to have been selected as favorites by that darker spirit, whose name they have naively substituted for divinity, nomen omen. I may add, however, in due fairness, that there are in England some true gypsies of unmixed blood, who, it may be without much reflection, have certainly adopted ideas consonant with a genial faith in immortality, and certain phases of religion. The reader will find in another chapter a curious and beautiful gypsy custom recorded, that of burning an ash fire on Christmas Day, in honor of our Savior, because he was born and lived like a gypsy. And one day I was startled by bearing a ram samet yuval hatch for Mandian Kermi Kushto. My God, stand up for me and make me well, that he added, in an explanatory tone, is what you say when you're sick. These instances, however, indicate no deep-seated conviction, though they are certainly curious, and, in their extreme simplicity, affecting. That truly good man, the Reverend James Crabb, in his touching little book, The Gypsy's Advocate, gave numbers of instances of gypsy conversions to religion and of real piety among them, which occurred after their minds and feelings had been changed by his labors. Indeed, it would seem as if their lively imaginations and warm hearts rendered them extremely susceptible to the sufferings of Jesus. But this does not in the least affect the extraordinary truth, that in their nomadic and natural condition, the gypsies, all the world over, present the spectacle, almost without a parallel, of total indifference to, and ignorance of, religion, and that I have found true old-fashioned specimens of it in England. I would say, in conclusion, that the Reverend James Crabb, whose unaffected and earnest little book tells its own story, did much good in his own time and way among the poor gypsies, and the fact that he is mentioned to the present day, by them, with respect and love, proves that missionaries are not useless, nor gypsies ungrateful, though it is almost the fashion with too many people to assume both positions as rules without exceptions. 5. Gypsy Letters. A gypsy's letter to his sister, drabbing horses, fortune-telling, cockshies, Hatcham Powley, or Hillel Sarthakovas, 2 German gypsy letters. I shall give in this chapter a few curious illustrations of gypsy life and character, as shown in a letter, which is illustrated by 2 specimens in the German-Romani dialect. With regard to the first letter, I might prefix to it, as a motto, old John Willet's remark, "What's a man without an imagination?" Certainly it would not apply to the gypsy, who has an imagination so lively as to be at times almost ungovernable, considering which I was much surprised that, so far as I know, the whole race has as yet produced only one writer who has distinguished himself in the department of fiction, albeit he who did so was a giant therein, I mean John Bunyan. And here I may well be allowed an unintended digression, as to whether Bunyan were really a gypsy. In a previous chapter of this work, I, with little thought of Bunyan, narrated the fact that an intelligent tinker, and a full gypsy, asked me last summer in London, if I thought that the Romani were of the 10 tribes of Israel, when John Bunyan tells us explicitly that he once asked his father whether he and his relatives were of the race of the Israelites, he having then never seen a Jew, and when he carefully informs his readers that his descent was of a low and inconsiderable generation, my father's house being of that rank that is meanest and most despised of all the families of the land, there remains no rational doubt whatever that Bunyan was indeed a Rom of the Romani, a plico of which, as my own special and particular gypsy is wont to say, it is worth noting that the magician Shakespeare, who knew everything, showed himself superior to many modern dramatists in being aware that the tinkers of England had, not a peculiar cant, but a special language. And now for the letters. One day Ward Engro of the Alice's Gav asked me to write him a letter to his daughter in Romani, so I began to write from his dictation. But being, like all his race, unused to literary labor, his lively imagination continually led him astray, and as I found amusement in his so doing, it proved to be an easy matter to induce him to wander off into scenes of gypsy life, which, however edifying they might be to my reader, would certainly not have the charm of novelty to the black-eyed lady to whom they were supposed to be addressed. However, as I read over from time to my Romani Chow what I had written, his delight in actually hearing his own words read from writing partook of all the pride of successful authorship. It was, my dear sir, like your delight over your first proof sheet. Well, this was the letter. A translation will be found following it. The Panyaji December 16, 1871. My Ka with Makron Mli Chavi, Kushti back. My camabin to turo mush and turo addison besto back. We've had wavery back, my pen's been naflo this here coricus. We're doing very well fro and couldn't lel no wonder. Your DUI pals are caring kashto, prasterin bout the TM, bicken in covers. Your puro caco weld acately to his pen, and hatched trindivus, and jawed avery like a puro jucco, and never del mandi a pashero, kekadusta nevi, oracli asai lel the ho waver divis from a waver racli, and the one who nashered pens, delit paliamandi and I want duckertude. Delit apre, but the waver racli penned kek, and so they bitchered for the prastermengro. He lel the juva to the wardo, and just before she welled audily, she hatched her blust in her pochi, unsheathed avery, and the prastermengro hatched it apre, so they bitchered her for sharabin. Here my gypsy suggested that starto or steramangro might be used for greater elegance, in place of sharabin. I've got kek Ryan can't lel no one kertikin kek. My camly chavi, if you could bitch me a few bars it would be camabin. I reckers my cuva sapre me do mokena. I dip my caco, waver divisadre a lotta romanich als, saw pine. There was the juva sakoran adoli, and the mush is a corin and there was a boro chingare. Some with kaliakas and some with sherishchin so the rat jaldal I pray the drum. There was DUI or trinbar de pesser in the sala, for the grayus and milus that got in pandemum, pandapin. Your pal's got a kushti grai that can jalalangus the drum kashto, L2's got a baro kashto grai. He jawed to the Wilgoro, to the Borogav, with a pogaba veskro gryan and a nikengro, you could a more davo gryan kek pendalaftude. I delit some balavis to hatch his bavel and I bickened it for 9 bar, to arrive at Eugen's kashto. Lottie was at the Wilgoro ducker in the Ranis. She lelled some kushti haben, and her jellico was saw porter when she dicked her mush and shelled. Havakai, I've got some fine haben, she pent to Arakli. Petra wonder adre turo weston al duckertute, and she lelled a PA with macron sh bar from the Rani. She penter, you coms orai longo duras. He's a colo and there's a waverai, a pano, that calms you too, and you'll soon lelichin a mangry. Toodle rum orbin before DUI besh, and be the die of trinchavis there was a gry jalin with a ward o langus the drum, and I dicked a racklo, and pooched, hem, how much wonder, and he puckered many desh bar, I penned, is davo, nako gry, avali, well, a Romani chuld el hem desh bar for the gry and behind it for 12 bar to a baro rye. It was the fino colo gry with a boro heri, but had an aflo piro. It was the Nero Piro and was a delamescro. He delit some hopium drab to hatchati, and tooled his salavangro upo the purges, at the payas with the costers a rye weldon wantello shelled avery, trin costers for a hora, 18 for a shikari, and the rye leld a coster and we had panch kalas for trindazinus, the rye kaired payas gushto and leld panch coconuts, and leld us to his wardo. And dealt Mandy trincaris of tatty penny, so that I was most maddo. He was a kushti rye and his ranny was as good as the rye. There was a waver mush a playin, and Mandy pen the kosh polier, hatchamadity, don't well adore or he'll el saw the covers. Sheevim pali he rackard the rise and got 15 cullis from yek. And no more o the divis from your compal, and translation. The Water Village, December 16, 1871. My dear daughter, good luck, my love to your husband and your father, and best luck. We've had bad fortune, my sister has been sick this here week. We're doing very badly and could not get any money. Your 2 brothers are doing well, running about the country selling things. Your old uncle came to his sister and stayed 3 days, and went away like an old dog and never gave me a penny. Nothing much new. A girl here took a watch the other day from another girl, and the one who lost it said, "Give it back to me and I won't hurt you." But the other girl said no, and so they sent for the constable. He took the girl to the station, or carriage, and just before she got there she put her hand in her pocket and threw it away, and the policeman picked it up, so they sent her to prison. I have no horse, and can't get any money to buy none. My dear daughter, if you could send me a few pounds it would be agreeable. I carry my traps on my back now. I saw my uncle the other day among a lot of gypsies, all drinking. There were the women fighting there, and the men fighting, and there was a great shindig, some with black eyes, and some with heads cut so that the blood ran down on the road. There were 2 or 3 pounds to pay in the morning for the horses and asses that were in a pound. Your brother has got a capital horse that can go along the road nicely. L2 has a large fine horse. He went to the fair in, with a broken-winded horse and a glandered. You could have killed that horse and nobody said a word to you. I gave it some lard to stop his breathing, and I sold it for £9 to a gentleman whom you know well. Lottie was at the fair telling fortunes to the ladies. She got some excellent food, and her apron was quite full, when she saw her husband and cried out, "Come here, I've got some nice victuals," she said to a girl. "Put your money in your hand and I'll tell you your fortune." And she took half a sovereign from the lady. She told her, "You love a gentleman who is far away. He is dark, and there is another gentleman, a fair-haired man that loves you, and you will soon get a letter. You'll marry before 2 years, and be the mother of 3 children." There was a horse going with a wagon along the road, and I saw a youth, and asked him, "How much money for the horse?" And he replied to me, £10. I said, "Is that your horse?" "Yes." Well, a gypsy gave him £10 for the horse, and sold it for £12 to a great gentleman. It was a good black horse, with a handsome, strong leg, literally large, but it had a bad foot, it was the near foot, and it was a kicker. He gave it some opium medicament to keep quiet, literally to stop there, and held his rein, i.e., trotted him so as to show his pace, and conceal his faults, on the road. At the cockshy a gentleman came, and one helloed out, 3 sticks for a penny, 18 for a sixpence, and the gentleman took a stick, and we had 5 shillings for 3 dozen throws. The gentleman played well, and got 5 coconuts, and took us to his carriage and gave me 3 glasses of brandy, so that I was almost drunk. He was a good gentleman, and his lady was as good as her husband. There was another man playing, and I said, "Set the sticks more back, set him there, don't go further or he'll get all the things." Set him back. A gypsy girl talked to the gentleman, i.e., persuaded them to play, and got 15 shillings from one. And no more today from your dear brother. One thing in the foregoing letter is worth noting. Every remark or incident occurring in it is literally true, drawn from life, per a simple. It is, indeed, almost the resume of the entire life of many poor gypsies during the summer, and I may add that the language in which it is written, though not the deep or grammatical gypsy, in which no English words occur, as for instance in the Lord's Prayer, as given by Mr. Borrow in his appendix to the Gypsies in Spain, is still really a fair specimen of the Romani of the present day, which is spoken at races by cockshysters and fortune-tellers. The water village, from which it is dated, is the generic term among gypsies for all towns by the seaside. The phrase kushto, or kushti, back, good luck, is after Sarishan, or how are you, the common greeting among gypsies. The fight is from life and to the life, and the 2 or 3 pounds to pay in the morning for the horses and asses that got impounded, indicates its magnitude. To have a beast impound in consequence of a frolic, is a common disaster in gypsy life. During the dictation of the foregoing letter, my gypsy paused at the word broken-winded horse, when I asked him how he could stop the heavy breathing, with ballavas, or lard and starch, long enough to sell it. But how would you sell a glandered horse? Here he described, with great ingenuity, the manner in which he would tool or manage the horse, an art in which gypsies excel all the world over, and which, as Mr. Borrow tells us, they call in Spain a picuro, which is pure Persian, but that would not stop the running. How would you prevent that? I don't know. Then I am a better grey Anglo than you, for I know a powder, and with a penny's worth of it I could stop the glanders in the worst case, long enough to sell the horse. I once knew an old horse dealer who paid £60 for a Nicangro, a glandered horse, which had been powdered in this way. The gypsy listened to me in great admiration. About a week afterwards I heard he had spoken of me as follows: "Don't talk about knowing. My Rhine knows more than anybody. He can cheat any man in England selling him a glandered horse." Had this letter been strictly confined to the limits originally intended, it would have spoken only of the sufferings of the family, the want of money, and possibly, the acquisition of a new horse by the brother. In this case it bears a decided family likeness to the following letter in the German Gypsy dialect, which originally appeared in a book entitled Betrag zur ritualischen Grammatik, oder Wörterbuch von der Zigeunersprache, Leipzig 1755, and which was republished by DRAF Pod in his stupendous work, Die Zigeuner in Europe und the Scene, Halle, 1844, German Gypsy, Miri Comli Romney, 30 William Frankfurter William Tagajam Apro Nuaforo, Apro Drum Nehis Mange Misto, Merminush Chinger Weems Katini. Chil his Tamid Shatwetra, Chawel Naswal, Dowaker, Kaimi Gajam Metter Gestiastella, Merzigati Auturno Calbo Nossel Penge, Ovlaj so te hanfute Wallate Schwigerizakri te Stifjakri Hospinder Dachias Nina, Lapanara, William K. Torero te Wyam Helotter Nanged Kurdam Chinger Wamangi Kash te Amari Wastchiangri Budon, Oder Hunt di Ka te Kinajamoni Pre te Bikua Pale, te de Dinker Water Not or Waman Kayak, Ni Bim Kayak Yerman Grinder Penny Abermende, Buden Chingerd Buden Trine and Marde te Man, Chamaster Apri Budonchid. Obala Binte Rakol Tat Andre Sa Kalester, Kaimi Wiamadher Tame Cha Atiro Rumshin Andro Marabin. Translation. My dear wife, before I came to Frankfurt I went to Neustadt. On the way it did not go well with me. Our men quarreled together. It was cold and wet weather. The children were ill. That house into which we had gone burnt down. Our kid and the young calf run away. The flax and hempen wool, which the sister-in-law and stepdaughter spun, are also burned. In short, I say I became so poor that we all went naked. I thought of cutting wood and working by hand, or I should go into business and sell something. I think I will make my living so. I was so treated by the soldiers. They fell on us, wounded many, 3 they killed, and I was taken to prison to work for life. Heaven preserve you in all things from that into which I have fallen, and I remain thy husband unto death. It is the same sad story in all wretchedness, poverty, losses, and hunger. In the English letter there was a chingery, a schind. In the German they have a chinger, which is nearly the same word, and means the same. It may be remarked as curious that the word marabin at the end of the letter, meaning death, is used by English gypsies to signify life as well. Dick at the Gorgias round Mandy, trying to take my marabin away. The third letter is also in the German Gypsy dialect and requires a little explanation. Once a man named Charles Augustus was arrested as a beggar and suspected gypsy, and brought before Mr. Richard Liebich, who appears to have been nothing less in total than the first Lichroys, Plotenskum Criminal Rathontvorstand as first Lichen Kriminalgericht zu Lobenstein, in fact, a rather lofty local magistrate. Before this terrible title Charles appeared, and swore stoutly that he was no more a Romani child than he was one of the apostles. For be it remembered, reader, that in Germany at the present day, the mere fact of being a gypsy is still treated as a crime. Suddenly the judge attacked him with the words, Tu Halram, Miham, Rager Chatskippen, thou art a gypsy, I am a gypsy, speak the truth. And Charles, looking up in amazement and seeing the black hair and brown face of the judge, verily believed that he was of the blood of Dom, so crossing his arms on his breast in true Oriental style, he salaamed deeply, and in a submissive voice said, Miham Ram, I am a gypsy. The judge did not abuse the confidence gained by his little trick, since he appears to have taken Charles under his wing, employed him in small jobs. In America we should say chores, but the word would be frightfully significant if applied to a gypsy, and finally dismissed him. And Charles replied Romanesquely by asking for something. His application was as follows: German Gypsy, Lichtenberg ein die Schachtado, January 1859. Ladshow Baro Rally, Mihanchin Aduch Goldie Ui Train Law Inser Myers Elgau, Har Gis Mangen Demero for Oda Demer by Rengerenser, Har Wumi Style Go Gage Lean Demer Beer and Giram Arlo Delay, De Har Wum Biro Gage Lean John Mandran Nostalipin Brie, De Mangum Miam Arlo Lender, Guy Dam Delay, John Pendon Len Wellen Jeg Mander. Guy Me Dam Nero Lo Lend, Nast Penning John Garvover. Brinsherdo lo high and I jisig, o baro gotter lolo paro. Trincheri near detect child ogouters in agrolo, men we semarlo gargob channel obaro dualani balaban, miro baro barjaban vash demar ledsha bin bena, obaro dual the placer will demaro ledsho silai pure sas chiwahademan demaro zelo biro, de had tani by a rangier miro lo. De la mangua mi landa bitch and John Marlo gatero foro na I labi bitcha bister wordum sick. Guy meech and jerda mob demand, hi guard shadsko, guy miri romney has mando, go hide shadsko, abaro dual de bleaser will demange de mero led shosai, miro bargerban, de meetshaw de mero gendelo wuleto, Charles Augustine translation, Lichtenberg, January 18, 1859. Good great sir, I must write to you with these 2 or 3 words my whole business. Goud, English gypsy covo. Literally thing. How it happened to me in your town, by your servants, literally footmen. When I was arrested, your servants took my money away, and when I was free they took me out of prison. I asked my money of them which I had given up. They said they had got none from me, that I gave them my money they cannot deny. The said, literally, known, money is in a purse, a great piece, rent, and, old, 3 kreutzers, and a yellow piece of good-for-nothing money. I did not get my money, as the great God in heaven knows. My great thanks for your goodness, I say, the great God reward your good heart with long healthy life, you and your whole family, and if your servants find my money, I beg they will send it to the town Nyla, by the post at once. That I cursed you is not true, that my wife was drunk is true. The great God reward your good heart. My thanks, and I remain your obedient servant. Charles Augustine. Those who attempt to read this letter in the original, should be informed that German gypsy is, as compared to the English or Spanish dialects, almost a perfect language. In fact, Pod has by incredible industry actually restored it to its primitive complete form, and its orthography is now settled. Against this orthography poor Charles Augustine sins sadly, and yet it may be doubted whether many English tramps and beggars could write a better letter. The especial gypsy characteristic in this letter is the constant use of the name of God, and the pious profusion of blessings. She's the blessingest old woman I ever came across was very well said of an old Romani dame in England. And yet these well-wishings are not always insincere, and they are earnest enough when uttered in gypsy. 6. Gypsy words which have passed into English slang: jockey, tool, cove or covey, hook, hook it, and walker, hocus, hanky-panky, and hocus pocus, shindig, row, chivy, bungay, shavers, cliché, caliban, a rumman, pal, trash, cadger, cant, bosh, bats, chi, the cheese, she fencer, cooter, gorger, dick, dook, tanner, drum, gibberish, ken, lil, lur, loafer, maunder, moke, parney, posh, queer, raglan, bivvy, rigs, marl, distarabin, tiny, toffer, tool, punch, wardo, voker. One of Mr. Houghton's gypsy words. Welcher, yak, lushy, amol, pros, toshers, up to trap, barney, bb, co, cully, jomer, bloke, duffer, niggling, mug, bamboozle, slang, and bite. Rules to be observed in determining the etymology of gypsy words. Though the language of the gypsies has been kept a great secret for centuries, still a few words have in England oozed out here and there from some unguarded crevice, and become a portion of our tongue. There is, it must be admitted, a great difficulty in tracing, with anything like accuracy, the real origin or identity of such expressions. Some of them came into English centuries ago, and during that time great changes have taken place in Romani. At least 1/3 of the words now used by Scottish gypsies are unintelligible to their English brothers. To satisfy myself on this point, I have examined an intelligent English gypsy on the Scottish gypsy vocabularies in Mr. Simpson's work, and found it was as I anticipated, a statement which will not appear incredible when it is remembered, that even the Romani of Yedham have a dialect marked and distinct from that of other Scotch gypsies. As for England, numbers of the words collected by William Marston and Jacob Bryant in 1784, 1785, Dr. Bride in 1817, and by Harriet in 1830, are not known at the present day to any gypsies whom I have met. Again, it should be remembered that the pronunciation of Romani differs widely with individuals. Thus the word which is given as combo, a hill, by Bryant, I have heard very distinctly pronounced chumure. I believe that to Mr. Borrow is due the discovery that the word jockey is of gypsy origin, and derived from chuckney, which means a whip. For nothing is more clearly established than that the jockey whip was the original term in which this word first made its appearance on the turf, and that the chuckney was a peculiar form of whip, very long and heavy, first used by the gypsies. Jockeyism, says Mr. Borrow, properly means the management of a whip, and the word jockey is neither more nor less than the term, slightly modified, by which they designate the formidable whips which they usually carry, and which are at present in general use among horse traffickers, under the title of jockey whips. In Hungary and Germany the word occurs as chuckney or chukni, and chupney. Many of my readers are doubtless familiar with the word to tool, as applied to dexterously managing the reins and driving horses. To tool the horses down the road is indeed rather a fine word of its class, being as much used in certain clubs as in stables, and often denotes stylish and gentlemanly driving, and the term is without the slightest modification, either of pronunciation or meaning, directly and simply gypsy, and is used by gypsies in the same way. It has, however, in Romani, as a primitive meaning, to hold or to take. Thus I have heard of a feeble old fellow that he could not tool himself to Jethyrus, for which last word, by the way, Cadinus might have been more correctly substituted. Cove is not an elegant, though a very old, word, but it is well known, and I have no doubt as to its having come from the gypsy. In Romani, all the world over, cove means a thing, but it is almost indefinite in its applicability. It is, says Pott, a general helper on all occasions, is used as substantive and adjective, and has a far wider scope than the Latin res. Thus covo may mean that man, covey, that woman, and covo or covo, as it very often does in English, that, there. It sometimes appears in the word activate or this. There is no expression more frequent in a gypsy's mouth, and it is precisely the one which would be probably overheard by Gorgias and applied to persons. I believe that it first made its appearance in English slang as covey, and was then pronounced covey, being subsequently abbreviated into cove. Quite a little family of words has come into English from the Romani. Hawkman, Huckabin, Hawkany, or hooker, all meaning a lie, or to lie, deception and humbug. Mr. Borrow shows us that hocus, to bewitch liquor with an opiate, and hoax, are probably Romani from this root. And I have no doubt that the expression, yes, with a hook, meaning it is false, comes from the same. The well-known hooky who corresponds so closely with his untruthful and disreputable pal Walker, is decidedly of the streets, gypsy. In German gypsy we find chachavav and hatura, and in Romanian gypsy kakao, a lie. Hanky-panky and hocus-pocus are each one half almost pure Hindustani. A Shindy approaches so nearly in sound to the gypsy word chingari, which means precisely the same thing, that the suggestion is at least worth consideration. And it also greatly resembles chindi, which may be translated as cutting up, and also quarrel. To cut up shindies was the first form in which this extraordinary word reached the public. In the original gypsy tongue the word to quarrel is chingarev, meaning also, pot, zijuner, page 209, to cut, hew, and fight, while to cut is chinav. Cutting up is, if the reader reflects, a very unmeaning word as applied to outrageous or noisy pranks. But in gypsy, whether English, German, or Oriental, it is perfectly sensible and logical, involving the idea of quarreling, separating, dividing, cutting, and stabbing. What, indeed, could be more absurd than the expression cutting up shines, unless we attribute to shine its legitimate gypsy meaning of a piece cut off, and its cognate meaning, a noise? I can see but little reason for saying that a man cut away, or that he shinned it, for run away. unless we have recourse to gypsy, though I only offer this as a mere suggestion. Applico to shanty we have the word ro, meaning nearly the same thing and is nearly gypsy in every respect as can be. It is in gypsy at the present day in England, correctly, ruff, or roven, to cry, but V and W are so frequently transposed that we may consider them as the same letter. Raw or me raw, I howl or cry, is German gypsy. Rowan is given by Pod as equivalent to the Latin ululitus, which constituted a very respectable row as regards mere noise. Rowdy comes from row and both are very good gypsy in their origin. In Hindustani Raumut is don't cry. Chavi is a common English vulgar word, meaning to goad, drive, vex, hunt, or throw as it were here and there. It is purely gypsy, and seems to have more than one root. Shiv, chib, or chipe, in Romani, mean a tongue, inferring scolding, and sheave anything sharp-pointed, as for instance a dagger, or goad or knife. But the old gypsy word shivav among its numerous meanings has exactly that of casting, throwing, pitching, and driving. To sheave in English gypsy means as much and more than to fix in America. In fact, it is applied to almost any kind of action. It may be remarked in this connection, that in German or continental gypsy, which represents the English in a great measure as it once was, and which is far more perfect as to grammar, we find different words, which in English have become blended into one. Thus, chib or sheave, a tongue, and chihuahua, or shivave, to lay, place, lean, south, sink, set upright, move, harness, cover up, are united in England into sheave, which embraces the whole. Sheave at abre may be applied to throwing anything, to covering it up, to lifting it, to setting it, to pushing it, to circulating, and in fact to a very great number of similar verbs. There is, I think, no rational connection between the bung of a barrel, and an eye which has been closed by a blow. One might as well get the simile from a knot in a tree, or a cork in a flask. But when we reflect on the constant mingling of gypsies with prize fighters, it is almost evident that the word bongo may have been the origin of it. A bongo yak or yak means a distorted, crooked, or, in fact, a bungai. It also means lame, crooked, or sinister, and by a very singular figure of speech. Bongo DDM or the crooked land is the name for hell. Shavers, as a quaint nickname for children, is possibly inexplicable, unless we resort to gypsy, where we find it used as directly as possible. Chavo is the Romani word for child all the world over, and the English term chavis, in Scottish gypsy shavies, or shavers, leaves us but little room for doubt. I am not aware to what extent the term little shavers is applied to children in England, but in America it is as common as any cant word can be. I do not know the origin of the French word cliché, as applied to the nom de prison of that name, but it is perhaps not undeserving the comment that in continental gypsy, it means a key and a bolt. I have been struck with the fact that Caliban, the monster in The Tempest, by Shakespeare, has an appellation which literally signifies blackness in gypsy. In fact, this very word, or Caliban, is given in one of the gypsy vocabularies for black. Caliban or Caliban would, however, be more correct. A regular Roman was the form in which the application of the word rum to strange, difficult, or distinguished, was first introduced to the British public. This, I honestly believe, as Mr. Borrow indicates, came from rum or rom, a gypsy. It is a peculiar word, and all of its peculiarities might well be assumed by the sporting gypsy, who is always, in his way, a character, gifted with an indescribable self-confidence, as are all horsemen characters, sports and boxers, which enables them to keep to perfection the German 11th commandment, "Thou shalt not let thyself be bluffed," i.e., abashed. Pal is a common cant word for a brother or friend, and it is purely gypsy, having come directly from that language, without the slightest change. On the continent it is prala, or pral. In England it sometimes takes the form pel. Trash is derived by Mr. Wedgwood Dictionary of English Etymology, 1872, from the old word traus, signifying the clipping of trees, but in Old Gypsy or in the German Gypsy of the present day, as in the Turkish Romani, it means so directly fear, mental weakness and worthlessness that it may possibly have had a Romani origin. Terror in Gypsy is trash, while thirst is trush, and both are to be found in the Hindustani tros, which means thirst and alarm or terror. It should be observed that in no instance can these Gypsy words have been borrowed from English slang. They are all to be found in German Gypsy, which is in its turn identical with the Romani language of India, of the Nats, Bazigars, Doms, Multani or Banjari, as I find the primitive wandering Gypsies termed by different writers. I am aware that the word cat was applied to the conductor of an omnibus, or to a non-student at universities, before it became a synonym for vulgar fellow, yet I believe that it was abbreviated from cadger, and that this is simply the Gypsy word gorgio, which often means a man in the abstract. I have seen this word printed as gorger in English slang. Codger, which is common, is applied, as Gypsies use the term gorgio, contemptuously, and it sounds still more like it. Bosh, signifying nothing, or in fact empty humbug, is generally credited to the Turkish language, but I can see no reason for going to the Turks for what the Gypsies at home already had, in all probability, from the same Persian source, or else from the Sanskrit. With the Gypsies, bosh is a fiddle, music, noise, barking, and very often an idle sound or nonsense. Stop your bosheren, or your bosh, is what they would term flick and laugh, or current phrase. Bats, a low term for a pair of boots, especially bad ones, is, I think, from the Gypsy and Hindustani pat, a foot, generally called, however, by the Romani in England, tom pats, to pad the hoof and to stand pad. The latter phrase meaning to stand upright, or to stand and beg, are probably derived from pad. It should be borne in mind that Gypsies, in all countries, are in the habit of changing certain letters, so that P and B, like L and N, or K and G hard, may often be regarded as identical. Chi-chi, be silent, or phi, is termed Anglo-Indian, by the author of the Slang Dictionary, but we need not go to India of the present day for a term which is familiar to every Gypsy and traveler in England, and which, as Mr. Simpson discovered long ago, is an excellent spell to discourage the advances of thimble riggers and similar gentry, at fairs, or in public places. Cheers, or the cheese, meaning that anything is preeminent or superior. In fact, the thing is supposed by many to be of Gypsy origin because Gypsies use it, and it is to be found as cheese in Hindustani, in which language it means a thing. Gypsies do not, however, seem to regard it themselves as tacho or true Romanus, despite this testimony, and I am inclined to think that it partly originated in some wax perversion of the French word chose. In London, a man who sells cutlery in the streets is called a chive fencer, a term evidently derived from the Gypsy sheave, a sharp-pointed instrument or knife. A knife is also called a sheaf by the lowest class all over England. Counter or cooter is a common English slang term for a guinea. It was not necessary for the author of the Slang Dictionary to go to the banks of the Danube, for the origin of a word, which is in the mouths of all English Gypsies, and which was brought to England by their ancestors. A sovereign, a pound, in Gypsy, is a bar, a gorger, meaning a gentleman, or well-dressed man, and in theatrical parlance, a manager, is derived by the author of the Slang Dictionary, absurdly enough, it must be confessed, from gorgeous, a word with which it has no more in common than with gouges or chisels. A gorger or gorgio, the two are often confounded, is the common Gypsy word for one who is not Gypsy, and very often means with a Marai or gentleman, and indeed any man whatever. Actors sometimes call a fellow performer a cully gorger. Dick, an English slang word for sight, or seen, is purely Gypsy in its origin, and in common use by Romanists over all the world. Tuk, to tell fortunes, and duking, fortune-telling, are derived by the writer last cited, correctly enough, from the Gypsy dukkeren, a fact which I specify, since it is one of the very rare instances in which he has not blundered when commenting on Romani words, or other persons' works. Mr. Barrow has told us that a tanner or sixpence, sometimes called a downer, owes its pseudonym to the Gypsy word tano or tano, meaning little, the sixpence being the little coin as compared with the shilling. Drum or drom is the common English Gypsy word for a road. In English slang it is applied, not only to highways, but also to houses. If the word gibberish was, as has been asserted, first applied to the language of the Gypsies, it may have been derived either from gyp, the nickname for gypsy, with ish or rish appended as in English, Irish, or from the Romani word gib signifying a language. Ken, a low term for a house, is possibly of gypsy origin. The common word in every Romani dialect for a house is, however, neither ken nor con, but quer. Lil, a book, a letter, has passed from the Gypsies to the Low Gorgias, though it is not a very common word. In Romani it can be correctly applied only to a letter or a piece of paper, which is written on, though English Gypsies call all books by this name, and often speak of a letter as a chinamangri, lower or lowr, and lover, are all vulgar terms for money, and combine two Gypsy words, the one lovo or levy, and the other lur, to steal. The reason for the combination or confusion is obvious. The author of the slang dictionary, in order to explain this word, goes as usual to the Wallachian Gypsies, for what he might have learned from the first tinker in the streets of London. I should remark on the word lur, that Mr. Burrow has shown its original identity with loot, the Hindustani for plunder or booty. I believe that the American word loafer owes something to this Gypsy root, as well as to the German laufer, landlaufer, and Mexican Spanish gulliver, and for this reason, that when the term first began to be popular in 1834 or 1835, I can distinctly remember that it meant to pilfer. Such, at least, is my earliest recollection, and of hearing schoolboys ask one another in jest, of their acquisitions or gifts, "Where did you loaf that from?" A petty pilferer was a loafer, but in a very short time all of the tribe of loungers in the sun, and disreputable pickers up of unconsidered trifles, now known as bummers, were called loafers. On this point my memory is positive, and I call attention to it, since the word in question has been the subject of much conjecture in America. It is a very curious fact, that while the word loot is unquestionably Anglo-Indian, and only a recent importation into our English language, it has always been at the same time English gypsy, although it never rose to the surface. Maunder, to stroll about and beg, has been derived from mand, the Anglo-Saxon for a basket, but is quite as likely to have come from maunder, the gypsy for to beg. Mumpert, a beggar, is also from the same source. Moke, a donkey, is said to be gypsy, by Mr. Hutton, but gypsies themselves do not use the word, nor does it belong to their usual language. The proper Romani word for an ass is mila. Parni, a vulgar word for rain, is supposed to have come into England from the Anglo-Indian source, but it is more likely that it was derived from the gypsy penny or water. Brandy pani is undoubtedly an Anglo-Indian word, but it is used by a very different class of people from those who know the meaning of parni. Posh, which has found its way into vulgar popularity, as a term for small coins, and sometimes for money in general, is the diminutive of the gypsy word pashero or pashero, a halfpenny, from pa with macron sh a half, and hora or hera, a penny. Queer, meaning across, cross, contradictory, or bad, is supposed to be the German word quer, introduced by the Gypsies. In their own language it means across or against, though Takuri, German and Turkish gypsy kurava, has some of the slang meaning attributed to queer. An English rogue will say, to shove the queer meaning to pass counterfeit money, while the gypsy term would be to sheave wafri lovo, or lovey. Raglan, a married woman, originally gypsy, but now a term with English tramps, the Slang Dictionary, London 1865. In gypsy, raglo is a youth or boy, and ragli, a girl. Arabic, ragel, a man. I am informed, on good authority, that these words are known in India, though I cannot find them in dictionaries. They are possibly transposed from lurka a youth and lurki a girl, such transpositions being common among the lowest classes in India. Rummy or rumi, as applied to women, is simply the gypsy word romi, a contraction of rami, a wife, the husband being her ram. Bivy for beer has been derived from the Italian bevere, but it is probably gypsy, since in the old form of the latter language, biava or pilva means to drink. To pivot is still known among English gypsies, Rigs. Running one's rigs is said to be gypsy, but the only meaning of rig, so far as I am able to ascertain in Romani, is a side or an edge. It is, however, possible that one side may in earlier times have been equivalent to face, or encounter to rigger or rigger in gypsy, is to carry anything. Mole, a female companion, is probably merely the nickname for Mary, but it is worth observing that mal in Old Gypsy, or in German gypsy, means an associate, and mahar a wife, in Hindustani. Stash, to be quiet, to stop, is, I think, a variation of the common gypsy word hatch, which means precisely the same thing, and is derived from the older word achiva. Sturaban, a prison, is purely gypsy. Mr. Houghton says it is from the gypsy distaraban, but there is no such word beginning with dis in the English Romani dialect. In German gypsy a prison is Kaltstillapan. Tiny or teeny has been derived from the gypsy tano, meaning little, tougher. A woman who is well dressed in new clean clothes probably gets the name from the gypsy tova, to wash, German gypsy tavava. She is, so to speak, freshly washed. To this class belong toff, a dandy, toffiki, dressy or gay, and toft, a dandy or swell. Tool is applied to stealing, picking pockets, and burglary. Is, like tool, to drive with the reins, derived beyond doubt from the gypsy word tool, to take or hold. In all the continental Romani dialects it is talabua. Punch, it is generally thought, is Anglo-Indian, derived directly from the Hindustani panch or five, from the 5 ingredients which enter into its composition, but it may have partially got its name from some sporting gypsy in whose language the word for 5 is the same as in Sanskrit. There have been thousands of swell Romani chals who have moved in sporting circles of a higher class than they are to be found in at the present day. Vardo formerly was old cant for a wagon, the slang dictionary. It may be added that it is pure gypsy, and is still known at the present day to every Rom in England. In Turkish gypsy, Vorden means a vehicle. In German gypsy, Worten, can you Voker Romani, is given by Mr. Houghton as meaning can you speak gypsy? But there is no such word in Romani as Voker. He probably meant can you racker, pronounced very often roker. Continental gypsy recurva. Mr. Houghton derives it from the Latin voker. I do not know the origin of welcher, a betting cheat, but it is worthy of remark that in Old Gypsy a Walshto or Welsher meant a Frenchman, from the German Walsh, or any foreigner of the Latin races. Yak, a watch, probably received its name from the gypsy yak and eye, in the old times when watches were called bull's-eyes. Lushy, to be tipsy, and lush, are attributed for their origin to the name of Lushington, a once well-known London brewer, but when we find lusho and lusheno in a gypsy dialect, meaning jolly, from such a Sanskrit root as lush, as Paspati derives it, there seems to be some ground for supposing the words to be purely Romani. Dr. Johnson said of lush that it was opposite to pale, and this curiously enough shows its first source, whether as a slang word or as indicative of color, since one of its early Sanskrit meanings is light or radiance. This identity of the so regarded vulgar and the refined continually confronts us in studying Romani. To make a mull of anything, meaning thereby to spoil or confuse it, if it be derived, as is said, from the gypsy, must have come from mullo meaning dead, and the Sanskrit mara. There is, however, no such gypsy word as mull, in the sense of entangling or spoiling. Pros is a theatrical slang word, meaning to instruct and train a tyro. As there are several stage words of manifest gypsy origin, I am inclined to derive this from the old gypsy pris, to read. In English gypsy prasser or pros means to ridicule or scorn. Something of this is implied in the slang word pros, since it also means to sponge upon a comrade, etc., for drink. Toshers are in English Low language, men who steal copper from ships' bottoms. I cannot form any direct connection between this word and any in English gypsy, but it is curious that in Turkish gypsy tasi is a cup, and in Turkish Persian it means, according to Paspati, a copper basin used in the baths. It is as characteristic of English gypsy as of any of its cognate dialects, that we often find lurking in it the most remarkable Oriental fragments, which cannot be directly traced through the regular line of transmission. Up to trap means, in common slang, intelligent. It is worth observing that in gypsy, drab or trap, which words were pronounced alike by the first gypsies who came from Germany to England, is used for medicine or poison, and the employment of the latter is regarded, even at the present, as the greatest Romani secret. Indeed, it is only a few days since a gypsy said to me, "If you now drab, you're up to everything, for there's nothing goes above that." With drab the gypsy secures game, fish, pigs, and poultry. He quiets kicking horses until they can be sold, and last, not least, kills or catches rats and mice. As with the Indians of North America, medicine, whether to kill or cure, is to the gypsy the art of arts, and those who affect a knowledge of it are always regarded as the most intelligent. It is, however, remarkable that the gypsy, though he lives in fields and woods, is, all the world over, far inferior to the American Indian as regards a knowledge of the properties of herbs or minerals. One may pick the first 50 plants which he sees in the woods and show them to the first Indian whom he meets, with the absolute certainty that the latter will give him a name for every one, and describe in detail their qualities and their use as remedies. The gypsy seldom has a name for anything of the kind. The country people in America, and even the farmers' boys, have probably inherited by tradition much of this knowledge from the Aborigines. Barney, a mob or crowd, may be derived from the gypsy barrow, great or many, which sometimes takes the form of Barno or Barney, and which suggests the Hindustani Barna to increase, proceed, to gain, to be promoted, and Barna, to fill, to satisfy, to be filled, etc. Bryce's Hindustani and English Dictionary, London, Trubner and Company, 1864. BB, which the author of the Slang Dictionary declares means a lady, and is Anglo-Indian, as in general use among English gypsies for and. It is also a respectful form of address to any middle-aged woman among friends. Cull or cully, meaning a man or boy, in Old English cant, is certainly of gypsy origin. Chule signifies man in Spanish gypsy, barrow, and cule a gentleman, according to Paspati, in Turkish Romani, a distinction which the word cully often preserves in England, even when used in a derogatory sense, as of a dupe. Jomer, a sweetheart or female favorite, has probably some connection and derivation with chumor, a kiss, in gypsy. Bloke, a common coarse word for a man, may be of gypsy origin, since, as the author of the Slang Dictionary declares, it may be found in Hindustani, as lok, lock, people, a world, region. Bryce's Hind Dictionary, Balalok, a gentleman. A duffer, which is an Old English cant term, expressive of contempt for a man, may be derived from the gypsy adavo, that man, or that fellow there. Adavo is frequently pronounced almost like a duffer, or adava, niggling, which means idling, wasting time, doing anything slowly, may be derived from some other Indo-European source, but in English gypsy it means to go slowly, to potter along, and in fact it is the same as the English word. That it is pure Old Romani appears from the fact that it is to be found as Niklavava in Turkish gypsy, meaning I go, which is also found in Nikliavava and Nikavava, which are in turn probably derived from the Hindustani Nikulna, to issue, to go forth or out, etc. Bryce, Hind, dic Nikul is one of the English gypsy words which are used in the East, but which I have not been able to find in the German Romani, proving that here, as in other countries, certain old forms have been preserved, though they have been lost where the vocabulary is far more copious and the grammar much more perfect. Mug, a face, is derived by Mr. Wedgwood from the Italian mocha, a mocking or apish mouth. Dictionary of English Etymology, but in English gypsy we have not only moi, meaning the face, but the older forms from which the English word was probably taken, such as mak, paspati, and finally the Hindustani mukh and the Sanskrit mukha, mouth or face. Shakespeare, Hind, dic, page 745. In all cases where a word is so slangy as mug, it seems more likely that it should have been derived from Romani than from Italian, since it is only within a few years that any considerable number of the words of the latter language was imparted to the lower classes of London. Bamboozle, bite, and slang are all declared by the author of the slang dictionary to be gypsy, but, with the exception of the last word, I am unable to verify their Romani origin. Bamporna does indeed mean in Hindustani, brice, to bite or to worry, and bamboo bakshish to deceive by paying with a whipping, while swang, as signifying mimicking, acting, disguise and sham, whether of words or deeds, very curiously conveys the spirit of the word slang. As for bite, I almost hesitate to suggest the possibility of a connection between it and bidorna, to laugh at. I offer not only these three suggested derivations, but also most of the others, with every reservation. For many of these words, as for instance bite, etymologists have already suggested far more plausible and more probable derivations. And if I have found a place for Romani roots, it is simply because what is the most plausible, and apparently the most probable, is not always the true origin. But as I firmly believe that there is much more gypsy in English, especially in English slang and cant, than the world is aware of, I think it advisable to suggest what I can, leaving to abler philologists the task of testing its value. Writers on such subjects err, almost without an exception, in insisting on one accurately defined and singly derived source for every word, when perhaps 3 or 4 have combined to form it. The habits of thought and methods of study, followed by philologists, render them especially open to this charge. They wish to establish every form as symmetrical and mathematical, where nature has been freakish and bizarre. Some years ago, when I published certain poems in the broken English spoken by Germans, an American philologist, named Haldeman, demonstrated to his own satisfaction that the language which I had put into Hans Breitmann's mouth was inaccurate, because I had not reduced it to an uniform dialect, making the same word the same in spelling and pronunciation on all occasions, when the most accurate observation had convinced me, as it must anyone, that those who have only partially learned a language continually vary their methods of uttering its words. That some words have come from one source and been aided by another, is continually apparent in English gypsy, as for instance in the word for reins, guiders, which, until the Romani reached England, was voidus. In this instance the resemblance in sound between the words undoubtedly conduced to an union. Gibberish may have come from the gypsy, and at the same time owe something to gabble, jabber, and the Old Norse or Icelandic gifra. Lush may owe something to Mr. Lushington, something to the earlier English lush, or rosy, and something to the gypsy in Sanskrit. It is not at all unlikely that the word cadger owes, through cadger, a part of its being to kid, a basket, as Mr. Halliwell suggests. Dictionary of Archaic and Provincial Words, 1852, and yet come quite as directly from Gorger or Gorgio. The cheese probably has the gypsy Hidustiniches for a father, and the French chose for a mother. While both originally sprung thousands of years ago in the great parting of the Aryan nations, to be united after so long a separation in a distant island in the far northern seas, the etymologist who hesitates to adopt this principle of joint sources of derivation, will find abundant instances of something very like it in many English gypsy words themselves, which, as belonging to a language in extreme decay, have been formed directly from different, but somewhat similarly sounding, words in the parent German or Eastern Romani. Thus, shucker, pretty, be shucker, slow, choco, dry, and chore rains, secretly, have in England all united in shucker, which expresses all of their meanings. 7. Proverbs and chance phrases. An old gypsy proverb, common proverbs in gypsy dress, quaint sayings, characteristic Romani picture phrases. Every race has not only its peculiar proverbs, sayings, and catchwords, but also idiomatic phrases which constitute a characteristic chiaroscuro, if not color. The gypsies in England have of course borrowed much from the gorgeous, but now and then something of their own appears. In illustration of all this, I give the following expressions noted down from gypsy conversation: tacho like my dad, true like my father, kashto like my dad, good like my father. This is a true gypsy proverb, used as a strongly marked indication of approbation or belief. Kashto back, good luck, as the Genoese of old greeted their friends with the word guadana. or gain, indicating as Rabelais declares, their sordid character. So the gypsy, whose life is precarious, and who depends upon chance for his daily bread, replies to Saracen, good day, with Kushtobak, or good luck to you. The Arabic bakshish is from the same root as bak, i.e., batched. When there's a boro bavel, holler the tent peril the waver rig pally the boar. When the wind is high, move the tent to the other side of the hedge behind it. That is to say, change sides in an emergency. Hatch apre, hush tea, the prastrum mangros wellen. Jal the greyes avery, pristy, jump up, wide awake there. The policeman's coming. Run the horses off. Scamper, this is an alarm in camp, and constitutes a sufficiently graphic picture. The hint to run the horses off indicates a very doubtful title to their possession. The prastrum mangro pens me mustn't hatch us, i.e., the policeman says we mustn't stop here. No phrase is heard more frequently among gypsies, who are continually in trouble with the police as to their right to stop and pitch their tents on commons. I can hatch abre for pange diffuses. I can stop here for 5 days, a common phrase indicating content, and equivalent to, I would like to sip here for a week. The greyes have tattered at the castogus, we must jal endure, the gorgos dictus. The horses have been pulling at the haystack, we must hurry away, the man has seen us. When gypsies have remained overnight on a farm, it sometimes happens that their horses and asses, inadvertently of course, find their way to the haystacks or into a good field. Humanimus state arare, yak mush can lell a great top penny, but 20 can't care him pie. One man can take a horse to water, but 20 can't make him drink. A well-known proverb. A Jericho dray the mast is worth dui dray the boar. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Hedge, never can a pong disler nor lella me by momily dude. Never buy a handkerchief nor choose a wife by candlelight. Always jal by the divas, always go by the day. Chin toots chucko by toots call. Cut your coat according to your fancy. This is a gypsy variation of an old proverb. Fino ranis care fino trushnis. Nice reeds make nice baskets. He can't tool his cockerus to jetherus, cadenus. He can't hold himself together. Spoken of an infirm old man. Too boot of a mush for his cacaro. Too much of a man for himself, i.e., he thinks too much of himself. He's too boot of a mush to racker a palvri chavo. He's too proud to speak to a poor man. This was used, not in depreciation of a certain nobleman, whom the gypsy who gave it to me had often seen, but admiringly, as if such odes were a commendable quality. More, kumi, covis the well. There are more things to come, spoken of food on the table, and equivalent to don't go yet. The appears to be used in this as in many other instances, instead of to for the sake of euphony. The jitabin has jawed Avery out of his gad. The life has gone out of his shirt, i.e., body. This intimates a long and close connection between the body and the undergarment. Avery out of, a phrase in which the gypsy word is immediately followed by its English equivalent, is a common form of expression for the sake of clearness. I toves my own gad. I wash my own shirt. A saying indicating celibacy or independence, mo recur for a pennies when two can't lell it. Don't ask for a thing when you can't get it. The wonders cares the gresny jal. Money makes the mare go. It's allers the boro macho that pedalade ray the penny. It is always the largest fish that falls back into the water. Bangan's your sea. Bangin' toots bucko. The devil in your heart. The devil in your body, or bowels. This is a common form of imprecation among gypsies all over the world. Joints are mush muller in adre the boro nafloker, going like a man dying in the hospital. Ricker at adre toots kakaro si and kekeljen. Keep it a secret in your own heart, and nobody will know it. Del sarmush a sigabin to hear his jibabin. Give every man a chance to make his living. It's into a tumor, kushti for kektil it's porter between dui. It's like a kiss, good for nothing until it is divided between two. A cloudy sala often puribins to a fino divus. A cloudy morning often changes to a fine day. Ias heu pani never jaled avery from a chickly tan. Clean water never came out from a dirty place. Sarmush must jal to the kangri, yek divus or the waver. Every man must go to the church, i.e., be buried some day or other. Kek musheverlel the dustamonger. No man ever got money enough. Palva wafri back jails the kushti back. Behind bad luck comes good luck. Saw mushes ain't got the sim cannabis waivers. All men have not the same tastes. Lel the tacho pero, and it's pa with macron shk wired. Well begun is half done, whilst two tracker in the jeer uses jal. While you are talking the times, hours, flight, wafri back in a boroker, sims adre a biddy her. There may be adversity in a large house as well as in a small one. The kushtist kavasalers jal avri sickest. The best is soonest gone. To dig a puro palace as kamaban as a kushti haben. To see an old friend is as agreeable as a good meal. When tooties pals chinger yek with a waiver, don't toot jaladoy. When your brothers quarrel don't you meddle. Pet up with the rackerin and more penshishi. Endure the chattering and say nothing. When a mush tells toot degrade to mandictore lesters moy. When a man gives you a horse you must not look in his mouth. Man jalat at the puvius. Do not go across the field, intimating that one should travel in the proper road. There's a kushti sofibin at the kunses of a duro drum. There is a sweet sleep at the end of a long road. Care the camodierer. Make the best of it. Ricardavo adre toot see. Keep that a secret. The kumifoki the tacho. The more the merrier. The pisham cares the gullo. The bee makes the honey. It est. Each does his own work. The pisham lels the gudlo every the rooshers. The bee gets honey from flowers. It est. Seeks it in the right place. Hatch till the dude wells apres. Wait till the moon rises. A very characteristic gypsy saying. Can't penshucker at it Lindy. You cannot say odd against them. He's bacalo aja to haul his chakas. He's hungry enough to eat his shoes. The puro bang is a fino mush. The devil is a nice character. Mancha tu pal. Cheer up, brother. Be a man. Spoken to anyone who seems dejected. This corresponds partially to the German gypsy menagerie, which is, however, rather an evil wish and a curse, meaning according to Dr. Liebich, Diesejuner, the gallows, dire need, and epilepsy. Both in English and German it is, however, derived from manush, a man. He's a hanalo neck and mush. He is an avaricious man, literally, a spiteful-nosed man. Tu can harakov a fair dearer if you jal shucker. You can do a thing better if you go about it secretly. We're lalero adoy we don't jin the jib. We are dumb where we do not understand the language. Chunked, chived, saw the habanavri. He threw all the victuals about. A melancholy proverb, meaning that state of irritable intoxication when a man comes home and abuses his family. A mila that recurs to discushtier to kister than a grey that chives you apres. An ass that carries you is better than a horse that throws you off. The juva that sickers her burk will sicker her bull. Free of her lips, free of her hips, he sims mandidre the mui, like a puvengro. He resembles me, like a potato. Yek hajuichi sims a waver as yek bubby sims the waver. One hedgehog is as like another as two peas. He mort mendioi. He killed both of us. A sarcastic expression. I dick their stiddies and longisheras. I saw their hats on their heads. Apropos of amazement at some very ordinary thing. When you've tavi pani and rickertootskakare opa with macron sh matto you can gel apre the wensara gray. When you have brandy, spirits, and keep yourself half drunk, you can go through the winter like a horse. 8. Indications of the Indian origin of the Gypsies. Boroduval, or Great God, an old gypsy term for water. Vishnu or Vishnu, the rain god. The rain, called God's blood by gypsies. The snow, angel's feathers. Mahadeva, Buddha, the Simurg, the Pintni or mermaid, the nag or blind. Worm, Nagari and Niggering, the Nile, gnats and notches, Nobbit and Nobbit, a puncher, pitch, pillar and pifla baby, quad, Kishmet or destiny, the Quran in England, Sass, Shirangro, Sarsarin, Shali or rice, the Shaster in England, the evil eye, Sikhs, Stan, Hindustan, Iranistan, the true origin of slang, tat, the essence of being, Bahar and Bar, the origin of the words Ram and Rami, Dam and Dami, the Hindi Tem, Gypsy and Hindustani points of the compass. Salam and Shulam. Sarasham. The cups. Women's treading on objects. Horseflesh. English and foreign. Gypsies, Bohemian and Romani. A learned Sclavonian, Michael von Kagalnichen, has said of Romani that he found it interesting to be able to study a Hindu dialect in the heart of Europe. He is quite right, but as mythology far surpasses any philology in interest, as regards its relations to poetry, how much more wonderful is it to find, today in England, traces of the tremendous avatars, whose souls were gods, long ago in India, and though these traces be faint, it is still apparent enough that they really exist. One day an old gypsy, who is said to be more than usually deep in Romani, and to have had unusual opportunity for acquiring such knowledge from gypsies older and deeper than himself, sent word to me, to know if the Rai was aware that Boro Duval, or the great god, was an old Romani expression for water. I thought that this was a singular message to come from a tent at Battersea, and asked my special gypsy factotum, why God should be called water, or water, God. And he replied in the following words, Pani is the Boro Duval, and it is Vishnu or Vishnu, because it pels all from the Boro Duval. Vishnu is the Boro Duval then, Avali. There can't be no stretch adoy, can there, Raya? Duval is Duval all the world over, but by the right formation, Vishnu is the Duval's rat. I've shuned a Davo but Dustachir uses. And the snow is porous, that gels from the angel's wing uses. And what I penned, that Vishnu is the Duval's rat, is puro Ramanas, and Jint Bais are folky. Now in India, Vishnu and Indra are the gods of the rain. The learned, who insist that as there ought to be, so there must be, but a single source of derivation for every word, ignoring the fact that a dozen causes may aid in its formation, will at once declare that, as Vishnu or Vishnu is derived from the old Gypsy Brishni or Prishindo, and this from the Hindu Barish, and the Sanskrit Varish or Prish, there can be no rational ground for connecting the English Gypsy word with the Hindu god. But who can tell what secret undercurrents of dim tradition, and vague association, may have come down to the present day from the olden time, that rain should be often called God's blood, and water bearing the name of Vishnu be termed God, and that this should be regarded as a specially curious bit of gypsy lore, is at any rate remarkable enough. As for the gypsies in question ever having heard of Vishnu and other gods, as a friend suggests to me, save in this dim tradition, I can only say, that I doubt whether either of them ever heard even of the apostles, and I satisfied myself that the one who brought the secret had never heard of Joseph, was pitiably ignorant of Potiphar's wife, and only knew of Moses or Moses, that he once heard he was on the bulrushes. Mahadeva, or Mahadev, exists apparently in the mouth of every English gypsy in the phrase medievalist, or God bless you. This word medieval is often changed to me, Duval, and is generally supposed to mean my God, but I was once assured that the old incorrect form was ma, meaning great, and that it only meant great in connection with Duval. A curious illustration of a lost word returning by chance to its original source was given one day, when I asked a gypsy if he knew such a word as Buddha. He promptly replied, yes, that a Buddhari or Buddhamush was an old man, and pointing to a Chinese image of Buddha, said, that is a Buddha. He meant nothing more than that it represented an aged person, but the coincidence was at least remarkable. Buddha in Hindustani really signifies an old man. The same gypsy, observing on the chimney piece a quaint image of a Chinese griffin, a hideous little goblin with wings, informed me that the gypsy name for it was a Simo or Simoris, and further declared that the same word meant a dolphin. But a dolphin has no wings, I remarked. Oh, hasn't it? Rejoined the gypsy, its fins are its wings. If it hadn't wings it could not be a Simoir. I think I recognize in this Simoir, the Simurg or griffin of Persian fable. I could learn nothing more than this, that the gypsy had always regarded a dolphin as resembling a large-headed winged monster, which he called a Simoir. Nag is a snake in Hindustani. The English gypsies still retain this primeval word, but apply it only to the blind worm. It is, however, remarkable that the nag, or blind worm, is, in the opinion of the Romani, the most mysterious of creatures. I have been told that when a nag molars its hardest as a cush, and you can pogger it like a swaggler's tooth. When a blind worm dies it is as hard as a stick, and you can break it like a pipe stem. They also believe that the nag is gifted, so far as his will goes, with incredible malignity, and say of him, if he could dick sims he can shoon. He wouldn't muck mush or grate jal and the drum. If he could see as well as he can hear, he would not allow man or horse to go on the road. The Hindi alphabet Devanagari, the writing of the gods, is commonly called Nagari. A common English gypsy word for writing is niggering. He niggered sar he could pulker adre at chinamangri. The resemblance between Nagari and nigger may, it is true, be merely accidental, but the reader, who will ascertain by examination of the vocabulary the proportion of Romani words unquestionably Indian, will admit that the terms have probably a common origin. From Sanskrit to English, gypsy may be regarded as a descent from the Nile to a street gutter, but it is amusing at least to find a passable parallel for this simile. Nil and gypsy is a rivulet, a river, or a gutter. Nala is in Hindustani a brook, Nali, a canal, and it has been conjectured that the Indian word indicates that of the great river of Egypt. All of my readers have heard of the Nautch girls, the so-called Bayadars or dancing girls of India, but very few, I suppose, are aware that their generic name is remotely preserved in several English gypsy words. Nagna in Hindustani means to dance, while the Nats, who are a kind of gypsies, are generally jugglers, dancers, and musicians. A Nachua is one of these Nats, and in English gypsy means going about with music. Other attractions may be added, but, as I have heard a gypsy say, it always takes music to go a nottering or nobbin. Nobbit in the language of the Hindu Nats signifies time, turn, and instruments of music sounding at the gate of a great man. At certain intervals, nobbit, which is a gypsy word well known to all itinerant Negro minstrels, means to go about with music to get money. To nobbit round the TM, Bosharan, it also implies time or turn, as I inferred from what I was told on inquiry. You can tune Davo at the Wilgores when Yegruckers the waver. You jal and nobbit. You can hear that at the fairs when one says to the other, you go and nobbit, meaning, it is your turn to play now. Nakna, to dance. Hindustani, appears to be reflected in the English gypsy nichering, moving restlessly, fidgeting and dancing about. Nobbitting, I was told, is notteren, it's all one. Raya pijama in India means very loose trousers, and it is worth noting that gypsies call loose leggings, trousers, or overalls pajamangras. This may be Anglo-Indian derived from the gorgeous. Whether pea-jacket belongs in part to this family, I will not attempt to decide. Living constantly among the vulgar and uneducated, it is not to be wondered at that the English gypsy should have often given a vulgar English and slangy term to many words originally Oriental. I have found that, without exception, there is a disposition among most people to promptly declare that all these words were taken, of course, from English slang. Thus, when I heard a gypsy speak of his fist as a puncher, I naturally concluded that he did so because he regarded its natural use to be to punch heads with. But on asking him why he gave it that name, he promptly replied, because it takes panj, 5 fingers to make a fist. And since panja means in Hindustani a hand with the 5 fingers extended, it is no violent assumption to conclude that even puncher may owe quite as much to Hindustani as to English, though I cheerfully admit that it would perhaps never have existed had it not been for English associations. Thus a gypsy calls a peddler a packer or packmush. Now, how much of this word is due to the English word pack or packer, and how much to paker, meaning in Hindustani a peddler? I believe that there has been as much of the one as of the other, and that this doubly formative influence, or influence of continuation, should be seriously considered as regards all Romani words, which resemble and sound others of the same meaning, either in Hindustani or in English. It should also be observed that the gypsy, while he is to the last degree inaccurate and a blunderer as regards English words, a fact pointed out long ago by the Reverend Mr. Crabbe, has, however, retained with great persistence hundreds of Hindu terms. Not being very familiar with peasant English, I have generally found gypsies more intelligible in Romani than in the language of their stepfatherland. and have often asked my principal informant to tell me in Gypsy what I could not comprehend in Anglo-Saxon. To pitch together does not in English mean to stick together, although pitch sticks, but it does in Gypsy, and in Hindustani, pitchchi means sticking or adhering. I find in all cases of such resemblance that the Gypsy word has invariably a closer affinity as regards meaning to the Hindu than to the English, and that its tendencies are always rather Oriental than Anglo-Saxon. As an illustration, I may point out pillar, English Gypsy, to attack, having an affinity in pilna, Hindustani, with the same meaning. Many readers will at once revert to pillar, and pillage, all simply implying attack, but really meaning to rob, or robbery. But pillar in English Gypsy also means, as in Hindustani, to assault indecently, and this is almost conclusive as to its Eastern origin. It is remarkable that the Gypsies in England, or all the world over, have, like the Hindus, a distinctly descriptive expression for every degree of relationship. Thus a Pivli Bibi in English Gypsy, or Pufri Bagam in Hindustani, is a father's sister's daughter. This in English, as in French or German, is simply a cousin. Quad, imprisonment, is an Old English cant and Gypsy word, which Mr. Houghton attempts to derive from a college quadrangle, but when we find that the Hindu quad also means confinement, the probability is that it is to atweo this singular term. There are many words in which it is evident that the Hindu Gypsy meaning has been shifted from a cognate subject. Thus putty, the hub of a wheel in Gypsy, means the felly of a wheel in Hindustani kasi, to rub a horse down, or scrape him, in the original tongue signifies to tie up a horse's head by passing the bridle to his tail, to prevent his kicking while being rubbed or scraped. Quasar, or kasar, is in Hindustani flame. In English Gypsy kasar signifies smoke, but I have heard a Gypsy more than once apply the same term to flame and smoke, just as Mirabin stands for both life and death. Very Oriental is the word kismet, or destiny, as most of my readers are probably aware. It is also English Gypsy, and was explained to me as follows: a man's kismet is what he's bound to care, it's the kismet of his sea. Some men's kismet is better'n waivers, 'cause they've got more better sheave. Some men's kismet's to bike and graze, and some to bike and canis, but saw folky has their kismet, and they can't penchishi else's. In English, a man's destiny is what he is bound to do, it is the fate of his soul, life. Some men's destiny is better than others, because they have more command of language. Some are fated to sell horses, and others to sell hens, but all people have their mission, and can do nothing else. Quran in the East means the Quran, and Quran author to take an oath. In English Gypsy Quran, or Quran, is also an oath, and it seems strange that such a word from such a source should exist in England. It is, however, more interesting as indicating that the Gypsies did not leave India until familiarized with Mohammedan rule. He hired his current prey the Duval's Bavel that he would jalvry the TM for a besh. He swore his oath upon God's breath, the Bible, that he would leave the country for a year. Upon inquiring of the Gypsy who uttered this phrase why he called the Bible God's breath, he replied naively, "It's into the Duval's Jivabin, just the same as his breathus. It is like God's life, just the same as his breath." It is to be observed that nearly all the words which Gypsies claim as Gypsy, notwithstanding their resemblance to English, are to be found in Hindustani. Thus rather, to copulate, certainly resembles the English rut, but it is quite as much allied to rutana, Hindustani, meaning the same thing. Sas, or sauce, meaning in Gypsy, bold, forward impudence, is identical with the same English word, but it agrees very well with the Hindu sahas, bold, and was perhaps born of the latter term, although it has been brought up by the former. Draf Pov remarks of the German Gypsy word shetra, or violin, that he could nowhere find in Romani a similar instrument with an Indian name. Saringi, or saringi, is the common Hindu word for a violin, and the English Gypsies, on being asked if they knew it, promptly replied that it was an old word for the neck or head of a fiddle. It is true they also called it sarengro, and sharengro, the latter word indicating that it might have been derived from sharoangro, i.e., heading, but after making proper allowance for the Gypsy tendency, or rather passion, For perverting words towards possible derivations, it seems very probable that the term is purely Hindu. Ziru, or Zoru, means in the east Venus, or the morning star, and it is pleasant to find a reflection of the rosy goddess in the gypsy soar, signifying early in the morning. I have been told that there is a Romani word much resembling soar, meaning the early star, but my informant could not give me its exact sound, due to the Sala is the common name for Venus. Sunrise is indicated by the eccentric term of Cam left the pani or sun left the water. It wells from the waver Tmujin, said my informant, in explanation. The sun comes from a foreign country, and first leaves that land, and then leaves the sea, before it gets here. When a gypsy is prowling for hens, or any other little waifs, and wishes to leave a broken trail, so that his tracks may not be identified, he will walk with the feet interlocked, one being placed outside the other, making what in America is very naturally termed the snake trail. This he calls sarsaran, and in Hindu sirasana means to creep along like a snake. Supposing that the Hindu word for rice, shali, could hardly have been lost, I asked a gypsy if he knew it, and he at once replied, shali jiv is small grain corn. Very little grain uses indeed. Shalita in Hindustani is a canvas sack in which a tent is carried. The English gypsy has confused this word with shelter, and yet calls a small or shelter tent a shelter gunno, or bag, for we rolls up the big tent in the shelter tent, to carry it. A tent cloth or canvas is in gypsy a shumi, evidently derived from the Hindu shumi ayana, a canopy or awning. It is a very curious fact that the English gypsies call the scripture or Bible the Shastar, and I record this with the more pleasure, since it fully establishes Mr. Barrow as the first discoverer of the word in Romani, and vindicates him from the suspicion with which his assertion was received by Dr. Pott. On this subject the latter speaks as follows: Ishastra Moises, L2, 22, Greek letter omicron nomis, M. Sanskrit, Sastra, Hind, Shastar, M. Hindu religious books, Hindu law, scripture, institutes of science, Shakespeare. In proportion to the importance of the real existence of this word, among the gypsies must be the suspicion with which we regard it. When it depends, as in this instance, only on Barrow's assertion, who, in case of need, to supply a non-existing word, may have easily taken one from the Sanskrit, Dijsijner, Volume 2 page 224. The word Shastar was given to me very distinctly by a gypsy, who further volunteered the information, that it not only meant the scriptures, but also any written book whatever, and somewhat marred the dignity of the sublime association of the Bible and Shastar, by adding that any feller's betting book on the race ground was a Shisterny lil, 'cause it's written. I have never heard of the evil eye among the lower orders of English, but among gypsies a belief in it is as common as among Hindus, and both indicated by the same word, sir or sitter. In India sir, it is true, is applied to enchantment or magic in general, but in this case the whole may very well stand for a part. I may add that my own communications on the subject of the Jatachara, and the proper means of averting it by means of crab's claws, horns, and the usual sign of the fore and little finger, were received by a gypsy auditor with great faith and interest. To show, teach, or learn, is expressed in gypsy by the word sikher, sig, or Sikh. The reader may not be aware that the Sikhs of India derive their name from the same root, as appears from the following extract from Dr. Pasvati's Etudes, Sikhava, versus Prim 1 centiliter 1 conjunction. Part, Siklo, Montreur, Aprandra, Sanskrit, Sikhs, to learn, to acquire science, Siksika, Adj, a learner, a teacher, Hindustani, Sikhna, Va, to learn, to acquire, Sikh, SF, admonition. I next inquired why they were called Sikhs, and they told me it was a word borrowed from one of the commandments of their founder, which signifies learn thou, and that it was adopted to distinguish the sect soon after he disappeared. The word, as is well known, has the same import in the Hindu of the Asiatic Researches, Volume 1 page 293, and Volume 2 page 200. This was a noble word to give a name to a body of followers supposed to be devoted to knowledge and truth. The English gypsy calls a mermaid a pintni. In Hindu it is bindulbur, a maid of the sea. Barwin gypsy is the sea or a ship, but the Romani had reduced the term to the original bind, by which a girl is known all over the East. Yabandi Scandaria. Stan is a word confounded by gypsies with both stand, a place at the races or a fair, and tan, a stopping place, from which it was probably derived, but it agrees in sound and meaning with the Eastern stan, a place, station, and by application country, so familiar to the reader in Hindustan, Iranistan, Balochistan, and many other names. It is curious to find in the gypsy tan not only the root word of attend, but also the Alabama, or here we rest, applied by the world's early travelers to so many places in the morning land. Slang does not mean, as Mr. Houghton asserts, the secret language of the gypsies, but is applied by them to acting, to speaking theatrical language, as in a play, to being an acrobat, or taking part in a show. It is a very old gypsy word, and indicates plainly enough the origin of the cant word slang. Using other men's words, and adopting a conventional language, strikes a gypsy as artificial, and many men not gypsies express this feeling by speaking of conventional stage language as theatrical slang. Its antiquity and origin appear in the Hindu swangi, an actor, swang, mockery, disguise, sham, and swanglana, to imitate. As regards the sound of the words, most English gypsies would call swang slang as faithfully as a cockney would exchange hat with at. Deepest among deep words in India is tat, an element, a principle, the essence of being, but it is almost amusing to hear an English gypsy say that's the tato, or tat, of it, meaning thereby the thing itself, the whole of it, and thus the ultimate point of Brahma, and the infinite depth of all transcendental philosophy, may reappear in a cheap, portable, and convenient form, as a declaration that the real meaning of some mysterious transaction was that it amounted to a sixpenny swindle at Thimblerig. For to such base uses have the Shastra and the Vedas come in England. It is, however, pleasant to find the Persian Bahar, a garden, recalling Bahar Danush, the garden of knowledge, Hindustani, Bag, reappearing in the English gypsy bar. She peered adre the bar Leland was hers, she walked in the garden plucking flowers, and it is also like old times and the Arabian Nights at home, to know that bazaar is a gypsy word, though it be now quite obsolete, and signifies no longer a public street for shops but an open field. But of all words which identify the gypsies with the East, and which prove their Hindu origin, those by which they call themselves Ram and Romani are most conclusive. In India the Dom caste is one of the lowest, whose business it is for the men to remove carcasses, while the Domni, or female Dom, sings at weddings. Everything known of the Dom identifies them with gypsies. As for the sound of the word, anyone need only ask the first gypsy, whom he meets to pronounce the Hindu D or the word Dom, and he will find it at once converted into L or R. There are, it is true, other castes and classes in India, such as Nats, the roving Banjari, thugs, etc., all of which have left unmistakable traces on the gypsies, from which I conclude that at some time when these pariahs became too numerous and dangerous, there was a general expulsion of them from India. I would call particular attention to my suggestion that the corn of India is the true parent of the Ram, because all that is known of the former caste indicates an affinity between them. The Dom pariahs of India who carry out or touch dead bodies, also eat the bodies of animals that have died a natural death, as do the gypsies of England. The occupation of the Domni and Romani, dancing and making music at festivals, are strikingly allied. I was reminded of this at the last opera which I witnessed at Covent Garden, on seeing stage gypsies introduced as part of the fête in La Traviata. A curious indication of the Indian origin of the gypsies may be found in the fact that they speak of every foreign country beyond sea as the Hindi TVM, Hindi being in Hindustani their own word for Indian. Nothing was more natural than that the Romani on first coming to England should speak of far-away regions as being the same as the land they had left, and among such ignorant people, the second generation could hardly fail to extend the term and make it generic. At present an Irishman is a Hindi TM mush, or Hindu, and it is rather curious, by the way, that a few years ago in America, Everything that was anti-Irish or Native American received the same appellation, in allusion to the exclusive system of castes. Although the Gypsies have sadly confounded the Hindu terms for the cardinal points, no one can deny that their own are of Indian origin. Udar is North in Hindustani, and Udar is West in Romani. As it was explained to me, I was told that Udar means west and wet too, because the west wind is wet. Shimal is also north in Hindu, and on asking a Gypsy what it meant, he promptly replied, "It's where the snow comes from." Purub is the east in Hindustani. In Gypsy it is changed to Porus and means the west. This confusion of terms is incidental to every rude race, and it must be constantly borne in mind that it is very common in Gypsy. Night suggests day or black-white to the most cultivated mind, but the Gypsy confuses the name, and calls yesterday and tomorrow, or light and shadow, by the same word. More than this, he is prone to confuse almost all opposites on all occasions, and wonders that you do not promptly accept and understand what his own people comprehend. This is not the case among the Indians of North America, because oratory, involving the accurate use of words, is among them the one great art, nor are the Negroes, despite their heedless ignorance, so deficient, since they are at least very fond of elegant expressions and forcible preaching. I am positive and confident that it would be 10 times easier to learn a language from the wildest Indian on the North American continent than from any real English Gypsy, although the latter may be inclined with all his heart and soul to teach, even to the extent of passing his leisure days in skirmishing about among the tents picking up old Romani words. Now the Gypsy has passed his entire life in the busiest scenes of civilization, and is familiar with all its refined rascalities. Yet notwithstanding this, I have found by experience that the most untutored Kaw or Chippewa, as ignorant of English as I was ignorant of his language, and with no means of intelligence between us save signs, was a genius as regards ability to teach language when compared to most Gypsies. Everybody has heard of the Oriental salam. In English Gypsy shulam means a greeting. Shulam to your kakaro is another form of sarishan, the common form of salutation. The Hindu Sarai Sham signifies early in the evening, from which I infer that the Dam or Ram was a nocturnal character like the Night Cavalier of Quevedo, and who sang when night fell, "Arouse ye, then, my merry men," or who said good evening, just as we say, or used to say, good day. A very curious point of affinity between the Gypsies and Hindus may be found in a custom which was described to me by a Ram in the following words: "When a mush mullers, and the Juva Sadre his Kirk and care haben, because they feel so naflo about the Ram being gone, or the Chavi or Juvalo mush, or whoever it may be, then their friends for Trinda views his cares there haben and bitchers it'll end. And that's Tacha Ramanas, and they wouldn't be dessen Romani chels that wouldn't care davo for mushes in Sigantukli." When a man dies, and the women in his house cannot prepare food, literally, make food, as they feel so badly because the man is gone, or the girl, or young man, or whoever it may be, then their friends for 3 days prepare their food and send it to them, and that is real Romani custom, and they would not be decent Romani fellows who would not do that for people in sorrow and distress. Precisely the same custom prevails in India, where it is characterized by a phrase strikingly identical with the English Gypsy term for it. In England it is to care haben, in Hindustani, brice, hen, dict. Karwakana is the food that is sent for 3 days from relations to a family in which one of the members has died. The Hindu karvana, to make or to cause to do, and kara, to do, are the origin of the English Gypsy care, to make or cook, while from kana, or hana, to eat, comes ha and haben, or food. The reader who is familiar with the religious observances of India is probably aware of the extraordinary regard in which the cup is held by many sects. In Germany, as Mr. Liebig declares, drinking cups are kept by the Gypsies with superstitious regard, the utmost care being taken that they never fall to the ground. Should this happen, the cup is never used again. By touching the ground it becomes sacred, and should no more be used. When a Gypsy cares for nothing else, he keeps his drinking cup under every circumstance. I have not been able to ascertain whether this species of regard for the cup ever existed in England, but I know of many who could not be induced to drink from a white cup or bowl, the reason alleged being the very frivolous and insufficient one, that it reminded them of a blood basin. It is almost needless to say that this could never have been the origin of the antipathy. No such consideration deters English peasants from using white crockery drinking vessels. In Germany, among the Gypsies, if a woman has trodden on any object, or if the skirt of her dress is swept over or touched it, it is either destroyed, or if of value, is disposed of or never used again. I found on inquiry that the same custom still prevails among the old gypsy families in England, and that if the object be a crockery plate or cup, it is at once broken. For this reason, even more than for convenience, real gypsies are accustomed to hang every cooking utensil, and all that pertains to the table, high up in their wagons. It is almost needless to point out how closely these ideas agree with those of many Hindus. The gypsy eats every and anything except horseflesh. Among themselves, while talking Romani, they will boast of having eaten mullow bullers, or pigs that have died a natural death, and hotchwichi, or hedgehog, as did the belle of a gypsy party to me at Walton-on-Thames in the summer of 1872. They can give no reason whatever for this inconsistent abstinence, but Mr. Simpson in his History of the Gypsies has adduced a mass of curious facts, indicating a special superstitious regard for the horse among the Romani in Scotland, and identifying it with certain customs in India. It would be a curious matter of research could we learn whether the missionaries of the Middle Ages, who made abstinence from horseflesh a point of salvation, when preaching in Germany and in Scandinavia, derived their superstition, in common with the Gypsies, from India. There can be no doubt that in seeking for the Indian origin of many gypsy words, we are often bewildered, and that no field in philology presents such opportunity for pugnacious critics to either attack or defend the validity of the proofs alleged. The very word for doubtful or ambiguous, dubini or dubna, is of this description. Is it derived from the Hindi dubta, which every gypsy would pronounce dubna, or from the English dubious, which has been made to assume the gypsy Indian termination na? Of this word I was naively told, if a Juva's bori, girl is big, that's dubni, and if she's shuvallow, swelled up, that's dubni. For it may pen, say, she's kalardatik no, is enceinte, and it may pen she hasn't, but when we find that the English gypsy also employs the word dakini for doubtful, and compare it with the Hindu's dani dakna or dugna, the true derivation becomes apparent. Had Dr. Pott or Dr. Paspati had recourse to the plan which I adopted of reading a copious Hindustani dictionary, entirely through, word by word, to a patient gypsy, noting down all which he recognized, and his renderings of them, it is very possible that these learned men would in Germany and Turkey, have collected a mass of overwhelming proof, as to the Indian origin of Romani. At present the dictionary which I intend shall follow this work shows that, so far as the Romani dialects have been published, that of England contains a far greater number of almost unchanged Hindu words than any other, a fact to which I would especially call the attention of all who are interested in this curious language. And what is more, I am certain that the supply is far from being exhausted, and that by patient research among old gypsies, the Anglo-Romani vocabulary might be increased to possibly 5,000 or 6,000 words. It is very possible that when they first came from the East to Europe, the gypsies had a very copious supply of words, for there were men among them of superior intelligence. But in Turkey, as in Germany, they have not been brought into such close contact with the gorgeous as in England. They have not preserved their familiarity with so many ideas, and consequently their vocabulary has diminished. Most of the continental gypsies are still wild, black wanderers, unfamiliar with many things for which the English gypsy has at least a name, and to which he has continued to apply old Indian words. Everyone familiar with the subject knows that the English gypsies in America are far more intelligent than their German Romani cousins. A few years ago a large party of the latter appeared at an English race course, where they excited much attention, but greatly disgusted the English Roms, not as rivals, but simply from their habits. They couldn't do a thing but beg, said my informant. They didn't, knew, nothing else. They were the dirtiest gypsies I ever saw, and when the Juva suckled the children, they sickered their bergs. showed their breasts, as I never saw women do before. Folky, such people would not, as a rule, know so many words as those who look down on them. The conclusion which I have drawn from studying Anglo-Romani and different works on India is that the Gypsies are the descendants of a vast number of Hindus, of the primitive tribes of Hindustan, who were expelled or emigrated from that country early in the 14th century. I believe they were chiefly of the primitive tribes, because evidence which I have given indicates that they were identical with the two castes of the Dums and Nats, the latter being, in fact, at the present day, the real Gypsies of India. Other low castes and outcasts were probably included in the emigration, but I believe that future research will prove that they were all of the old stock. The first pariahs of India may have consisted entirely of those who refused to embrace the religion of their conquerors. It has been coolly asserted by a recent writer that Gypsies are not proved to be of Hindu origin because a few Hindu words are to be found in their language. What the proportion of such words really is may be ascertained from the dictionary, which will follow this work. But throwing aside all the evidence afforded by language, traditions, manners, and customs, one irrefutable proof still remains in the physical resemblance between Gypsies, all the world over, and the natives of India. Even in Egypt, the country claimed by the Gypsies themselves as their remote great-grandfatherland, the native Gypsy is not Egyptian in his appearance but Hindu. The peculiar brilliancy of the eye and its expression in the Indian is common to the Gypsy, but not to the Egyptian or Arab. And every donkey boy in Cairo knows the difference between the Ragaran and the native as to personal appearance. I have seen both Hindus in Cairo and Gypsies, and the resemblance to each other is as marked as their difference from Egyptians. A few years ago an article on the Romani language appeared in the Atlantic magazine, Boston, U.S., America, in which the writer declared that Gypsy has very little affinity with Hindustani, but a great deal with Bohemian or Czech. In fact, he maintained, if I remember right, that a Czech and a Rom could understand one another in either of their respective tongues. I once devoted my time for several months to an intermittent study of Czech, and consequently do not speak in entire ignorance when I declare that true Romani contains scores of Hindu words to one of Bohemian. 9. Miscellanea, Gypsies and Cats, Christians not animals. Green, red, and yellow. The evil eye. Models and morals. Punji and sponge cake. Troubles with the Gypsy teacher. Pilferin and Bilberin. Kapana and Hopper. Hopera. Glasses, the little wooden bear. Huckany Ponky. Hanky-panky, Hocus Pocus, and Hockany Barrow, burning a Gypsy witch alive in America. Daniel in the Lion's Den. Gypsy Life in Summer. The Gavin Grows. The Gypsy Story of Pigeon Toss. You Didn't Fight Your Stockings Off. The Guileless and Venerable Gypsy. The Gypsy, Professor of Romani and the Police. His Delicacy of Feeling. The Old Gypsy and the Beautiful Italian Models. The Admired of the Police. Honesty Strangely Illustrated. Gypsies Willing or Unwilling to Communicate Romani. Romance and Eccentricity of Gypsy Life and Manners. The Gypsy Grandmother and Her Family. A Fine Frolic Interrupted. The Gypsy Gentleman from America. No Such Language as Romani. Hedgehogs. The Witch Element in Gypsy Life. Jackdaws and Dogs. Their Uses, Lurchers and Poachers. A Gypsy Camp. The Ancient Henry. I Am Mistaken for a Magistrate or Policeman. Gypsies of Three Grades. The Slangs. Jim and the Twigs. Beer Rained from Heaven. Fortune Telling. A Golden Opportunity to Live at My Ease. Pitula Mangro. I Hear of a New York Friend. The Professor's Legend of the Olive Leaf and the Dove. A Very Tidy Little Story. The Story of Samson as Given by a Gypsy. The Great Prize Fighter Who Was Hocussed by a Fancy Girl. The Judgment Day. Passing Away in Sleep or Dream to God. A Gypsy on Ghosts. Dogs Which Can Kill Ghosts. Twisted Legged Stealing. How to Keep Dogs Away from a Place. Gypsies Avoid Unions. A Gypsy Advertisement in the Times. A Gypsy Poetess and a Romani Song. It would be a difficult matter to decide whether the superstitions and fancies entertained by the Gypsies in England are derived from the English peasantry, were brought from India, or picked up on the way. This must be left for ethnologists more industrious and better informed than myself to decide. In any case, the possible common Aryan source will tend to obscure the truth, just as it often does the derivation of Romani words, but nothing can detract from the inexpressibly quaint spirit of Gypsy originality, in which these odd credos are expressed, or surpass the strangeness of the reasons given for them. If the spirit of the goblin and elfin lingers anywhere on earth, it is among the Romani. One day I questioned a gypsy as to cats, and what his opinion was of black ones, correctly surmising that he would have some peculiar ideas on the subject, and he replied, Romanis never lo colo matchers adrabakar, cause they're molas, and bang is covus, and the puro bang, Eugene, is colo, and heshter harrison dui mushes and ashero, but pano matchers and kushto, for they are sent to pano ghosts of ranas, which means in English, Gypsies never have black cats in the house, because they are unearthly creatures, and things of the devil, and the old devil, you know, is black, and has 4 legs and 2 arms, and a head. But white cats are good, for they are like the white ghosts of ladies. It is in the extraordinary reason given for liking white cats that the subtle gypsyism of this cat commentary consists. Most people would consider a resemblance to a white ghost rather repulsive. But the gypsy lives by night a strange life, and the reader who peruses carefully the stories which are given in this volume, will perceive in them a familiarity with goblin land and its denizens which has become rare among Christians, but it may be that I do this droll old gypsy great wrong in thus apparently classing him with the heathen, since he one day manifested clearly enough that he considered he had a right to be regarded as a true believer, the only drawback being this, that he was apparently under the conviction that all human beings were Christians, and the way in which he declared it was as follows. I had given him the Hindustani word janwar, and asked him if he knew such a term, and he answered, Do I jin such a lev? Know such a word, as janwar for a animal? Avo, yes, it's jomper, it's a totus, told. But do you jin the lev, know the word, for an animal didn't I just book or toot? Tell you. It was a jomper, for if the toad's a hanimal, jomper must be the lev for hanimal, but don't you jinkek lev, know a word, for sar the covus that have jivaban, all living things, for jompers, and biddy matchers, mice, and grias, horses, you and I are animals kek, raya, kek, no, sir, no, we aren't animals. Hanimals is critters that have something queer about 'em, such as the lions and elephants at the Welgorus fairs, or cows with 5 legs, or 1 full piebald grace, them's animals. But Christians ain't animals, them's mushes, men. To return to cats, it is remarkable that the color which makes a cat desirable, should render a bowl or cup objectionable to a true gypsy, as I have elsewhere observed in commenting on the fact that no old-fashioned Romani will drink, if possible, from white crockery, but they have peculiar fancies as to other colors. Till within a few years in Great Britain, as at the present day in Germany, their fondness for green coats amounted to a passion. In Germany a gypsy who loses caste for any offense is forbidden for a certain time to wear green, so that fair non semper viret may be truly applied to those among them who bloom too rankly. The great love for red and yellow among the gypsies was long ago pointed out by a German writer, as a proof of Indian origin, but the truth is, I believe, that all dark people instinctively choose these hues as agreeing with their complexion. A brunette is fond of amber, as a blonde is of light blue, and all true Kalo or dark Romani chals delight in a bright yellow pondishler, or neckerchief, and a red waistcoat. The long red cloak of the old gypsy fortune-teller is, however, truly dear to her heart. She feels as if there were luck in it, that back which is ever on gypsy lips. For to the wanderers, whose home is the roads, and whose living is precarious, luck becomes a real deity. I have known 2 old fortune-telling sisters to expend on new red cloaks, a sum which seemed to a lady friend very considerable. I have spoken in another chapter of the deeply seated faith of the English gypsies, in the evil eye. Subsequent inquiry has convinced me that they believe it to be peculiar to themselves. One said in my presence, there was a Kali Juva that dick the evil yak ad mandi the sala, my chavo's missus, and at Tardavo I shewn that my chavo was naflo. Abongo yaki mush cares wafro lucas. Avali, the gorgeous don't gin it, it's saw Romani. I.e., there was a dark woman that looked the evil eye at me this morning, my son's wife, and after that I heard that my son was ill. A squint-eyed man makes bad luck. Yes, the gorgeous don't know it, it's all Romani. The gypsy is of an eminently social turn, always ready when occasion occurs to take part in every conversation, and advance his views. One day my old Rom, hearing an artist speak of having rejected some uncalled-for advice relative to the employment of a certain model, burst out in a tone of hearty approbation with, "That's what I say, every man his own Juva, every man his own girl, and every painter his own morals." If it was difficult in the beginning for me to accustom the gypsy mind to reply clearly and consistently to questions as to his language, the trouble was tenfold increased when he began to see his way, as he thought, to my object, and to take a real interest in aiding me. For instance, I once asked Puro, "Do you know such a word as punji?" "It's the Hindu for capital," calmly. "Yes, Raya, that's a very good word for capital. But is it Romani?" "Decidedly. It'll go first radius into Romani. But can you make it out?" "Prove it." Fiercely. "Of course I can make it out. Kushto. Suppose a man sells punj cake, won't that be his capital? Punj must be capital." But this was nothing to what I endured after a vague fancy of the meaning of seeking a derivation of words had dimly dawned on his mind, and he vigorously attempted to aid me, possessed with the crude idea that it was a success whenever two words could be forced into a resemblance of any kind. He constantly endeavored to anglicize gypsy words, often, alas, an only too easy process, and could never understand why it was I then rejected them. By the former method I ran the risk of obtaining false Hindustani gypsy words, though I very much doubt whether I was ever caught by it in a single instance, so strict were the tests which I adopted, the commonest being that of submitting the words to other gypsies, or questioning him on them some days afterwards. By the latter aid I risked the loss of Romani words altogether, and undoubtedly did lose a great many. Thus with the word bilber, to entice or allure, he would say, in illustration, that the girls bilbered the gentleman into the house to rob him, and then cast me into doubt by suggesting that the word must be all right, 'cause it looked all the same as pilferin. One day I asked him if the Hindustani word kapana, pronounced almost hapana, to make away with, sounded naturally to his ears. "Yes, Raya, that must be haber or hover. To hopper us away from the tan, i.e., to hopper things from the place, is when you recur 'em away us, carry them away, steal them, and gather it, hide it, tally your chucko, under your coat, and I can pen you away for cover. I can tell you another thing, that's hopper. Them's the glasses that you look through. Hopper glasses." And here in bounding triumph he gave the little wooden bear a drink of ale, as if it had uttered this chunk of solid wisdom, and then treated himself to a good long pull. But the glance of triumph which shot from his black basilisk eyes, and the joyous smile which followed these feats of philology, were absolutely irresistible. All that remained for me to do was to yield in silence. One day we spoke of huckany pokey, or huckany ponky, as it is sometimes called. It means in Romani sleight of hand, and also the adroit substitution of a bundle of lead or stones for another containing money or valuables, as practiced by gypsy women. The gypsy woman goes to a house, and after telling the simple-minded and credulous housewife that there is a treasure buried in the cellar, persuades her that as silver draws silver, she must deposit all her money or jewels in a bag near the place where the treasure lies. This is done, and the Romani, adroitly making up a parcel resembling the one laid down, steals the latter, leaving the former. Mr. Barrow calls this Hawkany Barrow the great swindle. I may remark, by the way, that among jugglers and show people sleight of hand is called hanky-panky. Hocus pocus is attributed by several writers to the gypsies, a derivation which gains much force from the fact, which I have never before seen pointed out, that hagupazi, which sounds very much like it, means an Hindustani legerdemain. English gypsies have an extraordinary fancy for adding the termination us in a most irregular manner to words both Romani and English. Thus Kadine, together, is often changed to Kedinus and side to Cetus. In like manner, Haku, Hoku or Honku, Buzzy could not fail to become Hocus Buzzes, and the next change, for the sake of rhyme, would be to Hocus Pocus. I told my ancient rambler of an extraordinary case of huckany pokey, which had recently occurred in the United States, somewhere in the West, the details of which had been narrated to me by a lady who lived at the time in the place where the event occurred. A gypsy woman, I said, came to a farmhouse and played huckany pokey on a farmer's wife, and got away all the poor woman's money. Did she indeed? Rye replied my good old friend, with a smile of joy flashing from his eyes, the unearthly Romani light just glinting from their gloom. Yes, I said impressively, as a mother might tell an affecting story to a child. All the money that poor woman had, that wicked gypsy woman took away, and utterly ruined her. This was the culminating point. He burst into an irrepressible laugh. He couldn't help it, the thing had been done too well. But you haven't heard all yet, I added. There's more covetous to well, oh, I suppose the Romani cheap-rastard Avery ran away, and got off with the swag? No, she didn't. Then they caught her, and sent her to Starabin prison. No, I replied. And what did they do? They burned her alive. His jaw fell, a glossy film came over his panther eyes. For a long time he had spoken to me, had this good and virtuous man, of going to America. Suddenly he broke out with this vehement answer, I won't go to that country, up me Duval, I'll never go to America. It is told of a certain mother, that on showing her darling boy a picture in the Bible representing Daniel in the lion's den, she said, and there is good Daniel, and there are those naughty lions, who are going to eat him all up, whereupon the dear boy cried out, Oh mother, look at that poor little lion in the corner. He won't get any. It is from this point of view that such affairs are naturally regarded by the Romani. There is a strange goblin-esque charm in gypsydom, something of nature, and green leaves, and silent nights, but it is ever strangely commingled with the forbidden, and as among the Greeks of old with Mercury amid the singing of leafy brooks, there is a tinkling of, at least, petty larceny. Witness the following, which came forth one day from a gypsy, in my presence, as an entirely voluntary utterance. He meant it for something like poetry, it certainly was suggested by nothing, and as fast as he spoke I wrote it down. It's Kushto in Tataban for the Romani Chals. Then they can jalangs the drum, and hatch their tanasai and odoi pray the tvm. We'll el moro habanasai, and jalanderer by and bias, and then jal by ratty. So's the gorgeous won't dick us. I gins a kushti puff for the greyas. We'll hatch pray in the sala. Before they lecture we've been odoi. And jal and the drum and lel moro haben. It is pleasant for the gypsies in the summertime. Then they can go along the road, and pitch their tent here and there in the land. We'll take our food here, and go further on by and by, and then go by night, so that the gorgeous won't see us. I know a fine field for the horses. We'll stop there in the morning, before they find we have been there, and go on the road and eat our food. I suppose that you often have had trouble with the Gavangros police, when you wished to pitch your tent. Now it was characteristic of this gypsy, as of many others, that when interested by a remark or a question, he would reply by bursting into some picture of travel, drawn from memory. So he answered by saying, they hanellowed the showro puro mush by peninim he mustn't hatch odoi. What's toot? He pens to the prastrame grow. I'll del you thrin bardalel your chucko effusin cor mandy. You're a ratfully jucko and a huckabin English. They angered the poor old man by telling him he must not stop there. What are you? He said to the policeman. I'll give you £3 to take your coat off and fight me. You're a bloody dog and a liar. I suppose you have often taken your coat off. Once I lulled at Avery and never chived at Abrayaja. I.e., once I took it off and never put it on again. How was that? Ye chorus when I was a Tano mush. 30 besh kenna? Rummed about Panj besh. But with Kek Chavis. I jal to the prasters of the Greyas at Brighton. There was the payas of was in the Pasharis apray for Wunger, and I got to the pious, and first cheeris I lel the boro bidus, 12 or 13 bar. Then I nashered my Wunger, and penned I wouldn't pious kumi, and I'd latch what I had in my pochi. Adoy I jalled from the Gudley Dree the toss ring for a pachora, when I dipped away for mush, and he punched Mandy wetback, and I penned Powley, keck back, but I've got a bitis left, so I whispered with Lester and Nashard saw my covis, my chucko, my gad, and saw Baron Myra Camias, then I jowled Carrie with keck but Myra Camiason, I bore eat a chucko off my pens chavo. And when my juva dictimenti pashnango, she pens, Davos tutiasis, and I puckered her I'd been a corin, but she penned, why, you haven't got your havelison, you didn't core toots havelis avery. No, I rackered, I tattered Emma fuss, the mush played me with the dui shero pashero, budre the sala, when the mush well to lel avery the jucko, for I'd nashered davo aja. I felt wafrodier than when I'd nashered salva waver covis. And my poor Juva rubbed at awe, for she had no chavo. I had in those diffuses as cushty coppers and hesus as any young gypsy in Anglaterra, good chuckas, and gads, and pondishlers. And that mush curried many a giro at Termandy, but he never lelled no back. He tore from his own dadas, but he mullered wafro adre East Kent, once when I was a young man, 30 years ago. Now, married about 5 years, but with no children. I went to the races at Brighton. There was tossing halfpence for money, and I took part in the game, and at first time, I took a good bit, 12 or 13 pounds. Then I lost my money, and said I would play no more, and would keep what I had in my pocket. Then I went from the noise in the toss ring for half an hour, when I saw another man, and he asked me what luck. And I replied, no luck, but I've a little left yet. So I tossed with him and lost all my things, my coat, my shirt, and all, except my breeches. Then I went home with nothing but my breeches on. I borrowed a coat of my sister's boy, and when my wife saw me half naked, she says, "Where are your clothes?" And I told her I had been fighting, but she said, "Why, you have not your stockings on, you didn't fight your stockings off." "No," I said, "I drew them off." The man played me with a two-headed halfpenny, but in the morning when the man came to take away the dog, for I had lost the two, I felt worse than when I lost all the other things, and my poor wife cried again, for she had no child. I had in those days as fine clothes as any young gypsy in England, good coats, and shirts, and handkerchiefs. And that man hurt many a man after me, but he never had any luck. He'd steal from his own father, but he died miserably in East Kent. It was characteristic of the venerable wanderer who had installed himself as my permanent professor of Romani, that although almost every phrase which he employed to illustrate words expressed some act at variance with law, or the rights of property, he was never weary of descanting on the spotlessness, beauty, and integrity of his own life and character. These little essays on his moral perfection were expressed with a touching artlessness and childlike simplicity, which would carry conviction to anyone whose heart had not been utterly hardened, or whose eye teeth had not been remarkably well cut, by contact with the world. In his delightful naivete and simple earnestness, in his ready confidence in strangers and freedom from all suspicion, in fact, in his whole deportment, this Romany elder reminded me continually of one, and of one man only, whom I had known of old in America. Need I say that I refer to the excellent? It happened for many days that the professor, being a man of early habits, arrived at our rendezvous an hour in advance of the time appointed, as he resolutely resisted all invitation to occupy the room alone until my arrival, declaring that he had never been guilty of such a breach of etiquette, and as he was, moreover, according to his word, the most courteous man of the world in it, and I did not wish to contrary him, he was obliged to pass the time in the street, which he did by planting himself on the front steps or expanding himself on the railings of an elderly and lonely dame, who could not endure that even a mechanic should linger at her door, and was in agony until the milkman and baker had removed their feet from her steps. Now, the appearance of the professor, who always affected the old gypsy style, in striped corduroy coat, leather breeches and gaiters, red waistcoat, yellow neck handkerchief, and a frightfully dilapidated old white hat, was not, it must be admitted, entirely adapted to the exterior of a highly respectable mansion, and he had such a vile way of looking, as if he were a waiting for some friend to come out o' the use. It is almost needless to say that this apparition attracted the police from afar off and all about, or that they gathered around him like buzzards near a departed lamb. I was told by a highly intelligent gentleman who witnessed the interviews, that the professor's kindly reception of these public characters, the infantile smile with which he courted their acquaintance, and the good old grandfatherly air with which he listened to their little tales, was indescribably delightful. In a quarter of an hour any one of them would have lent him a shilling, and it was soon apparent that the entire force found a charm in his society. The lone lady herself made a sortie against him once, but one glance at the amiable smile, which was childlike and bland, disarmed her, and it was reported that she subsequently sent him out half a pint of beer. It is needless to point out to the reader accustomed to good society, that the professor's declining to sit in a room where valuable and small objects abounded, in the absence of the owner, was dictated by the most delicate feeling. Not less remarkable than his strict politeness was the mysterious charm which this antique nomad unquestionably exercised on the entire female sex. Ladies of the highest respectability and culture, old or young, who had once seen him, invariably referred to him as that charming old gypsy, nor was his sorcery less potent on those of low degree. Never shall I forget one morning when the two prettiest young Italian model girls in all London were posing to an artist friend, while the professor sat and imparted to me the lore of the Romani. The girls behaved like moral statues till he appeared, and like quicksilver imps and devilettes for the rest of the sitting. Something of the wild and weird in the mountain Italian life of these ex-contadines seemed to wake like unholy fire, and answer sympathetically to the gypsy wizard's spell. Over mountain and sea, and through dark forests with legends of Streg and Zingari, these semi-outlaws of society, the Neapolitan and Romani, recognized each other intuitively. The handsomest young gentleman in England could not have interested these handsome young sinners, as the dark brown, gray-haired old vagabond did. Their eyes stole to him. Heaven knows what they talked, for the girls knew no English, but they whispered. They could not write little notes, so they kept passing different objects, to which gypsy and Italian promptly attached a meaning. Scolding them helped not. It was a pensive sight, to impress me with the due sense of his honesty and high character. The professor informed me one day that he was personally acquainted, as he verily believed, with every policeman in England. You see, Ria, he remarked, any man as is so well known could never do nothing wrong now, could he? Innocent, unconscious, guileless air and smile, I shall never see its equal. I replied, yes, I think I can see you, Poirot, walking down between two lines of hundreds of policemen, every one pointing after you and saying, there goes that good honest, the honestest man in England. Avo, Ria, he cried, eagerly turning to me, as if delighted and astonished that I had found out the truth. That's just what they all pens of me, and just what I seen 'em do in every time. You know all the police, I remarked. Do you know any turnkeys? He reflected an instant, and then replied, artlessly, I don't gin many of them, but I can just tell you a story. Once at Wimbledon, when the Coromangros were out, when the troopers were there, I used to get £1 a week and things. One day, when I had well on to 2 stun on my Dumo back, the chief of police sees me and says, there's that old scoundrel again. That villain gives the police more trouble than any other man in the country. Thank you, sir, says I, very respectable to him. I'm glad to see you're earning a honest living for once, says he. How much do you get for carrying that there bundle? A 6pence. Ria, says I, it's twice as much as you ought to have, says he, and I'd be glad to carry it myself for the money. All right, sir, says I, touching my hat and going off, for he was a very nice gentleman. Ria, he exclaimed, with an air of placid triumph, do you think the head police hisself would have spoken them weary words to me if he hadn't have thought I was a good man? Well, let's get to work, old honesty. What is the Romanas for to hide? To Gavret is to hide anything, Ria, Gavret, and to illustrate its application he continued. They penned Mandy to Gavret the Gry, but I nasher to care of it, and the mush who leld the Gry well the Langus and dicked it. They told me to hide the horse, but I forgot to do it, and the man who owned the horse came by and saw it. It is only a few hours since I heard of a gentleman who took incredible pains to induce the gypsies to teach him their language, but never succeeded. I must confess that I do not understand this. When I have met strange gypsies, it has often greatly grieved me to find that they spoke their ancient tongue very imperfectly, and were ignorant of certain Romani words which I myself, albeit a stranger, knew very well, and would fain teach them. But instead of accepting my instructions in a docile spirit of ignorant humility, I have invariably found that they were eagerly anxious to prove that they were not so ignorant as I assumed, and in vindication of their intelligence proceeded to pour forth dozens of words, of which I must admit many were really new to me, and which I did not fail to remember. The scouting, slippery night life of the gypsy, his familiarity with deep ravine and lonely wood path, moonlight and field lairs, his use of a secret language, and his constant habit of concealing everything from everybody, his private superstitions, and his inordinate love of humbugging and selling friend and foe, tend to produce in him that goblin, elfin, boyish mischievous, out-of-the-age state of mind which is utterly indescribable to a prosaic modern-souled man, but which is delightfully piquant to others. Many a time among gypsies I have felt, I confess with pleasure, all the subtlest spirit of fun combined with picture memories of Herod and Mugrabin, which legends and the Egyptians, for in their ignorance they are still an unconscious race, and do not know what the world writes about them. They are not attractive from the outside to those who have no love for quaint scholarship, odd humors, and rare fancies. A lady who had been in a camp had nothing to say of them to me save that they were dirty, and begged. But I ever think, when I see them, of teak selves, and of the strange valley, which was so grim and repulsive from without, but which, once entered, was the gay forecourt of Goblin Land. The very fact that they hide as much as they can of their gypsy life and nature from the gorgeous would of itself indicate the depths of singularity concealed beneath their apparent life. And this reminds me of incidents in a Sunday which I once passed beneath the gypsy roof. I was en voyage at a little cathedral town, when learning that some gypsies lived in a village 8 miles distant, I hired a carriage and rode over to see them. I found my way to a neat cottage, and on entering it discovered that I was truly enough among the Romani. By the fire sat a well-dressed young man, near him was a handsome, very dark young woman, and there presently entered a very old woman, all gifted with the unmistakable and peculiar expression of real gypsies. The old woman overwhelmed me with compliments and greetings. She is a local celebrity, and is constantly visited by the most respectable ladies and gentlemen. This much I had learned from my coachman, but I kept a steady silence, and sat as serious as Odin when he visited the villa, until the address ceased. Then I said in Romani, "Mother, you don't know me. I did not come here to listen to fortune-telling," to which came the prompt reply, "I don't know what the gentleman is saying." I answered always in Romani, "You know well enough what I am saying. You needn't be afraid of me. I'm the nicest gentleman you ever saw in all your life, and I can talk Romani as fast as ever you ran away from a policeman." "What language is the gentleman talking?" cried the old dame, but laughing heartily as she spoke. "Oh die, Miri die, don't tu jina Romani rai, can't tu raka Romani jib, tachipin and kekfit, avo, my rai, I can understand you well enough. But I never saw a gypsy gentleman before since I wrote that last line I went out for a walk, and on the other side of Walton Bridge, which legend says marks the spot where Julius Caesar crossed, I saw a tent and a wagon by the hedge, and knew by the curling blue smoke that a gypsy was near. So I went over the bridge, and sure enough there on the ground lay a full-grown pitulaman grow, while his brown Juve attended the pot. And when I spoke to her in Romani, she could only burst out into amazed laughter as each new sentence struck her ear, and exclaim, well, that ever I should live to hear this. Why, the gentleman talks just like one of us. Bien apropos, say you laddie, die, quoth I to the old gypsy dame, don't be afraid, I'm Tacho, and shut that door if there are any gorgeous about, for I don't want them to hear a rackerbin. Let us take a drop of brandy, life is short, and here's my bottle. I'm not English, I'm a waver temini mush, a foreigner, but I'm all right, and you can leave your spoons out. Tacho, the Boshno and Canny the Ryan the Rani, well dosai pray the Boro Lunpani, Rinkini Juva havasai, Delachumer to the Rye. Duvlist, said the old fortune-teller, that ever I should live to see a rye like you, a baro rye rackerin Romanus, but you must have some tea now, my son, good tea, I don't pie mutter mangry die, drink tea, but an equivoke, it's mutter mangry with you and with us at the German jib, hot, but you must have food. You won't go away like a gorjo without tasting anything, I'll eat bread with you, but tea I haven't tasted this 25 years. Bread you shall have. Ryan saying this, the daughter spread out a clean white napkin, and placed on it excellent bread and butter, with plate and knife. I never tasted better, even in Philadelphia. Everything in the cottage was scrupulously neat, there was even an approach to style. The furniture and ornaments were superior to those found in common peasant houses. There was a large and beautifully bound photograph album. I found that the family could read and write, the daughter received and read a note, and one of the sons knew who and what Mr. Robert Browning was. But behind it all, when the inner life came out, was the wild Romany and the Witchera, the fierce spirit of social exile from the world in which they lived, the true secret of all the witch life of old, and a joyous consciousness of a secret tongue and hidden ways. To those who walk in the darkness of the dream, let them go as deep and as windingly as they will, and into the grimmest gloom of Goblin Land, there will never be wanting flashes of light, though they be gleams diaboline, corpse candlelights, elfin sparkles, and the unearthly blue loom of the eyes of silent night hags wandering slow. In the forgotten grave of the sorcerer burns steadily through long centuries the Rosicrucian lamp, and even to him whose eyes are closed, sparkle, on pressure, phosphorescent rings. So there was gypsy laughter, and the ancient Wicca and Vala flashed out into that skyrockety joyousness and Catherine wheel gaiety, which at 80 or 90, in a woman, vividly reminds one of the Sabbat on the Brocken, of the ointment, and all things terrible and unearthly and forbidden. I do not suppose that there are many people who can feel or understand that among the fearfully dirty dwellers in tents and caravans, cockshysters and dealers in dogs of doubtful character, there can be anything strange, and quaint, and deeply tinged with the spirit of which I have spoken. As well might one attempt to persuade the 20-stone half-illiterate and wholly old-fashioned rural magistrate of the last century that the poor devil of a hen, stealing gypsy dragged before him knew that which would send thrills of joy through the most learned philologist in Europe, and cause the great band of scholars to sing for joy. Life, to most of us, is nothing without its humor, and to me a whilom German student illustrating his military marauding by phrases from Fichte, or my friend Pano the Romani urging me with words to be found in the Mahabharata and Hafiz to buy a terrier, is a charming experience. I believe that my imagination has neither been led nor driven, when it has so invariably, in my conversing with gypsy women, recalled Faust, and all I have ever read in Wierus, Bodinus, Becker, Mather, or Glanville, of the sorceress and sortilica, and certainly on this earth I never met with such a perfect replica of old Mother Bulbo, the mother of all the witches, as I once encountered at a certain race, swarthy, black-eyed, stout, half-centuried, fiercely cunning, and immoderately sensual. Her first salutation was expressed in a phrase such as a Corinthian soul might be greeted with on entering that portion of the after-world devoted to the fastest of the fair. With her came a tall, light, younger sorceress, and verily the giant fat sow for her majesty, and the broom for the attendant, were all that was wanting. To return to the cottage, our mirth and fun grew fast and furious. The family were delighted with my anecdotes of the Romany and other lands, German, Bohemian, and Spanish, not to mention Thagili, and we were just in the gayest center of it all. When, och, what a pity! This fine tea party was suddenly broken up, as Patrick O'Flanagan remarked when he was dancing with the chairs to the devil's fiddling, and his wife entered, for in rushed a gypsy boy announcing that Georgius, or, as I may say, white trash, were near at hand, and evidently bent on entering. That this eruption of the enemy gave a taciturn to our riotry and reveling will be believed. I tossed the brandy in the cup into the fire. It flashed up, and with it a quick memory of the spilt and blazing which brew in Faust. I put the tourist flask in my pocket, and in a trice had changed my seat and assumed the air of a chance intruder. In they came, 2 ladies, 1 decidedly pretty, and 3 gentlemen, all of the higher class, as they indicated by their manner and language. They were almost immediately followed by a gypsy, the son of my hostess, who had sent for him that he might see me. He was a man of 30, firmly set, and had a stern hard countenance, in which shone 2 glittering black eyes, which were serpent-like even among the Romani. Nor have I ever seen among his people a face so expressive of self-control, allied to wary suspicion. He was neatly dressed, but in a subdued gypsy style, the principal indication being that of a pair of cords, which, however, any gentleman might have worn in the field. His English was excellent, in fact, that of an educated man, his sum total that of a very decided character and one who, if you wronged him, might be a dangerous one. We entered into conversation, and the Romani rollicking seemed all at once a vapory thing of the dim past. It was the scene in which revel suddenly shifted to a drawing-room in Mayfair. We were all at once, so polite and gentle, and so readily acquainted and cosmopolite, quite beyond the average English standard. And not the least charming part of the whole performance was the skill with which the minor parts were filled up by the gypsies, who with exquisite tact followed our lead, seeming to be at once hosts and guests. I have been at many a play, but never saw anything better acted. But under it all burnt a lurid though hidden flame, and there was a delightful diablerie of concealment kept up among the Romani, which was the more exquisite because I shared in it. Reader, do you remember the scene in George Borrow's Gypsies in Spain, in which the woman blesses the child in Spanish, and mutters curses on it meanwhile in Zingali? So it was that my dear old hostess blessed the sweet young lady, and prodigaled compliments on her, but there was one instant when her eye met mine, and a soft, quick whispered, wicked Romani phrase, unheard by the ladies, came to my ear, and in the glance and word there was a concentrated anathema. The stern-eyed gypsy conversed well, entertaining his guests with ease. After he had spoken of the excellent behavior and morals of his tribe, and I believe that they have a very high character in these respects, I put him a question. Can you tell me if there is really such a thing as a gypsy language? One hears such differing accounts, you know, with the amiable smile of one who pitied my credulity, but who was himself superior to all petty deception or vulgar mystery. He replied, that is another of the absurd tales which people have invented about gypsies, as if we could have kept such a thing a secret. It does, indeed, seem to me, I replied, that if you had, some people who were not gypsies must have learned it. Of course, resumed the gypsy, philosophically, all people who keep together get to using a few peculiar terms. Tailors and shoemakers have their own words, and there are common vagabonds who go up and down talking thieves' slang, and imposing it on people for gypsy. But as for any gypsy tongue, I ought to know it, so I should think, I mentally ejaculated, as I contemplated his brazen calmness, and I don't know 3 words of it, and we, the Gorgias, all smiled approval. At least that humbug was settled, and the Romani tongue was done for, dead and buried, if, indeed, it ever existed. Indeed, as I looked in the gypsy's face, I began to realize that a man might be talked out of a belief in his own name, and felt a rudimentary sensation to the effect that the language of the black wanderers was all a dream, and potziduner them ear tinkling of a pot of brass, paspidi a jingling Turkish cymbal, and all Romani a praetorian nihil without the vox. To dissipate the delusion, I inquired of the gypsy, you have been in America. Did you ever hunt game in the West? Yes, many a time. On the plains, of course, buffalo, antelope, jackrabbits. And once, I said this as if forgetfully, I once ate a hedgehog. No, I don't mean a hedgehog, but a porcupine. A meaning glance shot from the gypsy's eye. I uttered a first-class password, and if he had any doubt before as to who the Romani rye might be, there was none now. But with a courteous smile he replied, it's quite the same, sir, porcupine or hedgehog. I know perfectly well what you mean. Porcupines, I resumed, are very common in America. The Chippeways call them hachurichi. This Romani word was a plumper for the gypsy, and the twinkle of his eye, the smallest star of mirth in the darkest night of gravity I ever beheld in my life, was lovely. I had trumped his card at any rate with as solemn gravity as his own, and the Gorgias thought our reminiscences of America were very entertaining. He had more toll upon his distaff than Gervais would have, but there was one in the party, and I think only one, who had her own private share in the play. That one was the pretty young lady. Through all the conversation, I observed from time to time her eyes fixed on my face, as if surmising some unaccountable mystery. I understood it at once. The bread and butter on the table, partly eaten, and the snow-white napkin indicated to a feminine eye that someone not of the household had been entertained, and that I was the guest. Perhaps she had seen the old woman's quick glance at me, but it was evident that she felt a secret. What she divined I do not know. Should this work ever fall into her hands, she will learn it all, and with it the fact that gypsies can talk double about as well as any human beings on the face of the earth, and enjoy fun with as grave a face as any Ojibwe of them all. The habits of the gypsy are pleasantly illustrated by the fact that the collection of animated books, which no Romani gentleman's library should be without, generally includes a jackdaw. When the foot of the gorgo is heard near the tent, a loud why with Macron WK from the wary bird, sounding very much like an alarm, at once proclaims the fact, and on approaching, the stranger finds the entire party in all probability asleep. Sometimes a dog acts as sentinel, but it comes to the same thing. It is said you cannot catch a weasel asleep. I am tempted to add that you can never find a gypsy awake, but it means precisely the same thing. Gypsies are very much attached to their dogs, and in return the dogs are very much attached to their masters, so much so that there are numerous instances, perfectly authenticated, of the faithful animals having been in the habit of ranging the country alone, at great distances from the tent, and obtaining hares, rabbits, or other game, which they carefully and secretly brought by night to their owners, as a slight testimonial of their regard and gratitude. As the dogs have no moral appreciation of the game laws, save as manifested in gamekeepers, no one can blame them. Gypsies almost invariably prefer, as canine manifestors of devotion, lurchers, a kind of dog which of all others can be most easily taught to steal. It is not long since a friend of mine, early one morning between dark and dawn, saw a lurcher crossing the Thames with a rabbit in his mouth. Landing very quietly, the dog went to a gypsy tan, deposited his burden, and at once returned over the river. Dogs once trained to such secret hunting become passionately fond of it, and pursue it unweariedly with incredible secrecy and sagacity. Even cats learn it, and I have heard of one which is good for 3 rabbits a week. Dogs, however, bring everything home, while puss feeds herself luxuriously before thinking of her owner. But whether dog or cat, cock or jackdaw, all animals bred among gypsies do unquestionably become themselves Romanized, and grow sharp, and shrewd, and mysterious. A writer in the Daily News of October 19, 1872, speaks of having seen parrots which spoke Romany among the gypsies of Epping Forest. A gypsy dog is, if we study him, a true character. Approach a camp, a black hound, with sleepy eyes, lies by a tent. He does not bark at you or act uncivilly, for that forms no part of his master's life or plans, but wherever you go those eyes are fixed on you. By and by he disappears. He is sure to do so if there are no people about the tan, and then reappears with some dark descendant of the Domini. I have always been under the impression that these dogs step out and mutter a few words in Romany. Their deportment is, at any rate, Romanesque to the highest degree, indicating a transition from the barbarous silence of doghood to Christianly intelligence. You may persuade yourself that the gypsies do not mind your presence, but rest assured that though he may lie on his side with his back turned, the cunning Jocko is carefully noting all you do. The abject and humble behavior of a poor Negro's dog in America was once proverbial. The quaint shrewdness, the droll roguery, the demure devilry of a real gypsy dog are beyond all praise. The most valuable dogs to the gypsies are by no means remarkable for size or beauty, or any of the properties which strike the eye. On the contrary, an ugly, shirking, humble-looking, 2 and 6 penny countenanced cur, if he have but intellect, is much more their affair. Yesterday morning, While sitting among the tents of Egyptians, I overheard a knot of men discussing the merits of a degraded-looking doglet, who seemed as if he must have committed suicide, were he only gifted with sense enough to know how idiotic he looked. "Would you take £7 for him?" asked one. "Avo, I would take 7 bar, but I wouldn't take 6, nor 6.5 neither." The stranger who casts an inquisitive eye, though from afar off, into a gypsy camp, is at once noted, and if he can do this before the wolf, I mean the ram, sees him, he must possess the gift of fern seed and walk invisible, as was illustrated by the above-mentioned yesterday visit. Passing over the bridge, I paused to admire the scene. It was a fresh sunny morning in October. The autumnal tints were beautiful in golden brown or oak red, while here and there the horse chestnuts spread their saffron robes, waving in the embraces of the breeze-like hetaera of the forest. Below me ran the silver Thames, and above a few silver clouds, the bells of the air, were following its course, as if to watch themselves in the watery winding mirror, and near the reedy island, at the shadowy point always haunted by 3 swans, whom I suspect of having been there ever since the days of Odin Faith, was the usual punt, with its elderly gentlemanly gudgeon fishers. But far below me, along the dark line of the hedge, was a sight which completed the English character of the scene, a real gypsy camp, caravans, tents, wagons, asses, smoldering fires, while among them the small forms of dark children could be seen frolicking about. One gypsy youth was fishing in the stream from the bank, and beyond him a knot of busy biscuit makers were visible. I turned the bridge, down the bank, and found myself near 2 young men mending chairs. They greeted me civilly, and when I spoke Romani, they answered me in the same language, but they did not speak it well, nor did they, indeed, claim to be gypsies at all, though their complexions had the peculiar hue which indicates some other than Saxon admixture of blood. Half Romani in their knowledge, and yet not regarded as such, these travelers represented a very large class in England, which is as yet but little understood by our writers, whether of fact or fiction. They laughed while telling me anecdotes of gentlemen who had mistaken them for real Romanichals, and finally referred me to old Henry, further down, who could talk with me. This ancient I found 100 yards beyond, basketing in the sun at the door of his tent. He greeted me civilly enough, but worked away with his osiers most industriously, while his comrades, less busy, employed themselves vigorously in looking virtuous. One nursed his infant with tender embraces, another began to examine green sticks with a view to converting them into clothes pegs. In fact, I was in a model community of wandering shakers. I regret to say that the instant I uttered a Romani word, and was recognized, this discipline of decorum was immediately relaxed. It was not complimentary to my moral character, but it at least showed confidence. The ancient Henry, who bore, as I found, in several respects a strong likeness to the old Harry, had heard of me, and after a short conversation confided the little fact, that from the moment in which I had been seen watching them, they were sure I was a gavmush, or police or village authority, come to spy into their ways, and to at least order them to move on. But when they found that I was not as one having authority, but, on the contrary, came talking Romani with the firm intention of imparting to them 3 pots of beer just at the thirstiest hour of a warm day, a great change came over their faces. A chair was brought to me from a caravan at some distance, and I was told the latest news of the road. "Maddie's got his slangs," observed Henry, as he inserted a ranaya or osier withy into his basket, and deftly twined it like a serpent to right and left, and almost as rapidly. Now a slang means, among divers things, a hawker's license. "I'm glad to hear it," I remarked. There was deep sincerity in this reply, as I had more than once contributed to the fees for the aforesaid slangs, which somehow or other were invariably refused to the applicant. At last, however, the slangs came, and his 2 boys, provided with them, at 10 shillings per head, were now, in their sphere of life, in the position of young men who had received an education or been amply established in business, and were gifted with all that could be expected from a doting father. In its way this bit of intelligence meant as much to the biscuit maker as, "Have you heard that young Fitzgrubber has just got the double first at Oxford?" or, Do you know that old Cheshire has managed that appointment in India for his boy? Splendid independence, isn't it? And I was shrewdly suspected by my audience, as the question implied, that I had had a hand in expanding this magnificent opening for the two fortunate young men. "Dickadoy," cried one, pointing up the river. "Look there at Jim." I looked and saw a young man far off, shirking along the path by the river, close to the hedge. "He thinks you're a Gavmush," observed Henry, "and he's got some sticks, and is trying to hide them 'cause he daren't throw 'em away. Oh, ain't he scared?" It was a pleasing spectacle to see the demi-gypsy coming in with his poor little green sticks, worth perhaps a halfpenny, and such as no living farmer in all North America would have grudged a cartload of to anybody. Droll as it really seemed, the sight touched me while I laughed. Oh, if charity covereth a multitude of sins, what should not poverty do? I care not through which door it comes, nay, be it by the very portal of vice herself. When sad and shivering poverty stands before me in humble form, I can only forgive and forget, and this child theft was to obtain a means of work after all. And if you ask me why I did not at once proceed to the next magistrate and denounce the criminal, I can only throw myself for excuse on the illustrious example of George IV, head of church and state, who once in society saw a pickpocket remove from a gentleman's fob his gold watch, winking at the king as he did so. "Of course I couldn't say anything," remarked the good-natured monarch, "for the rascal took me into his confidence." Jim walked into camp amid mild chaff, to be greeted in Romani by the suspected policeman, and to accept a glass of the ale, which had rained as it were from heaven into this happy family. These biscuit-makers were not real gypsies, but churty or half-bloods, though they spoke with scorn of the two chairmenders, who, working by themselves at the extremity of the tented town, and excluded from a share in the beer, seemed to be a sort of pariahs unto these higher casters. I should mention, en passant, that when the beer-bearer of the camp was sent for the 3 pots, he was told to go over to Bill and borrow his 2-gallon jug, and be very careful not to let him find out what it was for. I must confess that I thought this was deeply unjust to the imposed upon and beerless William, but it was another case of confidence, and he who sits among gypsies by hedgerows green must not be over-particular. Il faut hurler avec les laps. "Ain't it wrong to steal here chickens?" asked a negro who was seized with scruples while helping to rob a hen roost. "Dat, cuff, am a great moral question, and we hain't got time to discuss it, so just hand down an oder pull it." I found that Henry had much curious knowledge as to old Romani ways, though he spoke with little respect of the gypsy of the olden time, who, as he declared, thought all he needed in life was to get a row of silver buttons on his coat, a pair of high boots on his feet, and therewith, basta. He had evidently met at one time with Mr. George Borrow, as appeared by his accurate description of that gentleman's appearance, though he did not know his name. "Ah, he could talk the jib first radius," remarked my informant, and he says to me, "Bless you, you've all of you forgotten the real gypsy language, and don't know anything about it at all. Do you know old Frank?" he suddenly inquired. "Avo," I replied. "He's the man who has been twice in America, but do you know how rich he is? He's got money in bank, and when a man gets money in bank, I say there is something in it." "And how do you suppose he made that money?" he inquired, with the air of one who is about to come down with a stunner. "He did it a Duckeren," but he pronounced the word Durkeren, and I, detecting at once, as I thought, an affinity with the German Turkurva, paused and stared, lost in thought. My pause was set down to amazement, and the ancient Henry repeated, "Fact, by Durkeren. I don't wonder you're astonished. Tellin' fortunes just like a woman. It isn't every man who could do that." "But I suppose you could," he continued, looking at me admiringly. "You know all the ways of the gorgeous, and could talk to ladies, and are up to high life. You could make no end of money. Why don't you do it, innocent gypsy?" Was this thy idea of qualification for a seer and a reader of dark lore? What wouldst thou say could I pour into thy brain the contents of the scores of works on occult nonsense, from Agrippa to Zadkiel, devoured with keen hunger in the days of my youth? Yes, in solemn sadness, out of the whole I have brought no powers of divination, and in it all found nothing so strange as the wondrous tongue in which we spoke. In this mystery called life, many ways have been proposed to me of alleviating its expenses, as, for instance, when the old professor earnestly commended that we too should obtain, I trust honestly, a donkey and a rinkney juva, who by telling fortunes should entirely contribute to our maintenance, and so wander cost-free, and cost-free over merry England. But I threw away the golden opportunity, ruthlessly rejected it, thereby incurring the scorn of all scientific philologists, none of whom, I trow, would have lost such a chance. It was for doing the same thing that Matthew Arnold immortalized a clerk of Oxenford, though it may be that since Elizabeth such exploits have lost their prestige, as I knew of 2 students at the same university who a few years ago went off on a 6-weeks lark with 2 gypsy girls, but who, far from desiring to have the facts chronicled in immortal rhyme, were even much afraid lest it should get into the county newspaper, leaving the biscuit-makers, among whom I subsequently found a granddaughter of the celebrated gypsy queen, Charlotte Stanley. I went up the river, and there, above the bridge, found, as if withdrawn in pride, 2 other tents, by one of which stood a very pretty little girl of 7 or 8 years, with a younger brother. While talking to the children, their father approached leading a horse. I had never seen him before, but he welcomed me politely in Romani, saying that I had been pointed out to him as the Romani Rye, and that his mother, who was proficient in their language, was very desirous of meeting me. He was one of the Smiths, a Petulangro or Pitulamangro, or Master of the Horseshoe, a name familiar to all readers of Lavengro. This man was a full gypsy, but he spoke better English, as well as better Romani, than his neighbors, and had far more refinement of manner, and singularly enough, he appeared to be simpler-hearted and more unaffected, with less gypsy trickery, and more of a disposition for honest labor. His brother and uncle were, indeed, hard at work among the masons in a new building not far off, though they lived like true gypsies in a tent. Pitulamangro, as the name is commonly given at the present day, was evidently very proud of his Romani, and talked little else, but he could not speak it nearly so well nor so fluently as his mother, who was of the old sort, and who was, I believe, sincerely delighted that her skill was appreciated by me. All gypsies are quite aware that their language is very old and curious, but they very seldom meet with gorgeous who are familiar with the fact, and manifest an interest in it. While engaged in conversation with this family, Pitulamangro asked me if I had ever met in America with Mr. adding, "He is a brother-in-law of mine." I confess that I was startled, for I had known the gentleman in question very well for many years. He is a man of considerable fortune, and nothing in his appearance indicates in the slightest degree any affinity with the Romani. He is not the only real or partial gypsy, whom I know among the wealthy and highly cultivated, and it is with pleasure I declare that I have found them all eminently kind-hearted and hospitable. It may be worthwhile to state, in this connection, that gypsy blood intermingled with Anglo-Saxon when educated, generally results in intellectual and physical vigor. The English gypsy has greatly changed from the Hindu in becoming courageous. In fact, his pugnacity and pluck are too frequently carried to a fault. My morning's call had brought me into contact with the 3 types of the gypsy of the roads, of the half-breeds, and especially of those who have only a very slight trace of the dark blood, or callow rat. There are in Great Britain many thousands. Of the true stock there are now only a few hundreds, but all are Romani, and all have among themselves an understanding which separates them from the gorgeous. It is difficult to define what this understanding is. Suffice it to say, that it keeps them all in many respects peculiar, and gives them a feeling of Freemasonry, and of guarding a social secret, long after they leave the roads and become highly reputable members of society. But they have a secret, and no one can know them who has not penetrated it. One day I mentioned to my old Romani, what Mr. Barrow has said, that no English gypsy knows the word for a leaf, or patron. He admitted that it was true, but after considering the subject deeply, and dividing the deliberations between his pipe and the little wooden bear on the table, his regular oracle and friend, he suddenly burst forth in the following beautiful illustration of philology by theology. "Raya, I pens you the pure odirous leaf or a leaf, and that's a hollow. Don't you gin that the hollow was the first to sleeve, So Halaf must be the Romani lav. Since Romanus is the pure dirus gibosa. For when the first mush was carved and created in the TM Adre, and that was the Boro Duval himself, I expect an honor to the TM Abre, he was in the barrow, and didn't gin if there was any puvius about, so he bittered the Chilico Avery, and the Chilico was a dove, 'cause dovus is like Duval, and PA with macron SHO the Duval and Duval's Chilico. So the dove muckered Avery and gelled round the TM till he latchered the puvius, for when he dickered a tan and leld a halaf leaf, he gin there was a TM, and hatched the halaf aptly to his Duval, and when Yov's Duval gin there was a TM, he hired bitty tickness and folky for the tem, and I don't gin no more of it, Kikumi, and that is a very tidy little story of the leaf, and it sickers that the halaf was the first leaf. Tacho, sir, I will tell you the oldest word for a leaf, and that is an olive. Don't you know that the olive was the first leaf, so olive must be the Romani word, since Romanus is the oldest language of all. For when the first man was made and created in the world, and that was the great God himself, I expect and brought the land out, he was in the ship, and didn't know if there was any earth about him, so he sent the bird out. And the bird was a dove, because dove is like Duval, God, and half God and God's bird. So the dove flew away and went around the world till he found the earth, for when he saw a place and took an olive leaf, he knew there was a country, land, and took the olive leaf back to his Lord. And when his Lord knew there was land, he made little children and people for it, and I don't know anything more about it. And that is a very tidy little story of the leaf, and it shows that the olive was the first leaf. Being gratified at my noting down this original narrative from his own lips, my excellent old friend informed me, with cheerfulness not unmingled with the dignified pride characteristic of erudition, and of the possession of deep and darksome lore, that he also knew the story of Samson, and thus spake he. Samson was a baro mush, where he hanalo and tado at Corin, so that he nashered saw the mushes every, and they were at Rasho Lester. He was so sorello that you chorus when you poggered every acre, and it had a boro cisterny wooder. He just petted abre his dumo, and hookered at every, and jalt carrion bike in it. Yek divas he lelt some weshni juckles, and pandered yanni trushnis to their porous and mukdum jal, and they nashered every like puro bangus, sigin the sala, when sar the mushes were sudo, unsaw peril the jiv puvius, and hotchert sar the jiv. Then the crawlus bittered his mushes to lel Samson, but he koshered him, and pa with macron sh more the tad of him. They couldn't curry him, and he sillered him to praster for their mirabin, and cause they couldn't serber him a corin, they hired it sit pray the chingerban drum. Now Samson was a sihiadi mush, where he came up into the juvis, so they got a wary rinkini chi to cutter and cuzzer him, so Yov weld a lackey to a ready tan, and she hocused him with drab till Yov was pill for Yosudo, and his shero hungered who per side lacquer, and when Yov was selvered, the mushes weld and chinned his balas apre and jived him adre the sturban, and yek divus the folky hitchered him avri the sturban to care pious for him, and as they were jillerin and hulgerin him, Samson chived his wasters kedinus the boro jongers of the sturban, and bongered his cockerus adre, and sar the kerpeta lay with the boro dudley. Unsar the poro mushes were molered in the kerpogger to bitty cutters. Samson was a great man, very fierce and expert at fighting, so that he drove all men away, and they were afraid of him. He was so strong that once when he broke into a house, and it had a great iron door, he just put it on his back, and carried it away and went home and sold it. One day he caught some foxes, and tied firebrands to their tails and let them go. And they ran away like old devils, early in the morning, when all the people were asleep, across the field, and burned all the wheat. Then the king sent his men to take Samson, but he hurt them, and half killed the whole of them. They could not injure him, and he compelled them to run for life, and because they could not capture him by fighting, they did it otherwise by an opposite way. Now Samson was a man full of life, very fond of the girls, so they got a very pretty woman to cajole and coax him. And he went with her to a lonely house, and she hocused him with poison till he was heavy with sleep, and his head drooped by her side. And when he was poisoned, the people came and cut his hair off and threw him into prison. And one day the people dragged him out of prison to make sport for them, And as they were making fun of him and teasing him, Samson threw his hands around the great pillars of the prison, and bowed himself in, and all the house fell down with a great noise, and all the poor men were killed and the house broke into small pieces, and so he died. Do you know what the judgment day is? Puro avo, Raya. The judgment day is when you sobzalai, go and sleep, or dream away, to the Boro Duval. I reflected long on this reply of the untutored Romani. I had often thought that the deepest and most beautiful phrase in all Tennyson's poems was that in which the impassioned lover promised his mistress to love her after death, ever on into the dream beyond. And here I had the same thought as beautifully expressed by an old gypsy, who, he declared, for 2 months hadn't seen 3 nights when he wasn't as drunk as 4 fiddlers. And the same might have been said of Caroline, the Irish bard, who lived in poetry and died in whiskey. The soul sleeping or dreaming away to God, suggested an inquiry into the gypsy idea of the nature of spirits. You believe in mulas, ghosts, Puro. Can everybody see them, I wonder? Avo, Raya, Avo. Every mush can dick mulas if it's their come up to be dis. But dust critters can dick mulas whether the mulas comet or keck. There's Grace and Milas can dick mulas by the ratty, and ye chorus I had a grey that was trasher drea tm langs the chorus of a drum. Pa with macron sh a Borough Park where a mush had been mullered, he prastered a me powley, but pa with macron sh a cheers he welled aptly to the wardas. A chint jucko or wixen can hunt mulas avily, they chase spirits just the sim as anything dre the world. Dannerem, corem, chingerem. Cause the dogs can't be duggered by mulas. In English, yes, sir, yes. Every man can see ghosts if it is their will to be seen, but many creatures can see ghosts whether the ghosts wish it or not. There are horses and asses, which can see ghosts by the night, and once I had a horse that was frightened in the place by the side of a road, near a great park where a man had been murdered. He ran a mile behind, but after a while came back to the wagons. A cut, castrated dog or a vixen can hunt ghosts. Yes, they chase spirits just the same as anything in the world. Bite 'em, fight 'em, tear 'em, because dogs cannot be hurt by ghosts. Dogs, I replied, sometimes hunt men as well as ghosts. Avo, but men can fool the jackals every. And men too. And mullahs can't. How do they care it? If a Coromangro comes to Choricova when the snow is après the pluvious, he jals yek piro, poluvescro. If you sheave toots purus palo the waver, your custo piro kaired bongo, jalan with it or a chorus, and the waver piro stratus. Your paternal dick as if a bongo harrowed mush had been après the pluvious. I jinned a mush your chorus that had a dui chakas kaired with a dui tachabuns kaired bongo, to jale corin with. But if you're pollard by juckles, and pet luli dentamangro adre the chakas, it'll dugger the sunabin of the juckus. And if you sheave luli dentamangro where juckus care penny, atur they sumat they won't jaladoi shishi no morius, and won't mutter in davotan, and you can keep it cleanest, that is, if a thief wants to steal a thing when the snow is on the ground, he goes with one foot behind the other. If you put your feet one behind the other, your right foot twisted, going with it to one side, and the other foot straight, your trail will look as if a crooked-legged man had been on the ground. I knew a man once that had a pair of shoes made with the 2 heels reversed, to go thieving with, but if you are followed by dogs, and put red pepper in your shoes, it will spoil the scent of the dogs, and if you throw red pepper where dogs make water, they will not go there any more after they smell it, and you can keep it clean. Well, I replied, I see that a great many things can be learned from the gypsies. Tell me, now, when you wanted a night's lodging, did you ever go to a union kek? Raya, the tramps that jalangs the drum and mang at the unions are kek Romani chals. The Romani never cared alvo, they'd sooner besh in the bavel put first as, we'd putch the farming rife or muckabin to hatch the ratty adre the granja, but we'd sooner sov under the bourne the bishnu than jaladre the chavaniker. The Romani chals ain't into tramps, for they've got a different drum into 'em. In English, no, sir, the tramps that go along the road and beg at the unions are not gypsies. The Romani never do that, they'd sooner stay in the open field, literally, airfield, We would ask the farmer for leave to stop the night in the barn, but we'd sooner sleep under the hedge in the rain than go in the poorhouse. Gypsies are not like tramps, for they have a different way. The reader who will reflect on the extreme misery and suffering incident upon sleeping in the open air, or in a very scanty tent, during the winter in England, and in cold rains, will appreciate the amount of manly pride necessary to sustain the gypsies and thus avoiding the union. That the wandering Romani can live at all is indeed wonderful, since not only are all other human beings less exposed to suffering than many of them, but even foxes and rabbits are better protected in their holes from storms and frost. The Indians of North America have, without exception, better tents. In fact, one of the last gypsy tents which I visited was merely a bit of ragged canvas, so small that it could only cover the upper portion of the bodies of the man and his wife who slept in it. Where and how they packed their 2 children I cannot understand. The impunity with which any fact might be published in English Romani, with the certainty that hardly a soul in England not of the blood could understand it, is curiously illustrated by an incident which came within my knowledge. The reader is probably aware that there appear occasionally in the agony column of the Times, or in that devoted to personal advertisements, certain sentences apparently written in some very strange foreign tongue, but which the better informed are aware are made by transposing letters, according to the rules of cryptography, or secret writing. Now it is estimated that there are in Great Britain at least 1,000 lovers of occult lore, and quaint curiosa, decipherers of rebuses and adorers of anagrams, who, when one of these delightful puzzles appears in the Times, set themselves down and know no rest until it is unpuzzled and made clear, being stimulated in the pursuit by the delightful consciousness that they are exploring the path of somebody's secret, which somebody would be very sorry to have made known. Such an advertisement appeared one day, and a friend of mine, who had a genius for that sort of thing, sat himself down early one Saturday morning to decipher it. First of all he ascertained which letter occurred most frequently in the advertisement, for this must be the letter E according to rules made and provided by the great Edgar A. Poe, the American poet cryptographer. But to reveal the secret in full, I may as well say, dear reader, that you must take printers' type in their cases, and follow the proportions according to the size of the boxes. By doing this you cannot fail to unrip the seam of any of these transmutations. But, alas, this cock would not fight. It was a dead bird in the pit. My friend at once apprehended that he had to deal with an old hand, one of those aggravating fellows who are up to crip, a man who can write a sentence, and be capable of leaving the letter E entirely out, for there are people who will do this. So he went to work afresh upon no hypothesis, and pleasantly the hours fled by. Quires of paper were exhausted. He worked all day and all the evening with no result. That it was not in a foreign language my friend was well assured, for well he knows the Latin and the Dutch. Of France and Toscany he had the touche. Russian is familiar to him, and Arabic would not have been an unknown quantity. So he began again with the next day, and had been breaking the Sabbath until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when I entered, and the mystic advertisement was submitted to me. I glanced at it, and at once read it into English, though as I read the smile at my friend's lost labor vanished in a sense of sympathy for what the writer must have suffered. It was as follows, omitting names: Mandy Jins of Patsamandi, Te Bichalev Ki Tushan, Apramanolav, Mandel Kek Pukatiltud Muksamandi, Toots DC Sawelni Pagado. Shamatrash Tudi Datlajal Divyo, Yavel Fordal Sor, Format Uvals Khan, Mook Lesti Shun Shumani, in English, I know of, trust me, and send word where you are. On my word, I will not tell till you give me leave. Your mother's heart is well nigh broken. I am afraid your father will go mad. He will forgive all. For God's sake, let him know something. This was sad enough, and the language in which it was written is good English Romani. I would only state in addition, that I found that in the very house in which I was living, and at the same time, a lady had spent 3 days in vainly endeavoring to ascertain the meaning of these sentences. It is possible that many gypsies, be they of high or low degree, in society or out of it, may not be pleased at my publishing a book of their language, and revealing so much of what they fondly cherish as a secret. They need be under no apprehension, since I doubt very much whether, even with its aid, a dozen persons living will seriously undertake to study it, and of this dozen there is not one who will not be a philologist, and such students are generally aware that there are copious vocabularies of all the other gypsy dialects of Europe easy to obtain from any bookseller. Had my friend used the works of Potter Pascotti, Ascoli or Grellman, he would have found it an easy thing to translate this advertisement. The truth simply is that for scholars there is not a single secret or hidden word in English Gypsy or in any other Romani dialect, and none except scholars will take pains to acquire it. Any man who wished to learn sufficient Gypsy to maintain a conversation, and thereby learn all the language, could easily have done so half a century ago from the vocabularies published by Bright and other writers. A secret which has been for 50 years published in very practical detail in 50 books, is indeed a secret de Ponchinelle. I have been asked scores of times, have the Gypsies an alphabet of their own? Have they grammars of their language, dictionaries, or books? Of course my answer was in the negative. I have heard of vocabularies in use among crypto-Romanis, or those who having risen from the roads live a secret life, so to speak, but I have never seen one. But they have songs, and one day I was told that in my neighborhood there lived a young gypsy woman, who was a poetess, and made Romani ballads. She can't write, said my informant, but her husband's a Gorgio, and he can. If you want them, I'll get you some. The offer was of course accepted, and the gypsy dame, flattered by the request, sent me the following. The lyric is without rhyme, but, as sung, not without rhythm. Gilly of a Romani Juva. Diet the Gargers, Gorgius, the Gargers round Mandy, trying to lull my Maripin, away. I will care, up to my chungs, up to my chungs in rat, all for my happy Racklo. My mush is lel to Sturabin, to Sturabin. My mush is lel to Sturabin, to the tan where Mandy gins, translation. Look at the Gorgius around me, trying to take my life away. I will wade up to my knees in blood, all for my happy boy. My husband is taken to prison. My husband is taken to prison, to the place of which I know. 10. Gypsies in Egypt. Difficulty of obtaining information. The Khedive on the Gypsies. Mr. Edward Elias. Muhammad introduces me to the Gypsies. They call themselves Tataran. The Ragaran or Gypsies at Baulak. Kofts. Hair seats on Egyptian Gypsies. The Gypsy with the monkey in Cairo. Street cries of the Gypsy women in Egypt. Captain Newbold on the Egyptian Gypsies. Since writing the foregoing pages, and only a day or two after one of the incidents therein described, I went to Egypt, passing the winter in Cairo and on the Nile. While waiting in the city for the friend with whom I was to ascend the mysterious river, it naturally occurred to me that as I was in the country which many people still believe is the original land of the Gypsies, it would be well worth my while to try to meet with some, if any were to be found. It is remarkable that notwithstanding my inquiries from many gentlemen, both native and foreign, including savans and beys, the only educated person I ever met in Egypt, who was able to give me any information on the subject of its Gypsies, was the Khedive, or Viceroy himself. A fact which will not seem strange to those who are aware of the really wonderful extent of his knowledge of the country which he rules. I had been but a few days in Cairo when, at an interview with the Khedive, Mr. Beardsley, the American consul, by whom I was presented, mentioned to His Highness that I was interested in the subject of the Gypsies, upon which the Khedive said that there were in Egypt many people known as Ragaran, who were probably the same as the Bohemians or Gypsies of Europe. His words were, as nearly as I can remember, as follows. They are wanderers who live in tents, and are regarded with contempt even by the peasantry. Their women tell fortunes, tattoo, and sell small wares. The men work in iron, quincaillery. They are all adroit thieves, and noted as such. The men may sometimes be seen going around the country with monkeys. In fact, they appear to be in all respects the same people as the Gypsies of Europe. This was all that I could learn for several days. For though there were Gypsies, or Egyptians, in Egypt, I had almost as much trouble to find them as I learned some had to discover their brethren in Norway. In speaking of the subject to Mr. Edward Elias, a gentleman well known in Egypt, he most kindly undertook to secure the aid of the chief of police, who in turn had recourse to the sheikh of the Gypsies. But the sheikh, I was told, was not himself a gypsy, and there were none of his subjects in Cairo. After a few days, 3 wanderers, supposed to be Romani, were arrested, but on examination they proved to be ignorant of any language except Arabic. Their occupation was music and dancing with a stick. In fact, they were performers in those curious and extremely ancient Fescennine farces, or Atalana, which are depicted on ancient vases, and are still acted on the roads in Egypt, as they were in Greece before the days of Thespis. Then I was informed that gypsies were often encamped near the pyramids, but research in this direction was equally fruitless. Remembering what His Highness had told me, that gypsies went about exhibiting monkeys, I one day, on meeting a man bearing an ape, endeavored to enter into conversation with him. Those who know Cairo can imagine with what result. In an instant we were surrounded by 50 natives of the lower class, jabbering, jeering, screaming, and begging, all intent, as it verily seemed, on defeating my object. I gave the monkey bearer money. Instead of thanking me, he simply clamored for more, while the mob became intolerable, so that I was glad to make my escape. At last I was successful. I had frequently employed as donkey driver an intelligent and well-behaved man named Mohammed, who spoke English well, and who was familiar with the byways of Cairo. On asking him if he could show me any ragaran, he replied that every Saturday there was a fair or market held at Balak, where I would be sure to meet with women of the tribe. The men, I was told, seldom ventured into the city, because they were subject to much insult and ill treatment from the common people. On the day appointed I rode to the market, which was extremely interesting. There were thousands of blue-shirted and red tarbouched or white turbaned Egyptians, buying or selling, or else merely amusing themselves, dealers in sugarcane, pipe peddlers, and vendors of rosaries, jugglers and minstrels. At last we came to a middle-aged woman seated on the ground behind a basket containing beads, glass armlets, and similar trinkets. She was dressed like any Arab woman of the lower class, but was not veiled, and on her chin blue lines were tattooed. Her features and whole expression were, however, evidently gypsy. I spoke to her in Romani, using such words as would have been intelligible to any of the race in England, Germany, or Turkey, but she did not understand me, and declared that she could speak nothing but Arabic. At my request, Muhammad explained to her that I had traveled from a distant country in Araba, where there were many Ragaran who declared that their fathers came from Egypt, and that I wished to know if any in the latter country could speak the old language. She replied that the Ragaran of Montesinos could still speak it, but that her people in Egypt had lost the tongue. Muhammad declared that Montesinos meant Mount Sinai or Syria. I then asked her if the Ragaran had no peculiar name for themselves, and she replied, "Yes, we call ourselves Tataran." This was at least satisfactory. All over southern Germany and in Norway the Romani are sailed Tataran, and though the word means Tartars, and is simply a misapplied term, it indicates a common race. The woman seemed to be very much gratified at the interest I manifested in her people. I gave her a double piastre and asked for its value in blue glass armlets. She gave me 2 pair, and as I turned to depart called me back, and with a good-natured smile handed me 4 more as a present. This generosity was very gypsy-like, and very unlike the usual behavior of any common Egyptian. While on the Nile, I inquired of people in different towns if they had ever seen gypsies where they lived, and was invariably answered in the negative. Remembering to have read in some book a statement that the Ghazi or dancing girls formed a tribe by themselves, and spoke a peculiar language, I asked an American who has lived for many years in Egypt if he thought they could be gypsies. He replied that an English lady of title, who had also been for a long time in the country, had formed this opinion. But when I questioned dancing girls myself, I found them quite ignorant of any language except Arabic, and knowing nothing relating to the Romani. 2 Ghazi whom I saw had, indeed, the peculiarly brilliant eyes and general expression of gypsies. The rest appeared to be Egyptian Arab, and I found on inquiry that one of the latter had really been a peasant girl who till within 7 months had worked in the fields, while two others were occupied alternately with field work and dancing. At the market in Balak, Muhammad took me to a number of ragaran. They all resembled the one whom I have described, and were all occupied in selling exactly the same class of articles. They all differed slightly, as I thought, from the ordinary Egyptians in their appearance, and were decidedly unlike them, in being neither importunate for money nor disagreeable in their manners. But though they were certainly gypsies, none of them would speak Romani, and I doubt very much if they could have done so. Bonaventure of Vulcanius, who in 1597 first gave the world a specimen of Romani in his curious book De Literae Linguae, which specimen, by the way, on account of its rarity, I propose to republish in another work, believed that the gypsies were Nubians, and others, following in his track, supposed they were really Coptic Christians. Pod, Dizigener, etc. Halley, 1844, page 5. And I must confess that this recurred forcibly to my memory when, at Minia, in Egypt, I asked a Copt scribe if he were Muslim, and he replied, La, ana Gypti. No, I am a Copt, pronouncing the word Gypti, or Copt, so that it might readily be taken for gypsy, and learning that Romi is the Coptic for a man, I was again startled, and when I found Tema, tem, land, and other Romani words in ancient Egyptian, vide Bruges, grammar, etc., it seemed as if there were still many mysteries to solve in this strange language. Other writers long before me attempted to investigate Egyptian gypsy, but with no satisfactory result. A German named Seetzen ascertained that there were gypsies both in Egypt and Syria, and wrote, 1806, on the subject of MS, which Pod, Dizigener, etc. cites largely. Of these Roms he speaks as follows: gypsies are to be found in the entire Osmanli realm, from the limits of Hungary into Egypt. The Turks call them Chinganate, but the Syrians and Egyptians, as well as themselves, Nuri, in the plural El Nair. It was on the 24th of November 1806 when I visited a troop of them, encamped with their black tents in an olive grove, to the west side of Naples. They were for the greater part of a dirty yellow complexion, with black hair, which hung down on the side from where it was parted in a short plait, and their lips are mulatto-like. Seetzen subsequently remarks that their physiognomy is precisely like that of the modern Egyptians. The women had their underlips colored dark blue, like female Bedouins, and a few retin points around the mouth of light color. They, and the boys also, wore earrings. They made sieves of horsehair or of leather, iron nails, and similar small ironware, or mended kettles. They appear to be very poor, and the men go almost naked, unless the cold compels them to put on warmer clothing. The little boys ran about naked. Although both Christians and Mohammedans declared that they buried their dead in remote hill corners, or burned them, they denied it, and declared they were good Mohammedans, and as such buried their dead in Mohammedan cemeteries. This corresponds to their custom in Great Britain in the past generation, and the earnestness which they display at present to secure regular burial like Christians. But as their instruction is even more neglected than that of the Bedouins, their religious information is so limited that one may say of them, they have either no religion at all, or the simplest of all. As to wine, they are less strict than most Mohammedans. They assured me that in Egypt there were many Nuri. The same writer obtained from one of these Syrian Egyptian gypsies a not inconsiderable vocabulary of their language, and says, I find many Arabic, Turkish, and some Greek words in it. It appears to me, however, that they have borrowed from a fourth language, which was perhaps their mother tongue, but which I cannot name. Wanting dictionaries, the words which he gives appear to me to consist of Egyptian Arabic, with its usual admixture from other sources, simply made into a gibberish, and sometimes with one word substituted for another to hide the meaning, the whole probably obtained through a dragoman, as is seen, for instance, when he gives the word nisnasaha, a fox, and states that it is of unknown origin. The truth is, nisnis means a monkey, and, like most of Seetzen's Nuri words, is inflected with an acute final, as if one should say monkio. I have no doubt the Nor may talk such a jargon, but I should not be astonished, either, If the sheku for a small pecuniary consideration eagerly ate its seats and to note it down, had sold him with what certainly would appear to any Egyptian to be the real babble of the nursery. There are very few Romani words in this vocabulary, but then it should be remembered that there are some Arabic words in Romani. The street cry of the gypsy women in Cairo is Arabic text which cannot be reproduced. Netakwinetaher. We tattoo and circumcise, a phrase which sufficiently indicates their calling. In the Deutscher Dragoman of Dr. Philipp Wolf, Leipzig, 1867, I find the following under the word Sijuner. Gypsy. In Egypt. Gagri. Pronounced more nearly Ragri. Plural Gager. In Syria. Nuer. Plural Nur. When they go about with monkeys, they are called Kurudidi, from Kurd, ape. The gypsies of Upper Egypt call themselves Sayada, i.e., people from Zed, or Upper Egypt. Vide Kramer. I-138-148. According to von Gabino, they are called in Syria Kurbidi, Arabic text which cannot be reproduced. Vide Zeitschrift DMG. Zai 690. More than this of the gypsies in Egypt the deponent saith not. He has interrogated the oracles, and they were dumb. That there are Roms in the land of Mizar his eyes have shown, but whether any of them can talk Romani is to him as yet unknown. Since the foregoing was printed, I have found in the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 16, Part 2, 1856, page 285, an article on the gypsies in Egypt, by the late Captain Newbold, FRS, which gives much information on this mysterious subject. The Egyptian gypsies, as Captain Newbold found, are extremely jealous and suspicious of any inquiry into their habits and mode of life, so that he had great difficulty in tracing them to their haunts, and inducing them to unreserved communication. These gypsies are divided into three kinds: the Helibis, Gaggers, Ragaran, and Narsar Nawar. Of the Raggers there are 16,000. The Hilibi are most prosperous of all these, and their women, who are called Fehimis, are the only ones who practice fortune-telling and sorcery. The male Helibis are chiefly ostensible dealers in horses and cattle, but have a bad character for honesty. Some of them are to be found in every official department in Egypt, though not known to be gypsies, a statement which casts much light on the circumstance that neither the chief of police himself, nor the Sheikh of the Ragaran, with all their alleged efforts, could find a single gypsy for me. The Helibis look down on the Ragaran, and do not suffer their daughters to intermarry with them, though they themselves marry Ragaran girls. The Fahimi, or Hilibi women, are noted for their chastity, the Ragaran are not. The men of the Ragaran are tinkers and blacksmiths, and sell cheap jewelry or instruments of iron and brass. Many of them are athletes, mountebanks, and monkey exhibitors. The women are rope dancers and musicians. They are divided into classes, bearing the names of Romani, Medahan, Gurudin, Barmiki, Barmecides, Wailed Abukena, Bader Rafi'i, Hemali, etc. The Helibis and Ragaran are distinctly different in their personal appearance from the other inhabitants of Egypt, having the eyes and expression peculiar to all gypsies. Captain Newbold, in fact, assumes that any person who remains in Egypt longer than the ordinary run of travelers, and roams about the streets and environs of the large towns, can hardly fail to notice the strange appearance of certain females, whose features at once distinguish them from the ordinary fellow Arabs and Copts of the country. The Nuris or Nawars are hereditary thieves, but are now, 1856, employed as police and watchmen in the Pachas country estates. In Egypt they intermarry with the Fellahin or Arabs of the soil, from whom, in physical appearance and dress, they can hardly be distinguished. Outwardly they profess Mohammedanism, and have little intercourse with the Helibis and Gaggers, or Ragaran. Each of these tribes or classes speak a separate and distinct dialect or jargon. That of the Ragaran most resembles the language spoken by the Kurds, or gypsies of Syria. It seems to me probable, says Captain Newbold, that the whole of these tribes had one common origin in India, or the adjacent countries on its western frontier, and that the difference in the jargons they now speak is owing to their sojourn in the various countries through which they have passed. This is certain, that the gypsies are strangers in the land of Egypt. I am not astonished, On examining the specimens of these three dialects given by Captain Newbold, with the important addition made by Mr. W. Burkhart Barker, that I could not converse with the Ragaran, that of the Nawars does not contain a single word which would be recognized as Romani, while those which occur in the other two jargons are, if not positively either few and far between, strangely distorted from the original. A great number are ordinary vulgar Arabic. It is very curious that while in England such a remarkably large proportion of Hindustani words have been preserved, they have been lost in the East, in countries comparatively near the fatherland, India. I would, in conclusion to this work, remark that numbers of Romani words, which are set down by philologists as belonging to Greek, Slavonian, and other languages, were originally Hindu, and have only changed their form a little because the wanderers found a resemblance to the old word in a new one. I am also satisfied that much may be learned as to the origin of these words from a familiar acquaintance with the vulgar dialects of Persia, and such words as are not put down in dictionaries, owing to their provincial character. I have found, on questioning a Persian gentleman, that he knew the meaning of many Romani words from their resemblance to vulgar Persian, though they were not in the Persian dictionary which I used. Romani Gudli, or Gypsy Stories and Fables. The gypsy to whom I was chiefly indebted for the material of this book frequently narrated to me the Gudli or small stories current among his people, and being a man of active, though childlike imagination, often invented others of a similar character. Sometimes an incident or saying would suggest to me the outline of a narrative, upon which he would eagerly take it up, and readily complete the tale. But if I helped him sometimes to evolve from a hint, a phrase, or a fact, something like a picture, it was always the gypsy who gave it Romani characteristics and conferred color. It was often very difficult for him to distinctly recall an old story or clearly develop anything of the kind, whether it involved an effort of memory or of the imagination, and here he required aid. I have never in my life met with any man whose mind combined so much simplicity, cunning, and grotesque fancy, with such an entire incapacity to appreciate either humor or poetry as expressed in the ordinary language of culture. The meter and rhyme of the simplest ballad made it unintelligible to him, and I was obliged to repeat such poetry several times before he could comprehend it. Yet he would, while I was otherwise occupied than with him, address to his favorite wooden image of a little bear on the chimney-piece, grotesque soliloquies which would have delighted a Hoffman, or conduct with it dialogues which often startled me. With more education, he would have become a Romani bidpai, and since India is the fatherland of the fable, he may have derived his peculiar faculty for turning morals and adorning tales legitimately from that source. I may state that those stories, which were made entirely, as a few were, or in part, by my assistant and myself, were afterwards received with approbation by ordinary gypsies as being thoroughly Romani. As to the language of the stories, it is all literally and faithfully that of a gypsy, word by word, written down as he uttered it. When, after we had got a gudlo into shape, he told it finally over, which he invariably did with great eagerness, ending with an improvised moral. Gudlo I how a gypsy saved a child's life by breaking a window. Prayek Divas, or I a chorus, a Romani chal was Karen pious with the Kashgars, and he was Sir to Kosh pray the hef of a Boro Kuran Pugardat. Well the Prastra Mangro and Pend, two must poroker, or pacer, for the glass, but when they jawed adradhikar, they lastered the Kosh had muller the divio jockal that was jawin to dent the chavo. So the Rani del the Romani chalisonikeo ra anafino grai, but yet koshter that poggers a hef doesn't muller a juckle. Translation: on a day or once, a gypsy was playing at cockshai, and he threw a stick through the window of a great house and broke the glass. Came the policeman and said, "You must answer, or pay, for the glass." But when they went into the house, they found the stick had killed a mad dog that was going to bite the child, boy. So the lady gave the gypsy a gold watch and a good horse, but every stick that breaks a window does not kill a dog. Gudlo 2, the gypsy story of the bird and the hedgehog. Prayek divisa hochuichi dicta chiliko adre the puff, and the chiliko puckered lesko. More jalpali by the Kashto wastas. or the hunter's greyes will sheave to dadre the chick, malo, and if you jal the waver rick by the bongo wust, davos a Romani tanadoy, and the Romani chows will haltude, pen the hochuichi. I'd rather jal with the Romani chows, and be hawed by folky that call Mendy, than be piraban apre by chows that dit callo apre mandy. It's cushtier for a tacharam to be mullered by a Romani pal, than to be noshered by the gorgeous. Translation. On that day a hedgehog met a bird in the field, and the bird told him, "Do not go around by the right hand, or the hunter's horses will trample you dead in the dirt, and if you go around by the left hand, there's a gypsy tent, and the gypsies will eat you," said the hedgehog. "I'd rather go with the gypsies, and be eaten by folk that like me, than be trampled on by people that despise, literally, look black upon, me. It is better for a real gypsy to be killed by a gypsy brother than to be hung by Gorgias." Gudlo 3. A story of a fortune teller. Yakoris Atano Gorjo Chivdaprea Shubo and jail to a Puri Ramani died to get dockered, and she po ogred Lester, Toodle Rumorban a fair man with Cowley Yakas. Then the Rakalodeld Lackey Yak Shakorian penned. If this Shakori was as boro as the Hockabin Toot puckered Mandy, Toot might porter sar the bongo DM with Rob, but, Hatchel Wunjish, maybe in a Divas, maybe in a Caracas, maybe a dude, maybe a Besh, maybe Waver Divas. He raw Morban directly by the native fair man, and her Yakas were as callow as Mary Javas. There's always duirik to a dockerban. Translation. Once a little Gorjo put on a woman's gown, and went to an old gypsy mother to have his fortune told. And she told him, "You'll marry a fair man with black eyes." Then the young man gave her a sixpence and said, "If this sixpence were as big as the lie you told me, you could fill all hell with silver." But, stop a bit, after a while, maybe in a week, maybe a month, maybe in a year, maybe the other day, he married a girl by the name of Fair Man, and her eyes were as black as my sweetheart's. There are always two sides to a prediction. Gudlo IV. How the Royston Rook deceived the rooks and pigeons. Prayek divas a Royston Rookus jeld mong in the Colo Chericlus, and they poochered him. Where did Toot Chortero Pano Chaco? And Yuv pokered. Mandy chorted from a big sharo of a pigeon, then he jelled a man the pigeons and penned, Sarishan, pals, and they puched lesty. Where did Toot Lelakavo Kaali Rakamayas Tabiaskres? And Yuv penned. Mandy chortem from those Wafri Moshes the recuses, PA with Macron SH. Radis pen their cokeris for Gorgias Mongin Gorgias, and for Romani Mongin Romani Chals. Translation. On that day a Royston Rook went among the crows, blackbirds, and they asked him, "Where did you steal your white coat?" And he told them, "I stole it from a fool of a pigeon." Then he went among the pigeons and said, "How are you, brothers?" And they asked him, "Where did you get those black trousers and sleeves?" And he said, "I stole them from those wretches the rooks." Half-breeds call themselves Gorjo among Gorgias, and Gypsy among Gypsies. Gudlo v. The Gypsy Story of the Gorjo and the Romani Chow. Once pray at Cheras or Chiras, a Gorjo pen to a Romani Chow. "Why does Toot always jell about the TM Ajah? There's no kushtabin in what don't hatchakity." Pen the Romani Chow. Sikkermandy Toots Wonger. And Yuv sickered him a cutter, a bar, a PA with Macron SH bar, a PA with Macron SH cutter, a panjkulo, collar, bidus, a PA with Macron SH crooner, Karana, a DUI, Cullis bidus, a trinmashi, a shikori, a stororis, a trinoris, a duioris, a hora, a pashero, a lolly, a PA with Macron SH lolly, pen the Romani Chow, a kufos sar wafri wonger, kek, pen the Gorjo, sasar kushto and kiras. Shivad adre toots wust and junit ringus avo, pen the Romani Chow, toot puckert mandi that only wafri kuvas keep jellin, take kuvo wonger has jelled sar pray the tm adusta timly, or timey sarmush as aren't all centaur rockers, some must pirabin, and can't besh delay. Translation. Once upon a time a Gorjo said to a gypsy, "Why do you always go about the country so? There is no good in what does not rest." Literally. "Stop here," said the gypsy. "Show me your money." And he showed him a guinea, a sovereign, a half sovereign, a half guinea, a 5-shilling piece, a half crown, a 2-shilling piece, a shilling, a sixpence, a fourpenny piece, a threepence, a twopence, a penny, a halfpenny, a farthing, a half farthing. Said the gypsy, "This is all bad money." "No," said the other man, "it is all good and sound." "Toss it in your hand and hear it ring." "Yes," replied the gypsy, "you told me that only bad things keep going, and this money has gone all over the country many a time. All men are not like trees. Some must travel, and cannot keep still." Gudlo 6. How the gypsy bribed the policeman. Once après a Charles-Romani chal chodorani chilico, or chiriclo, and then jald at it a prastra mangro pray the drum. "Where did tu choradavo rani?" puttered the prastra mangro. "It's kek rani, it's a pano rani that I can trade the gav to deltude." "Tacho," penned the prastra mangro, "it's the kushdist pano rani mandi ever dictus. He did tuk in it, avali. Many's the cheris mandi's tipper to trin mishitu prastra mangro tom up mandi hatch my 10 with the chavas." Translation. Once on a time a gypsy stole a turkey, and then met a policeman on the road. "Where did you steal that turkey?" asked the policeman. "It's no turkey, it's a goose that I bought in the town to give you." "Fact," said the policeman, "it is the finest goose I ever saw." "Where did you buy it?" "Yes, many's the time I have given a shilling, 3-4 pence to a policeman to let me pitch my tent with the children." Gudlo 7. How a gypsy lost 3pence. Your chorus a show ro mush beshtale talk air trin hor osworth o peggy for a masangro. There just a langs a rye, who penned, to my gry, an I'll del to de shikori. While he tooled the gry a rani puckered him. Ricker this troshni to miker, an I'll del to de tringrushy. So he leld a chavo to tool the gry, and puckered Lester, toot shall get pa with makran sh the wonger. Well, as Yuff was ricken in the troshni and Sigaran bury or a bender the drum. He dicked a rye, who penned, if toodle jaw to the current hatch minis joggle tom mandy, meal del to the pash, corana, so he got away for chavo to ricker the troshni for pa with makran sh the wonger, whilst he jowled for the jockle. Well in a longus, he dicked a barvelo Gervais crow, who penned, avake and husker mandy to lel my grovni, avray the ditch, and I'll del you panch cullis, so he lelled it, but at the consus of the divus, saw yuvsus canon abracistis wongers, he penned, how afro it is mandy nasher the trinoris I might have lelled for the mass coasters. A mush must always pet the jiv and the puff before he can chun the harvest. Translation. Once a poor man sat down to make 3pence worth of skewers for a butcher. There came along a gentleman, who said, "Hold my horse, and I'll give you a 6pence." While he held the horse a lady said to him, "Carry this basket to my house, and I'll give you a shilling." So he got a boy to hold the horse, and said to him, "You shall have half the money." Well, as he was carrying the basket and hurrying along fast across the road he saw a gentleman, who said, "If you'll go to the house and bring my dog to me, I will give you half a crown." So he got another boy to carry the basket for half the money. While he went for the dog, going along, he saw a rich farmer, who said, "Come and help me here to get my cow out of the ditch, and I'll give you 5 shillings." So he got it. But at the end of the day, when he was counting his money, he said, "What a pity it is I lost the 3pence I might have got for the skewers." Literally, Meat Woods. A man must always put the grain in the ground before he can cut the harvest. Gudlo 8. The story of the gypsy's dog. Prayaktivasa show Romush had a jockle that used to chore covers and hacker them to the care for his mush, mass, wonger, Horus, and Rahoys. A riken the jockle, and cat-ired budusta wonger bicycle in the jockle at Welgoras, where barvelo mushes can care wonger tacho, chori mushes have to lure. Translation. On a day a poor man had a dog that used to steal things and carry them home for his master. Meat, money, watches, and spoons. A gentleman bought the dog, and made a great deal of money by showing him at fairs. Where rich men can make money honestly, poor men have to steal. Gudlo 9. A story of the prize fighter and the gentleman. Prayek chair Sakura Mangro was to core, and a rye rackered him. Will tup muk yorko caro be cord 420 bar? Pent the cora mangro? Will tup muk mandi pogger your harry for 100 bar? Kek, pendarai, for if I did, mandid never pero kashto eja, and if I nasher the korban, pent the angro, mandid never praster kekodomi, kamaban is kushtier than wonger. Translation. On a time a prize fighter was to fight, and a gentleman asked him, "Will you sell the fight? I.e., let yourself be beaten. For 20 pounds? Said the prize fighter. "Will you let me break your leg for 100 pounds? No, said the gentleman, for if I did, I should never walk well again. And if I lost a fight, said the prize fighter literally, Master, doer, I could never run again. Credit is better than money. Gudlo X of the gentleman and the old gypsy woman. Prayek charis Romani die, adre the will goro racker the right to del lacker trin mushy for kush back, and he delit, and puttered locky, if I bitcher my wonger a mocker and pray the grace. Keel mani's back be, my fino rye, she penned, the back'll be a coloss worth with Mandy and my chavis. Back that's peshered for a sar, addy. Translation. On a time a gypsy mother at the fair asked a gentleman to give her a shilling for luck, and he gave it, and asked her, "If I lose my money a betting on the horses, where will my luck be, my fine gentleman?" She said, "The luck will be a shilling's worth with me and my children." Luck that is paid for is always somewhere, literally, there. Gudlo's eye. The gypsy tells of the cat and the hare. Yurkoris the match kajal to dicker kakos chavo the canangro. And there well the hunting mush, and the match katadied up the chumber, pray dur, prayeruk, anodity she laster the chilico's nest. But the canangro prastered all I the chumber, longodras adre the tbm, wafri back cares a show ro mush tajal ally, but it mucks a boro mush to she fiska caro apre. Translation. Once the cat went to see her cousin the hare, and there came a hunter, and the cat scrambled up the hill. Further up a tree, and there she found a bird's nest, but the hare ran down the hill, far down into the country. Bad luck sends a poor man further down, but it causes a great man to rise still more. Gudlo 12. Of the gypsy woman and the child, Priekja irasachi jailed at railway for tm, and she record a gunno prelaki dumo with a bolo at dre. Orakli who was lad of her tigno, chord the bolo avri the gunno, and chiv the chavi adre, paska waver hora the shy shun the tigno rubbing, and dict adre the gunno in boro tube, and pend. If the bolus in a kavo tm paraben into travis, sadu the travis paraben adre. Translation. Once a woman went into a strange land, and she carried a bag on her back with a pig in it. A girl who was ashamed of her child stole the pig from the bag and put the baby in its place. After an hour the woman heard the child cry, and looked into the bag with great amazement, and said, "If the pigs in this country change into children, into what do the children change?" Gudlo 13. Of the girl that was to marry the devil. Prayek divis aramani di duckard arakli, and pluckard lackey that a kalo rai calmed her, but when the shy putchered her wonger, the rakli penned, "Pori di, I haven't got a pache road to deltate, but pen mandi the nav of the kalo rai." Then the die shelled avri, very hanalo, bang is the nav of toots pirino, and yuv se kalo adusta, if you jor pluri juvis tutalel the bang. Translation. On a day a gypsy mother told a girl's fortune, and said to her that a dark, black, gentleman loved her, but when the woman demanded her money, the girl said, "Old mother, I haven't got a halfpenny to give you, but tell me the name of the dark gentleman." Then the mother roared out, very angry, "Devil is the name of your sweetheart, and he is black enough. If you cheat old women you will catch the devil." Gudlo 14. Of the gypsy who stole the horse. Yakoras a mush chord a gry and jald him avri adre away for tm, and the gry and the mush jald kushti back hadenas. Pen the gry to his mush, I calms your covis to where's kushtier than mandis, for there's kek chokni or malakas, pusamagri, adre them, kek, pen the mush pali, the trash ill when mandi jids of the prastramagro and the bitcherin mush, crawlus mush, is wafrier than any chutney or busaha. and they'd care Mandy to praster my Miraban, Avri any divas. Translation. Once a man stole a horse and ran him away into another country, and the horse and the man became very intimate. Said the horse to the man, "I like your things to wear better than I do mine, for there's no whip or spur among them." "No," replied the man, "the fear I have when I think of the policeman and of the judge, sending or transporting man, or king's man, is worse than any whip or spur, and they would make me run my life away any day." Godlow 15. The half-blood gypsy, his wife, and the pig. Prayaktivist there was a mushe pine ma his Romani Charles Adrea Kachima, and Paulia chairs he got pashmato, and he penned about mullo ballers, but he never hot kek. Canasig his juval weld Adrian puched him to jal carry, but you've puckered her. Kek? I won't jal kenna. Then she penned, well alang, the chavis got kek haben, so she putchered him aja, and he always rackered her pally kek, so she leld a mullo baller ap her dumo and wesser did pray the hames crow pray saw the foki. And penned, leld the mullo baller and rummerit, and mandiodik pally the chavis. Translation. Once there was a man drinking with his gypsy fellows in an alehouse, and after a while he got half drunk, and he said of pigs that had died a natural death, he never ate any. By and by his wife came in and asked him to go home, but he told her, "No, I won't go now." Then she said, "Come along, the children have no food," so she entreated him again and again, and he always answered no, so she took a pig that had died a natural death from her back and threw it on the table before all the people, and said, "Take the dead pig for a wife, and I will look after the children." Godlow 16. The gypsy tells the story of the seven whistlers. Myrea, the Godlow of the seven whistlers, Eugene, is Adre the scriptures, so they puckered Mandy. And the seven whistlers, Eftashilengery, is seven spirits of Ranus the Chow by the Radi, pray the Bavel, peril the Heb, like Chilicus. And it puckers dre the Bible that the seven whistlers shall wherever they pressed or at the Bavel. But Adaro Timus Yekjald Avrian got nashered, and Kenna there's only shove, but they pens and the seven whistlers, and that sims the story to puckered Mandy of the seven stars. Translation. Sir, the story of the seven whistlers, you know, is in the scriptures, so they told me. And the seven whistlers are seven spirits of ladies that go by the night, through the air, over the heaven, like birds. And it tells us in the Bible that the seven whistlers whistle wherever they fly across the air. But a long time ago one went away and got lost, and now there are only six, but they call them the seven whistlers. And that is like the story you told me of the seven stars. Godlow 17. An old story well known to all gypsies. A Romani Rockly Yerkoris gelled to a Kur Agakurin. A Tershi gelled Avri, the Rockly of the Kermisser de Plachta, and puckered the rye that the Romani chi had chorted. So the rye gelled Euro Pali the TEM, and latched the Romani chals, and bitchered them to Staruban. Now this was Adre the Paro chairs when they used to nasher mushes for any bitty kovo, and some of the Romani chals were nashered, and some panied. Unsar the Gunas, Unkavas, and Kovis of the Romanas were chived and portered Cadenus pray the Bor Adre the Congri Puv, Unkek Mush to dem, Untrendude, or Monty Pauli, the Rockly was Karen the Ballers haben at the Kokaroker. When she latched the plach to they nasher Trindude Adovo Divas, so the Rockly gelled with the plaque to Talaki Rai, and penned, Dick what I cared on those Chovani. Chori Romani chals that were nashered and panied for Adovo Biddy Kovo Adri. And when they jowled to Dick at the Romanas Covis Pali the Bor Adre the Congri Puv, the Gunas were Porto and Jiv Dadre. Chingard sawed to cut em gross, and they latched em full o Rapani Covas. Rodois and churls of Sonike, Anoras, Kurlos and Pitimangris, that had long go the Romani chals that were nashered and bitchered paddle. Translation. A gypsy girl once went to a house to tell fortunes. After she went away, the girl of the house missed a pudding bag, literally, linen cloth, and told the master the gypsy girl had stolen it. So the master went far about the country, and found the gypsies, and sent them to prison. Now this was in the old time when they used to hang people for any little thing, and some of the gypsies were hung, and some transported, literally, watered. and all the bags and kettles and things of the gypsies were thrown and piled together behind the hedge in the churchyard, and no man touched them. And 3 months after, the maid was preparing the pigs' food at the same house, when she found the linen cloth they lost 3 months before that day. So the girl went with the cloth to her master, and said, "See what I did to those poor gypsies that were hung and transported for that trifle." There, and when they went to look at the gypsies' things behind the hedge in the churchyard, the bags were full and burst, torn all to rags, and they found them full of silver things, spoons and knives of gold, and watches, cups and teapots, that had belonged to the gypsies that were hung and transported. Gudlo 18. How the gypsy went to church. Did Mandy ever jal to Kangri? Avali, Dui Kapas, and Beshtale Audavi. I was adre the tail Tem Sar, and I puched Mandy to weld to Kangri, and I weld, and Sar the Rias and Ronnie's dictat Mandy as I jald adre. So I besht puckanis monkin some juris and dictapar again the tune your prawler my shero. And there was a deer and a canangro at each end in the bar, unkaired kushto. I shoon the rashe a ragarin, and when the shoonabin was karo, I weld avri and jald alai the drum to the kichima. I latchered a reyes mush adre the kichima, so we got mado audani, and were jallin carry alai the drum when we dick the reyes wardo a wellin. So we jalled sig dust apparel the boar, and gave it our cockerus audani adre the pup till the rye had just avri. I dicted although ridre the sala, and he puched Mandy what I'd coward the colico, pa with macron sh kangri. I puckered him I'd pidui or trinkeros laviner and was pa with macron sh maddo, and he penned Mandy, my mush was maddo sar toot, and I nashered him. I puckered him aja, I hope not, Raya, for such a bitty covo estavo, and he ain't camabin to pine laviner. He's only used to pabangro. That don't care him maddo, but kek, the show romush had to jal avri, and that's all I can racker toot about my jal into Kangri. Translation, did I ever go to church? Yes, twice, and sat down there. I was in the lower land of all, Cornwall, and a gentleman asked me to go to church, and I went, and all the ladies and gentlemen looked at me as I went in, so I sat quietly among some men and looked up on the wall above my head. And there were a deer and a rabbit cut in the stone, beautifully done. I heard the clergyman speaking, and when the sermon was ended, literally, made, I came out and went down the road to the alehouse. I found the gentleman's servant in the alehouse, so we got drunk there, and were going home down the road when we saw the gentleman's carriage coming. So we went quickly enough over the hedge, and hid ourselves there in the field until the gentleman was gone. I saw the gentleman in the morning, and he asked me what I had done the day before. After church, I told him I'd drunk 2 or 3 cups of ale and was half tipsy, and he said, "My man was drunk as you," and I sent him off. I told him then, "I hope not, sir, for such a little thing as that, and he is not used to drink ale. He's only accustomed to cider, that don't intoxicate him." But no, the poor man had to go away. And that's all I can tell you about my going to church. Gudlo 19. What the little gypsy girl told her brother, Pandatikni Romani Chavi Laki Pal, more the Pisham, 'cause she's a Romani, and cares her Javabin Jal in peril the TM Ducker in the Rushis and Lel in the Gudlo Avriyam, Sar more Odai Duckers the Ranas. And Ma Wusser Bars at the Rugas, 'cause they're Collis, and Kalo Rat is Romani Rat, and Mon Pagra the Bearis, for Yuvriggers his tan pray the Dumo. Sar moro puro datas, and so Yuv's Romani. Translation, said the little gypsy girl to her brother, "Don't kill the bee, because she is a gypsy, and makes her living going about the country telling fortunes to the flowers and taking honey out of them, as our mother tells fortunes to the ladies. And don't throw stones at the rocks, because they're dark, and dark blood is gypsy blood. And don't crush the snail, for he carries his tent on his back, like our old father, i.e., carries his home about, and so he too is Romani." Gudlo XX. How Charlie Lee played at pitch and toss. I jinda tano mushir chorus that nashered sar his wungerdre the toss ring. Then he jalt carry to his daughters Canias and leld panch bar every. Paula biddy charasi dict his daughters and puckard Lester he'd leld panch bar every his gunnas. But Yuv's daughters pent, Jalan, carried Adja and win someone again us. So he yelled aptly to the toss ring and leld sar his wonder pally, and panch var faridir. So he yelled Adja carry to the tan, and dick to his daughters bestin ally by the rico the tan, and his daughters penned, saw did you care of it, my chavo kashto, daughters. I leld sar my wonder pally, and here's toots wonder akali, and a bar for toot and star bar for me kakaro. And that's tacha was ever you tool that pen in toots waster, and avo mush was poor Charlie Lee, that's mulo kenna. Translation. I knew a little fellow once that lost all his money in the toss ring, i.e., at pitch and toss. Then he went home to his father's sacks and took £5 out. After a little while he saw his father and told him he'd taken £5 from his bags. But his father said, go on, spend it and win some more money. So he went again to the toss ring and got all his money back, and £5 more. And going home, he saw his father sitting by the side of the tent, and his father said, how did you succeed? I.e., do it, my son. Very well, father. I got all my money back, and here's your money now, and £1 for you and £4 for myself. And that's true as ever you hold that pen in your hand. And that man was poor Charlie Lee, that's dead now. Gudlow 21, of the Tinker and the Kettle, a pitula magro hatched yect of a satage of Ascro Care, where the Rani della Masantude, while he was hawin he dicked a kekavi sarchiglo and bongo, pashala boro hevadre, and he putchered. Delid amandi and I'll lelid avri for she. 'Cause you've been so kushto and cam up into Mandy, so she delid a lester, and he jailed avri for trincorcus, and he caravid apre, and kired at pano sarup. Adavo he well the covo drum pali, and just to the same kair, unpend, dick alsi at covi kushti kakavi. I dale shove trin mushes for it, unto shall lelit for the same wunger? 'Cause you've been so kushto a Mandy. Davo mush was like Budasta mushes, where he came up into his kakaro. Translation. A tinker stopped one day at a farmer's house, where the lady gave him meat and milk. While he was eating he saw a kettle all rusty and bent, with a great hole in it, and he asked, give it to me and I will take it away for nothing. Because you have been so kind and obliging to me. So she gave it to him, and he went away for 3 weeks, and he repaired it, the kettle, and made it as bright, white, as silver. Then he went that road again, to the same house, and said, look here at this fine kettle. I gave 6 shillings for it, and you shall have it for the same money, because you have been so good to me. That man was like a great many men, very benevolent to himself. Gudlow 22. The story of Romani Joder. If a Romani chal gets snatchered and can't latch his drum either ready, he shells every hup, Romani Joter. When the chavis can't latch the tan, it's the same Gudlow, Romani Jo, ter Joder pens ketnes, and yek radi my goddess, 60 beshkena, was purian par the weshes to tan. And he shuned a biddy godlo like biddy ranis or akaran puro tacho romanis. And so he jelled from Yekboro ruck to the waver, and Paula cheers he dicked a tani rani, and she was shellin of re for her mirabin. Romani Joter. So my daughter shockered adja. Romani chal. Ake acute eye, but as he shelled their weldaboro bavel, and a biddy ranis and sar prastered avri at a heb like chilicus adre astarmus. And all he shunned was a Savaban and Romani Joter. Shakaradir and Shakaradir, Pashsar was Caro, and you can dick by Davo that the Cuculus, and Fairies, and Mullis, and Charvihans all racker puro tacho romanis. 'Cause that's the old Gyptian jib that was penned adre the scripture TVM. Translation. If a gypsy is lost and cannot find his way in the night, he cries out, Hup! Romani Joter. When the children cannot find the tent, it is the same cry, Romani Joter. Joder means together. And one night my father, 60 years ago, literally, now, was walking through the woods to his tent, and he heard a little cry like little ladies talking real old gypsy. And so he went from one great tree to the other, i.e., concealing himself, and after a while he saw a little lady, and she was crying out as if for her life. Romani Joter. So my father cried again, Gypsy, Here, but as he hallooed there came a great blast of wind, and the little ladies and all flew away in the sky like birds in a storm, and all he heard was a laughing and Ramani Jotar, softer and softer, till all was done, and you can see by that the goblins, dwarfs, mannikins, and fairies, and ghosts, and witches, and all talk real old gypsy, because that is the old Egyptian language that was talked in the scripture land. Godlo 23, of the rich gypsy and the pheasant. Yekoras Romani Chow Katire de Dusta Wunker, and was boot barvelo and a boro rai. His chucko was cashno, and the craftnees praelester chucko were osonike, and his grayest silivers and guiders were sarupani. Yek divis this here Romani rai was wa inhaben and urgel the crawlus is chavo, and they hatched a drea weshni canny that was canelo, but saw the mushes penned it was kashtadirer. Bless me duvel, rackard the Romani rai sheker to his juvo. To a mandi have hot mullo mass boot dusta uses, me dearie, but never soomed kexo wafro was davo. It cons worse than the mullo gray, boro mushes and biddy mushes sometimes con covers that waver mushes don't gin. Translation. Once a gypsy made much money, and was very rich and a great gentleman. His coat was silk, and the buttons on his coat were of gold, and his horse's bridle and reins were all silver. One day this gypsy gentleman was eating, at table, opposite to the king's son, and they brought in a pheasant that smelled badly, but all the people said it was excellent. Bless me, but, said the gypsy gentleman softly, whispering to his wife, you and I have eaten dead meat that died a natural death, many a time, my dear, but never smelt anything so bad as that. It stinks worse than a dead horse. Great men and small men sometimes agree in liking things, that which other people do not understand. Godlo 24. The Gypsy and the Visiting Cards. Yakoris a shoro Romani chaldik Tirani hatch taller the wooder of a boroker, and muktadavo a biddy lil. Then he puched the rackly, when the Rani just avri, what the lil kired. Adoy the rackly puckered less skull it was for her Rani tajin kundwell to dick her. Avli, pen the Romani chow, that's the way the gorgeous mucks their pattern. We mucks char apre the drum, the grey mucks his piro apre the drum, and the sap cares his trail adre the puv. Translation. Once a poor gypsy saw a lady stopped before the door of a great house and left there a card, little letter. Then he asked the girl, when the lady went away, what the card meant, literally, did. Then, there, the girl told him it was for her lady to know who had come to see her. Yes, said the gypsy, so that is the way the gorgeous leave their sign. We leave grass on the road, the horse leaves his track on the road, and the snake makes his trail in the dust. Godlo 25. The Gypsy in the Forest. When I was Beshanal I adre the wesh tail the bori ruckus, mandi puched a tick no chilico to latch mandi a biddy moro, but a child every and I never dicted kakumi. Addy I puched a boro chilico to latch mandi a kuro taddy penny, but a child every Paul the waver. Mandy never putchered the ruck peril my shero for kek, but when the bavel welded wusser late to Mandy 100 dry kori. Translation. When I was sitting down in the forest under the great trees, I asked a little bird to find me a little bread, but it went away and I never saw it again. Then I asked a great bird to bring me a cup of brandy, but it flew away after the other. I never asked the tree over my head for anything, but when the wind came it threw down to me 100 ripe nuts. Godlo 26. The Gypsy Fiddler and the Young Lady. Yakoris Atano Mush was Kellen Kushto pray the Basha Mangro, and the Kushti Dickin Rani puckered him. Toots Killaban is a seno was best tood, and he rackard aja. Toots Mui's Godlo Sar Pisham, and I'd campin to Puraban metude for Toots Pisham, Kushto pa with Macron sh Kushto cares Faridirer. Translation. Once a young man was playing well upon the violin, and a beautiful lady told him, "Your playing is as soft as cream." And he answered, "Your mouth, i.e., lips or words, is sweet as honey, and I would like to exchange my cream for your honey. Good with good makes better." Godlo 27. How the Gypsy danced a hole through a stone. Yakoris some pluchta Romani Charles and Juvis were Kellen the pa with Macron sh divas by Dutala Boro Kair, and Yak pen the waver. I became ben if Davo Kair was Mandy's, and the Rio the Care, Consastic and the Caliban, record. When two kells a have must crow the bar your hatchin abre, mandial del to thicker. Adavi the rom tarried the bar abre, and dict it was hollow tail, and Sarakuro pray the waver rick. So he lel dui sastern chakas and celts are the ratty pray the bar, carrying such a god low you could tune him a me avri. An adre the sala he had cair to have adre the bar as boro as Lester Shero. So the bar velo ridel him the phenoker, and sar the mushes got matto, halotter ketinus. Many a cheers I've shooned my pori die pen, that a bar with a hev adreat cares camabin. Translation. Once some jolly gypsy men and girls were dancing in the evening by moonlight before a great house, and one said to the other, I'd be glad if that house was mine. And the gentleman of the house, who was looking at the dancing, said, when you dance a hole through, in the center of, the stone you are standing on, I'll give you the house. Then the gypsy pulled the stone up, and saw it was hollow underneath, and like a cup on the other side. So he took 2 iron shoes and danced all night on the stone, making such a noise you could hear him a mile off. And in the morning he had made a hole in the stone as large as his head. So the rich gentleman gave him the fine house, and all the people got drunk, all together. Many a time I've heard my old mother say that a stone with a hole in it brings luck. Gudlow 28. Story of the Gentleman and the Gypsy. Yirkora Zabaro Rai Wooden Makashoro, Palvero, Chavani Ramani Chal Hachada E pray his farm. So the Ramani Chal Jald on the puff apre the waver Rico the drum, Unerjal the Rias Bashabin, and Davo Radi the Rias Kerpeldalai, Kek Kashavit hatched apre. Only the folky that lottered at the hullard their cockerus avri ma their mirabin, and the Rias stick no chavo with a mollard, if the Ramani Juva had not lulled it avri their palvri biditan, and avos sartacho like my dad, unto the divas Canada pens that puff the Ramani pu with macron v. Translation. Once a great gentleman would not let a poor gypsy stay on his farm. So the gypsy went to a field on the other side of the way, opposite the gentleman's residence, and that night the gentleman's house fell down, not a stick of it remained standing. Only the people who lodged there carried themselves out, i.e., escaped with their lives, and the gentleman's little babe would have died, if a gypsy woman had not taken it into their poor little tent. And that's all true as my father, and to this day they call that field the gypsy field. Gudlow 29. How the gypsy went into the water. Yek diva suprastra mangro prastert paulia romani chal, and the chal jald adre the pani, that was porto o baro bidiso flowed in Jill, and there he hatched Paul his men with only his shero avri. Have avri, shelderai that was wafro in his sea for the poro mush, and wheel muck you jal. Kek? Pendarum, I shat jal. Well avri, pendarai aja, an aldel tu panch bar, kek, racker the ram, jal avri, shocker the rai, an aldel tu panch bar in an evi chucko? Will you del mandia wallano tato pani tu, puch the ramani chal, avail, pendarai, but for duvalist have avri the penny. Kushto, penda ramani chal, for kamabintitude, raya. Al-Jal Avri, translation. Once a policeman chased a gypsy, and the gypsy ran into the river, that was full of great pieces of floating ice, and there he stood up to his neck with only his head out. Come out, cried a gentleman that pitied the poor man, and we'll let you go. No, said the gypsy, I won't move. Come out, said the gentleman again, and I'll give you £5. No, said the gypsy. Come out, cried the gentleman, and I'll give you £5 and a new coat. Will you give me a glass of brandy too? Asked the gypsy. Yes, said the gentleman, but for God's sake come out of the water. Well, exclaimed the gypsy, to oblige you, sir, I'll come out. Godlow XXX. The gypsy and his 2 masters. Sophos toots rai, puch the rias mush of a ramani chow. I've dui rias, put the ramani chow, duvals the yak and bangs the waver. Mandy cares booty for the bank till I've leld my yakora haben, and pollers me duval paliaja. Translation. Who is your master? Asked a gentleman servant of a gypsy. I've 2 masters, said the gypsy, God is the one, and the devil is the other. I work for the devil till I have got my dinner, 1 o'clock food, And after that follow the Lord, Gudlo 31, the little gypsy boy at the silversmiths. A bitty chavo jaldadre the boro gev pa with macron sh his status. And they hatched taller the hev of a robin a mancros budakasar porto o kushtidikin covas. O datus, shelled the tikno chavo, what a borokora mangrode of omush must be to a leld so buddha dostarawas and horas. A tachokova often dixara hakani, kova, and avos sim of a tacho mush, but a juva often dix tacho when she isn't. Translation: a little boy went to the great village, i.e., London, with his father, and they stopped before the window of a silversmith's shop all full of pretty things. "Oh, father," cried the small boy, "what a great thief that man must be to have got so many spoons and watches. A true thing often looks like a false one, and the same is true, and that same, of a true man, but a girl often looks right when she is not." Gudlo 32, the Gypsy's Dream. Mandy said I was pirabin lango toot, and I dick Mandy's penada e pray the tumber. Then I was piran agile peril the puvius, and I well to the penny paul the bangs tumber. And edity I dicked some ranas. Saw an ango bear in the paw no platch to prail angus sheras. Adree the penny pa with macron sh there buckas. And I puckered langus, me ranas, I puch toots camabin. I didn't gin toot sasasai. But yek pray the waivers pend mandy boot kushti kamabin, shishi, more dugger your kakaro. We just weld all I osai from the kair to lela biddy bath. And she savid sa kushto. But they all jald every glan mandy sar the bavel. And toot was hatchin pa with macron sh a mouty sar the cheras. So it pens, when you dig ranis or davo. You muller kushto. Well, if it's to be a covo. I call middle be a booty chur say wellin, tacho. Translation: I dreamed I was walking with you, and I saw my sister, a fortune teller, there upon the hill. Then I found myself walking again over the field, and I came to the water near the Devil's Dyke. And there I saw some ladies, quite naked excepting a white cloth on their heads, in the water to the waists. And I said to them, "Ladies, I beg your pardon, I did not know you were here." But one among the rest said to me very kindly, "No matter, don't trouble yourself. We just came down here from the house to take a little bath." And she smiled sweetly, but they all vanished before me like the cloud, wind, and you were standing by me all the time. So it means, when you see ladies like that, you will die happily. Well, if it's to be that, I hope it will be a long time coming. Yes, indeed. Gudlo 33. Of the girl and her lover. Euchorus, boot 100 beshes the divisos i.e., a juva was well into Jorayora, muk mandi haj, pendiora, an isle sicker toot ki toot can lelatik no papni. So the juva lel the tik no papni, and it puckered lackey. Muk mandi jalan isle sicker toot ki toot can jorabori canny. Then cheech or the bori canny, and it shelled avri, muk mandi jalan isle sicker toot ki you can lure rani chilico. And when she lelled the Rani Chilico, it penned, Muk mandi jalan isle sicker toot ada iki toot kan lela girovnis tigno. So she lelled the girovnis tigno. And it chockered and rubbed. And rackered. Muk mandi jalan isle sicker toot where to lela fino gray. And when she lowered the gray, it penned lackey, Muk mandi jalan isle ricker toot to a kushto dik barvelo rai who comes a pyranny. So she lelled the kushto tano rai. And she jiffed with Lester Kushtoyak Korakas. But pa with macron sh davo he puckered her to jalavri. He didn't calm her kikumi, saw well from ushes toot, rubbed the ragli, to bitcher mandiavri, for toots kamabin I deld avri yura, a tik no papni, a boro canny, a rani chilico, a girovnis tik no, an afino gray, is davo tacho, puch the raklo. Pray my mulo datus, sava held the rakli, I delam sara pray for toot. Yek paul the waver. Unkenatu bitchers mandiavri. So pimi duval. Pendarai. If toot nashard sar booty covis for mandi, I'll rummer toot. So they were rumabandavali, there's huckany, tachabins and tacho huckabins. You can sava ha pray the lilidavo. Translation. Once, many hundred years ago, today now, a girl was going to steal an egg. "Let me be," said the egg, "and I will show you where you can get a duck." So the girl got the duck. And it said, told, to her, let me go and I will show you where you can get a goose, large hen. Then she stole the goose, and it cried out, let me go and I'll show you where you can steal a turkey, ladybird. And when she took the turkey, it said, let me go and I'll show you where you can get a calf. So she got the calf, and it bawled and wept, and cried, let me go and I'll show you where to get a fine horse. And when she stole the horse, it said to her, let me go and I'll carry you to a handsome, rich gentleman who wants a sweetheart. So she got the nice young gentleman, and lived with him pleasantly 1 week, but then he told her to go away. He did not want her any more. What a bad man you are, wept the girl, to send me away. For your sake I gave away an egg, a duck, a goose, a turkey, a calf, and a fine horse. Is that true? Asked the youth. By my dead father, swore the girl, I gave them all up for you, one after the other. And now you send me away, so help me God. Said the gentleman, if you lost so many things for me, I'll marry you. So they were married. Yes, there are false truths and true lies. You may kiss the book on that. Goodlow 34. The Gypsy tells of Will-o'-the-Wisp. Does Mandage in the lavadre romanus for a jack-o'-lantern, the dude that prasters and hatches, unkels o' the ratty, peril the panny, adre the puffs, avli, some tantum the momily mullis, and some the biddy mullis. Their biddy jeeras who worker to adre the gujamers, unsicker to the do kill your all jald abre a welfro drum and nashard, and oddly they sheathe their cockerus polly and savsitude. Mandy's dick their dudes a dustacheer uses, unkikumi, but my pal dick long as moose pa with macron sh mungwayek ratty. He was jalan langus and dick their dudes, and jindit was the yag of Leicester's tan, so he pollered him, and they tattered and docker the drum, peril the boars, weshes, puvius, gojamers, till they lelled him adre the penny, and then savvy davry. And oddly he dick lender pray the waverick, ma Leicester's cockerus yakis, and they were biddy mushes, biddy javihanus, about the ui purisporo, and my pal was bangus hanalo, and sava held pal langus, if I'll elduasai, you red folly juckas, if I nashered you, I chin toots kuros and he jal to tan ajon puggard mandy saw davo pre davo rat, consus davo, avali, raya, davo was pa with macron sh colo penny, near Blackwater. Translation. Do I know the word in Roman for a jack-o'-lantern, the light that runs, and stops, and dances by night, over the water, in the fields? Yes, some call them the light ghosts, and some the little ghosts. They're little men who lead you into the waste and swampy places, and show you a light until you have gone astray and are lost, and then they turn themselves around and laugh at you. I have seen their lights many a time, and nothing more, but my brother saw their faces close and opposite to him, directly vis-a-vis one night. He was going along and saw their lights and thought it was the fire of his tent, so he followed them, and they drew him from the road over hedges, woods, fields, and lonely marshes till they got him in the water, and then laughed out loud, and there he saw them with his own eyes, on the opposite side, and they were little fellows, little goblins, about 2 feet high, and my brother was devilish angry, and swore at them. If I had you here, you wretched dogs, if I caught you, I'd cut your throats, and he went home and told me all that night. Where was it? Yes, sir, that was near Blackwater. Goodlow 35. The Gypsy explains why the flounder has his mouth on one side. Your chorus are the matches gelled and suft kedineskristre the panny, and yek pendas yuv was a borrow mush, and the waver record ajasa yuv was a boradiro mush, and sar puckert sigan kednis howlangus were boradiro mushes. Adley the flounder shelled every for his maribin mandies the crawlus of usar, and he shelled so sorello he canard his moi bongo, allo yek chorus. So to a covodav a sakani he's penned the crawlaso the matches, and rickers his moi bongo sorrow yexitas, mushes shouldn't shell to shunabin abraelangus cockerus. Translation. Once all the fish came and swam together in the water, and one said that he was a great person, and the other declared that he was a greater person, and, at last, all cried out at once what great characters, men, they all were. Then the flounder shouted for his life, "I'm the king of you all," and he roared so violently he twisted his mouth all to one side. So to this day he is called the king of the fishes, and bears his face crooked all on one side. Men should not boast too loudly of themselves. Goodloe 36. A gypsy account of the true origin of the fish called old maids or young maids. Euchorus Kushti Dickon Raklis were Savandre the lung penny, and their weldo doi some plochti Raklis and Juvis who put the Tano Rias to have every in tumor m. But the Raklis wouldn't well every, so the Ranis Rickard their rivobins every in period adre the pani Paul Lundy, and the Rias who were candered alai, subdander dre the pani, and the Ranis pollard far every till they were solatured, Raklis and Raklis. So the Tano Rias were puribund into barony mushy matches because they were to lajo, of the Ranis that calmed them. And the Ranis were canired adre puri rani matches and tani rani matches because they were too tatty and rusly. Raklis shouldn't be too ledge, nor Raklis be too borrow of their cockerus. Translation. Once some handsome youths were swimming in the sea, and there came some wanton women and girls who told the young men to come out and kiss them. But the youths would not come out, so the ladies stripped themselves and ran into the water after them, and the gentles who were driven away swam further into the water, and the ladies followed them far away till all were lost, boys and girls. So the young men were changed into codfish, because they were too shy of the girls that loved them, and the ladies were turned into old maids and young maids, because they were too wanton and bold. Men should not be too modest, nor girls too forward. Goodloe 37. How Lord Coventry leaped the gypsy tent. A true story. I dicked Lord Coventry at the Worcester races. He kistered Leicester Knucko Grey adre the steeplechase for the Rupany, Keck, a Sonic A tank I think it was, but he nashered. It was Davo Tano Rye, that Yek Divison is Knucko Park Dictoromany Alstan PA with Macron SH the Rick of a boar. And at Yekly P kistered apre the boar. And gelled right at it in peril the Romany Chalstan, hot, cons Osai, he shelled, as he dicked the Technopolis, a Romany Chalstan. And from Davo Divisi Muk to Covo Rom Hatch his Camabin pray his puv. Tacho, Ruslo Mushes has Boroses. Translation. I saw Lord Coventry at the Worcester races. He rode his own horse in the steeplechase for the silver. No, it was a gold tankard, I think, but he lost. It was that young gentleman who one day in his own park, saw a gypsy tent by the side of a hedge, and took a flying leap over tent, hedge, and all. "Hot, what's here?" he cried, as he saw the little brown children, a gypsy's tent. And from that day he let that gypsy stay as much as he pleased on his land. Bold men have generous hearts. Goodloe 38. Of M.R. Bartlett's leap. Davos into what they pens of Mr. Bartlett in Gloucestershire, who had a Fino TMPA with Macron SH Gloucester and Bristol, where he jift adre a baroker, kek mush never dicked so booty weshni jucklus or weshni canis as yuv record otti, they prastered at its all the drumiasimus canias, yek divis he was kisterin on a cushtul grey, and he dicked a romani chow ricker in a truss of gippus pray lester du mo pra with Macron alabidi drum, unkistered pray the poro mush, pussin sar. I jins that puro mush better and I jins toot, for I was a turyako his raklis ye chorus, he had kushti dik raklis, and he was old nightlock. Puro pens the rye, did I care you trash, I mang toots shunibin, raya pens lock pauli, I din jin toots uswellen, so puro lock hatched e pre davo tm sar his mirabin, and that was a kushti cover for the puro lock. Translation. That is like what is told of Mr. Bartlett in Gloucestershire, who had a fine place near Gloucester and Bristol, where he lived in the great house. No man ever saw so many foxes or pheasants as he kept there. They ran across all the paths like hens. One day he was riding on a fine horse, when he saw a gypsy carrying a truss of wheat straw on his back up a little path, and leaped over the poor man, straw and all. I knew that old man better than I know you, for I was after one of his daughters then. He had beautiful girls, and he was old nightlock. Old fellow, said the gentleman, did I frighten you? I beg your pardon, sir, said Locke after him. I didn't know you were coming. So old Locke stayed on that land all his life, and that was a good thing for old Locke. Gudlow 39. The Gypsy, the Pig, and the Mustard. Euchorus Aramani Aljal to a borrowed Javeskroker sas the Rises Hoin, and 6 Aramwant a Dickon, the Rial Sido Porter to Kelmaliko pa with Macron sh Chris, Undella to the Romani Chal, unsaz the Chris Dantard Adre his Gulo, he was pa with Macron sh Tassard, and the Pani Weldon is Yakis, Puch the Rai, Constute Rovin Adjafor, and he Rackard Pauli, the Chris Lelt Mandis Baval Adja, Pendarai. I com the Crystal del tu kushti back, Piraco, Raya Pendaram Pauli, I'll comrade cares Davo, 6 the Rai Bicher de Shero, the Romani Chow lowered the Chris Coker o Mother Upani Roy, unkek dictate. The waver divasan Pali, Davo Ram Jal to the Rias follow 10, and dictate Abora Rakino Bolo, and Jilid, I'll dick also if I can care to rub biddy. Now, Raya. You must gin if you delaballer Chris Adrea Pabo, he can't shell Avery or care a Gudlow for his Mirabin, and you can wrecker him Bisin, or Shivim Abrea Wardo, and Jalanderer and Kek Jinnit, and Avos what the Romani Chow Kire to the baller, pa with Macron sh the Sim Chris, and as he besir did Avery and Packer did Adrea Gunno, he pen sugar Adre the ballers can, Calico toots Rai hatched my bevel, and the Divis I've hatched toots. And Euchorus your Rycom the Chris with Del Mandi Kushti back, and Kenna it has Del Mangi Kushti or back than ever he jinned. Rise must be signaticare pious and trickus a topo show romushes. Translation. Once a gypsy went to a great farmhouse as the gentleman sat at table eating, and so soon as the gypsy looked away, the gentleman very quietly filled a cheesecake with mustard and gave it to the gypsy. When the mustard bit in his throat, he was half choked, and the tears came into his eyes. The gentleman asked him, "What are you weeping for now?" And he replied, "The mustard took my breath away." The gentleman said, "I hope the mustard will give you good luck." "Thank you, sir," answered the gypsy. "I'll take care it does that, period." As soon as the gentleman turned his head, the gypsy stole the mustard pot with a silver spoon, and no one saw it. The next day after, that gypsy went to the gentleman's pig pen, and saw there a great fine-looking pig, and sang, "I'll see now if I can make you weep a bit." Now, sir, you must know that if you give a pig mustard in an apple, he can't cry out or squeal for his life, and you can carry him away, or throw him on a wagon, and get away, and nobody will know it. And that is what the gypsy did to the pig, with the same mustard, and as he ran it away and put it in a bag, he whispered softly into the pig's ear, "Yesterday your master stopped my breath, and today I've stopped yours, and once your master hoped the mustard would give me good luck, and now it has given me better luck than he ever imagined." Gentlemen must be careful not to make sport of and play tricks on poor men. Gudlow XL, explaining the origin of a current gypsy proverb or saying. Trin Orsturbeches Pali Kanayako the Petulangris Dictabora Moloballer Adrea Biddy Drum, Unsigazi Latchdik, some Romani Chals Weld Alian Dick this here Romani Chal, so Petulangro he shelled Avri, a Fino Baller, saw Taliban, Jalan the Sala and you shall of PA with Macron sh. And they weld apably Adre the Sala and leld PA with Macron sh Sir Touch so. And ever since Davo Divisits Arakarbeno the Romani Chals, Sar Taliban, Jalan the Sala unto Chalel your Pash. Translation. 3 or 4 years ago one of the Smiths found a great dead pig in a lane, and just as he found it, some gypsies came by and saw this Romani, so Smith bawled out to them, "A fine pig, all fat, come in the morning and you shall have half." And they returned in the morning and got half, all right. And ever since it has been a saying with the gypsies, "It's all fat, come in the morning and get your half." Gudlow XLI, the gypsy's fish hook. Euchorus Arai Pucker the Romani Chal he might jal match I and dray his penny, and he'd del Lester the Campin for Trin Mushy. If he'd only matchy with a bongo sieve and a poncy ran, so the Rom jaled with India drab card abre moro, and he drabbert salva matches adre the penny, and Rickard Avery his wardos arporto, aboroch iris pauli davo, the Rydic the Romanich L, unpenned, Eucor mengaro, ditudlel the matches Avery my penny with a hook, aili, Raya, with a hook, pen the rompel, Where is he though? And what kind of a hook? Rio record the rum, it was Yako the longa kind. What we pens in Amandus jib a hookabin, i.e., huckabin or hockabin. When you del a mush camabin to lel match I a safri toots penny? You'd better hatch a doy and dick how he cares it. Translation. Once a gentleman told a gypsy he might fish in his pond, and he would give him permission to do so for a shilling, but that he must only fish with a hook and a fishing pole, literally, crooked needle. So the gypsy went with India drab, juice of the berries of Indicus calculus, made up with bread, and poisoned all the fish in the pond, and carried away his wagon full. A long time after, the gentleman met the gypsy, and said, "You thief, did you catch the fish in my pond with a hook?" "Yes, sir, with a hook," replied the gypsy very quietly. "And what kind of a hook, sir?" said the gypsy. "It was one of the long kind, what we call in our language a hookabin, i.e., a liar trick. When you give a man leave to fish in your pond, you had better be present and see how he does it." Gudlow 42, The Gypsy and the Snake. If you more the first sap you dicks, toodle more the first enemy you've got. That's what impens, but I don't know if it's Tacho or Nettis. And ye chorus there was a wary welfro mush that was allers a Karen wafri covabins, and yet divas he dicked a sap in the wesh, and he prastered palarit with a boy churiadre lester waster and jinter shero apre, and then he rackered to his cockerus, "Now that I've moored the sap, I'll lell the jivabin of my weno mist enemy." And just as he penned off he dealt his piro and at the danias of the ruck, and pet lion shift the churiadre his bucko, and as he was beshin alia muller and dre the weshes, he penned to his cockerus, "Avali, I dicks kenna that Davos touch o what they puckers about more in the sappet, for I never had keck worse or animus than I've been to Mandy selfus, and what wells of more in innocent hanimals is keck cushtabin." Translation. If you kill the first snake you see, you'll kill the first principal enemy you have. That is what they say, but I don't know whether it is true or not. And once there was a very bad man who was always doing bad deeds, and one day he saw a snake in the forest, and ran after it with a great knife in his hand and cut her head off. And then he said to himself, "Now that I've killed the snake, I'll take the life of my most vindictive, literally, most venomous enemy." And just as he spoke that word he struck his foot against the roots of a tree, and fell down and drove the knife into his own body, liver or heart, and as he lay dying in the forests, he said to himself, "Yes, I see now that it is true what they told me as to killing a snake, for I never had any worse enemy than I have been to myself, and what comes of killing innocent animals is not good." Gudlow 43, The Story of the Gypsy and the Bull. Your chorus there was a Romani chal who was a Boro Corin mush, a Sorello mush, a Boro Westini mush, wary Tunarian Honello, and he penned a dust at your uses that kek giro and kek gava pray the drumais couldn't trasher him, but yek divus as yuff was jalin langs the drum with a waver pal, chundrin and hookerin and lunterin, unsure in his kikero how he could pour the puro bangus selfus, they shundagiro agorin and gujarin. And the first cover they jindi prastered like divius at m, and these here jiras prastered apre yiruk. And the border corin mush that was so flicko his wasters churied first osa, sar, and hatchery, dearest from the puff pray the limmers, and he beshed a doy and dict yebalus wusserin and conjurin his trushnis saraboutus, and kellen pray Lester's covis, and puggerin to cute angros saw he leld for Lester's mirabin. And whenever the babble puberty was at trash he'd pelt a lay pray the shinger ballas of the goro, and so they beshed a doy till the sig of the sala, when the mush who dictator the grovness well day pirian by and dick these here chals beshin like chilicus pray the ruck, and patched langus what they were carindavo for, so they puckered him about the bullus, and he hankered at every, and they weld all I and gelled andero to the kachima. For there never was dui mushes in Kavotiam that calmed a drobi laviner kumi than lender, but pale davo divas the trashini mush never suckered he couldn't be a trashni mush no morius, tacho. Translation. Once there was a gypsy who was a great fighting man, a strong man, a great boxer, very bold and fierce, and he said many a time that no man and no thing on the roads could frighten him. But one day, as he was going along the road with another man, his friend, exaggerating and bragging and boasting, and praising himself that he could beat the old devil himself, they heard a bull bellowing and growling, and the first thing they knew he ran like mad at them, and these men hurried up a tree, and the great fighting man that was so handy with his fists climbed first of all, and placed himself furthest from the ground on the limbs, and he sat there and saw the bull tossing and throwing his baskets all about, and dancing on his things, and breaking to pieces all he had for his living, and whenever the wind blew he was afraid he would fall on the horns of the bull, and so they sat there till daybreak, when the man who looked after the cows came walking by and saw these fellows sitting like birds on the tree, and asked them what they were doing that for. So they told him about the bull, and he drove it away, and they came down and went on to the alehouse, for there never were two men in this country that wanted a drop of beer more than they. But after that day that thirsty man never boasted he could not be a frightened man. True. Godlow 44. The Gypsy and His Three Sweethearts. Euchorus atano mush, kaired is kamabin ta trin juvis ketnis and keko the tringent yuv sus appear I new aver dui. Uncovo rocklo jiv dadre abidi tan pa with macron sh the recorus I do the boro lun pani. Unyek radi sar the chase weld shikri ketnis a lester. Unkeko the girus jingle waver san lolar in adoy, so they jald sar sikin ketnis, unrackard, sarshan, tal yak cheris, and avo rocklo didn't jin what juva comd lester firidiras, or kun yuv comd li firidiras, so sar the sturbesh delay sum, at the haben escrow, and yuv del len haben and laviner. Yek hog booty, but ye waver dui wouldn't hawk ek, yek pied, but ye waver dui wouldn't pie chomini. 'Cause they were Sarhanali, and Sukari and Kirid, so the Rocklo penned Langus, Yuv saw satrash if Yuv lelda juvat couldn't ha, she wouldn't jiv, so he rumored the Rockly that hot her haben. Allers hasar the haben foki banders apreatut, and toodle jal sikerman du with macron sh and tuckly. Translation. Once a young man courted three girls together, and none of the three knew he was courting the two others. And that youth lived in a little place near the side of the great salt water, and one night all the girls came at once together to him, and none of the girls knew the others were coming there, so they went all quick together, and said good evening, Saracen means really how are you, at the same time. And that youth did not know which girl liked him best, or whom he loved best, so all the four sat down together at the table, and he gave them food and beer. One ate plenty, but the other two would eat nothing. One drank, but the other two would not drink something, because they were all angry, and grieved, and worried. So the youth told them he was afraid if he took a wife that could not eat, she would not live, so he married the girl that ate her food. Always eat all the food that people give you, literally share out to you, and you will go readily, securely through sorrow and trouble. Godlow 45. The Gypsies and the Smugglers. A true story. Euchorus, most 100 beshkena, when me datas sus a chavo. Yek radiabudi Romani Charles Sen Miller in Kedaneskris pa with macron sh the boro penny. Consarsig the grayas a cairde recurrin and lotterin and knockerin and carin a boro godly, and the Romanish shunda shillin, and dick mushes prasterin and lullayan forlenders mirabin, saws seerdush, avri a boro hef. Unwinlen sansar jaldlog. The Romani Charles weldadoy and latch to dust a biddy barrels o tato pani, and fino covis, for Davo mushes were mugglers, and the Roms leld sar they mugs pally, and Davo susaboro cova for the Romani Charles, and they pied sar greas, and the rackless and juvis geld in koshni heeses for booty devises, and Davo sus caro pa with macron sh bo peep, a boro puvius adre bori chumures. PA with macron sh Hastings in Sussex. When mugglers nosher and Romani Charles latch, there's kek worser kamabin for it. Translation. Once almost 100 years now, when my father was a boy, one night many gypsies were going together near the sea, when all at once the horses began whinnying and kicking and neighing, and making a great noise, and the gypsies heard a crying out, and saw men running and rushing as if in alarm, from a great cave. And when they were all gone away together, the gypsies went there and found many little barrels of brandy, and valuables, for those men were smugglers, and the gypsies took all they left behind. And that was a great thing for the gypsies, and they drank like horses, and the girls and women went in silk clothes for many days. And that was done near Bo Peep, a great field in the hills, by Hastings in Sussex. When smugglers lose and gypsies find, nobody is the worse for it. The end. I'm Julie, the woman who runs Global Grey, the website where this ebook was published. These are my own formatted editions, and I hope you enjoyed reading this particular one. If you have this book because you bought it as part of a collection, thank you so much for your support. If you downloaded it for free, please consider, if you haven't already, making a small donation to help keep the site running. If you bought this from Amazon or anywhere else, you have been ripped off by someone taking free ebooks from my site and selling them as their own. You should definitely get a refund. Thanks for reading this, and I hope you visit the site again. New books are added regularly, so you'll always find something of interest.